fully your speech. You dealt more with technical, you are a technical politician. So you dealt more with the technical part, which I endorse. We should hold hands. I try to remind him by not hating.
Oh, sorry, guys.
So as Africans, really, we should hold hands. South Africa and Namibia especially. I endorse fully your speech. You dealt more with technical, you are a technical politician. So you dealt more with the technical part, which I endorse. We should hold hands and look at this green kind of things that we are seeing about this green hydrogen thing. Talk about it because we need the infrastructure. We may have the facilities, environment, but we need the infrastructure, the offtake. And you are a big power. So that's why we think we are going to talk seriously about this. And well, too, well, it's not far from the coast, so you may still get it. It will be too late, maybe, if you're not hurrying up. Well, you'll never be welcome. But if we can do it now, we must go ahead and coming to the end. I talk about building a Namibian house. A house in which all Namibian children must live in harmony. When you build a house, you must dig lay a strong foundation. Then you use the bricks and mortar to put that house. Let me jump and say, after you have now finished the wall, you must let it firm up. If you push it, you want it to fall down. Even with a finger, you push. But you firm it up and you plaster it. And the bricks that we're using are your different ethnic groups and your race. And the laws we're passing hold those bricks together. Now, same with nation building. The ethnic groups, we dug our constitution, that's our foundation, good one. We're using our different tribes to build that wall. My point is, when you have plastered that wall, you have even South African colors and Namibian black color, the favorite color. That is a Namibian house. Where all Namibian children must live there in peace. It doesn't mean that in families we don't quarrel. We can disagree. But that is what we wish South Africa to do, and we are doing it. That is what we wish Namibia to do. We are trying our best, we are doing it. That's why I'm here to my neighbors to share our views and how can we continue to address the issues that we're facing in Southern Africa. You mentioned Mozambique. I'm the chairperson, we are working together. I'll repeat that. Same true of the DRC. In DRC, I have some information I will share with you later on. I got some data from somewhere. Things are not going well there too. Although we are leaving that to Angolan president because we are dealing with that. They have agreed in Kenya, I think, and we are hoping things will move. But my issue is, as grown-up people, how long are we going to get involved in these internal conflicts? We know that what is in Sudan, when you watch the TV and see what is going on, destruction, only to rebuild again tomorrow. So why don't we grow up and really see that what we are doing, destroying our countries, arresting each other and so on, what is happening, it's not helping us to develop. We are not respected by the world when we are fighting among ourselves. So Namibia and South Africa, let's move on. Let's disagree without being disagreeable. Let's hold hands in South Africa and Namibia as brothers and sisters, so that we can live in this South African house and us in Namibian house in peace. With that, I would like to thank you for it.
Yeah, just basically, I know the video was not clear. I think his voice actually is not helping it too. He's a bit of, rough voice a bit. So, and then it's not coming clear. I don't know whether that's the audio or something, but if you guys listen towards the end, he talks about actually, you know, um, how using our tribes and building building these walls, and we plaster it and stuff like that. And why not having building a country that people will fight, but why not building building a country where all our children can be happy? But what interests me now that they were learning, they're really picking up, and they pick up on Sudan and probably South Sudan as well. And at his end, he spoke about Sudan. He said that, like what you guys have seen, what is happening in Sudan, he said that you only build up in order to destroy it again. So why can't we just carry forward from there? And that's why we are not respected around the world, because we only build to destroy. So what do you think about that there? And what are you guys thinking about there? So I don't know. I think probably you have a network issue, but I wanted to say that if your network, if you have something to say and you want to come in, if your network is okay, you can come in, no issues. So I wanted to say that basically the conflict that is happening in Sudan, and we talk about it in the beginning, we say that it has a lot to do with identity crisis, and we also mentioned that it has something to do with religion, it has something to do with culture, it has something to do with who you are, basically. The fact that in Africa, since, for me, I see that in Africa, colonization has never stopped yet, has never ended, you see. And this is what we are fighting even today, this wars, this battle that we are fighting in South Sudan, and before South Sudan, what we fought between Sudan and North, this is the same thing. We're fighting the olden wars that some leaders are used to keep us basically in the same circle. Like, people are controlling people. People don't want to move forward. Imagine if when we were as Sudan once, as a Sudan whole country, you saw, even today, you still see people are battling. Welcome, Bella. Welcome. So welcome to everybody that join in. Vicky, sorry, Vicky, welcome. And Bringy, welcome. So you guys saw that, the identity crisis that people fought over things like, for example, the Islamic State, and the other thing is, like, people fought for their rights, to exist as who they are. Basically, when people are fighting for those rights, it was not only that people were fighting that, they don't have jobs and they're not accepted for the jobs and stuff. It's the problem of being accepted as who you are, as your identity. Your identity is a problem. People want to whitewash your identity. You cannot be who you are. And even though this is actually the identity of a black person, is actually is one elephant in the room that, people struggle with it. You see, that's just reality. And this is what is happening in Africa back there, that people trying to, like, colonize us and keep us, to be the, second citizen in your own country and stuff like that. So it's same thing that what you're seeing, what happened in Sudan, that you had to be Muslim, and also you had to speak Arabic, and when you speak Arabic, now you become an Arab at the same time. And this has affected a lot of tribes in Sudan, you see. And this was also affecting a lot of a lot of Junubin that are, living in Sudan back then, and stuff like that. And then you see, when we separated, this identity issues still is there. You see, South Sudanese are still living the identity of the North. You see, people are still not focusing into their tradition, and people are modifying their tradition or developing their tradition to move forward. But people are stuck, in that identification issues there. And then even the religion. We mostly people say that they fought because of the Islam religion, but as soon as people moved back home there, people started fighting. Also, people also, brought this religion back with us. You see, and the same thing that people rejected earlier, people brought it back. Almost, I don't even know what to say about this. And And this is the practice even of Ramadan or something like that, Eid and stuff, is big in Juba now. There's more than you could celebrate anything. And that leaves you to wonder, why did people even took it to the bush to fight? And then the other thing is, most of the people that are working for the Islamic regime are the one that is working in Juba right now, and it's the agendas that are passed through the constitution in the country. So, and then the other thing is, then people started having the conflict of tribal identity. You see, all these layers of identity, and then beliefs identity. Believe us or not, or believe me or not, if in South Sudan people have multiple gods. And these are the things that is the elephant in the room that people don't want to talk about it. You see, people have their own gods that they believe in, let alone the spiritual things, like, for example, the voodoo or the kujur and the munu. Nowadays, they are rapidly in South Sudan. This is what people go by, you see. And all over Africa, of course, these are there. But because of the identity issues that in Africa, we've been colonized so highly by the West, or by the Europe. Sorry, I mean by the Europeans, or by the what do you call it? By the Arab nation, or basically the West is still colonizing us up to today. So that's why, you hear the Namibian leader saying earlier that he talks about that, why African leaders like to overstay. Like when you come as a visitor in a house, why would you overstay your stay? You see, if you're a leader, for example, you've been elected for this previous time that you've been elected for. When the time comes for you to leave, why don't you leave? And while you're in the power, why don't you develop? Why don't you move on? Basically, what he's saying, that why can't we just move on? And then he point out that Sudan, for example, like we saw what is happening to Sudan, because Sudan has really developed itself. If you compare Sudan and South Sudan, Sudan is one that, if the leaders of Sudan were wiser, Sudan would have become actually closer to Dubai or something. But because also they allow themselves to be used by the Islamic states, that's the problem here. They allow themselves to be used by the Islamic State, and also to continue to colonize Sudan for them, continue to colonize the South Sudan through them, and then also letting them to extract our minerals, letting them to explode us and stuff like that. What are basically Sudan and South Sudan. And then there you go, you got the African nation too, which is in the other half video. So I'll just, because there are other things that we will run by here, and then I'll probably rerun what this president of Namibia was saying halfly, because for the people that have missed it out. But I'll just study it from closer to where Sudan is, where he talked about Sudan. So I don't know, Odysseus, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking to you earlier, but I thought you probably had
network issues.
Yeah. No, I thought you got the ear blockers on. Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, you're welcome. You can go on.
You go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I don't know whether if you hear me. I just explain about. I already spoken and explain it.
What I want to put just addition to what you mentioned, coming to that, some people might ask why you brought this thing up, and I'll say because these things, like you said, the elephant in the room is not. People are afraid to talk about, and these things are the reason why. If you look at our common sense as let's generalize it as Africans, we tend to ignore these little things and think it's insignificant when we get to be informed or acquire new knowledge, the knowledge that is not even ours, yet like we learn about the cultures of others. If you look at today, we can code Europeans, Arabs, Asians with their great leaders who have empowered these nations. But when it comes to us, we tend to only code those leaders who have impressed the Westerners or the Asians or the entire world, only Africans, because these leaders, of course, they were educated by Western philosophies, Western thinkers, and yet these leaders themselves, like earlier you mentioned Mandela, fallen short in some things that some people today, those critical thinkers within Africa, begin to question, put question mark on their legacies. And I say this why, because
but I did ask you earlier.
culturally-
Sorry, I did ask you earlier if you heard what he said towards there. I wish I had pushed it a bit quicker. What he spoke about Sudan, when he spoke about, for example, the president of Namibia.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, when he said that, the overstay of leaders, and then he said that, then look at Sudan, like Sudan, for example, we only build to destroy. As Africans leaders, they only build us so far, but then they destroy everything through wars, like internal conflict. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't think South Sudan or North Sudan build anything than just they have built only a pyramid of human skulls, human remains. Because if you look at it, none of them have ever established security to the people, have never established peace to the people. Instead, just caused more misery and suffering to the people for centuries. Half a century now we are in, and since the Sudan independent, and after South Sudan even got its independent, all we see these warlords are establishing only, a pyramid of human bodies on top, and they are sitting on top of it as kings. So when this guy talked about, I understand he's referring to the independence and also to the peace treaty that was done during that time, where they could have, they corrected themselves, but unfortunately they didn't correct themselves. They went back and committed the same atrocities, repeated the atrocity again, but this time in a new chapter, South Sudan and then North Sudan. But anyway, in that matter, that what I said is that these things that we see insignificant in our day-to-day life, it actually is part of our culture. We need to kind of investigate. We need to kind of delve into it and look at the side of it, the negative and the positive. And unfortunately, with the mindset, some of us unconsciously carry this mindset around them. Every time when we go try to talk about our right as people and our independence, we can, we will be revolutionaries. But once it comes to the holding that power or getting to that position, we begin to lack, initiative, because it comes to the point of where we start, because everybody now they're facing the reality. Because and it can give you an example of what happened to South Sudan when the independent was already been called for to be under referendum. Of course, this thing was a preparation. Before the independent was preparation. Of course, the regime or these warlords were given the amnesty, and also they were given more privileges, even money-wise, political-wise, but it was up to the people in South Sudan to choose if they want to be part of the Khartoum, the one Sudan, or be separate. And during that time, there was a campaign from the SPLM to go and tell, go guys, we separate, we got oil. So they were focusing on oil, they were focusing on that resource. They were not focusing on what is the task, what is our mission, what is our job. And these guys, of course, they thought it was just a child play. They never had this real wise mindset that this is a responsibility, this is a task, this is a mission, this is like a long process, a long thing that we need to really hold and care for. Unfortunately, they were just excited and overhyped by what's going on. The world is like encouraging, oh yeah, guys, you're going to be a new nation and we support you and all that. But imagine after the independent and before the independent, people were like us and others who objected or questioned that this independence of South Sudan from North Sudan, it's questionable because there is some things that we are worried about. One of them is the tribalism that is in this organization that is now promoting this independent, and then add to it there is atrocities have been committed and no one was accounted for, and add to it there was already a corruption happening from this organization called SPLM, and then the regime in Khartoum was maintaining its atrocities or continue its atrocities on the other group like Four and Nuba Mountain. So how could we just automatically get so excited and forget that we still have a lot way to go. And if this referendum got to be, who is going to represent? There is many questions that they could not answer, but people were just over, they got them to be excited only because we got oil and we'll be a rich nation, be equal. So people were just naive to follow in this emotional moment. And today I see some of them, but oh, don't be emotional. But who are they emotional? They are the one who emotional, because they were emotionally captivated by the wealth and the resources. They were not focused on how to build. And when we came to be a nation, this nation did not even last 1 year. It collapsed. And you could see the collapse from the start, but they did not want to talk about it. But then when it became reality, everybody was in the reality. They did not know what to do next. The only thing that was done, it was just more looting and more killing. And then people begin to cry. And then later now we are in the reality of nightmare. Not, I wish it was a good dream or reality that will be happy ending, but it's actually a nightmare. So what caused this kind of situation is because people lack to see the simple thing, and they feel like if they can go, they look at the higher point, but they don't look at the bottom, the center point, where they how to start. Because once you start from the center point, then you can reach to the higher point. And these things, it takes a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom in base of, when I do everything, I have to calculate my start and objective, and how can I reach to that objective? Because objective is not just a wishful thinking. Objective is actually calculation. You have to calculate things step by step until you reach to that level. And once you get there, then you begin to see the fruit of it. And then you begin to even increase more into, like, you want to have more objectives. So the situation with these kind of countries like Africa, even many countries have failed to that. Even Mugabe, I give another example of the late Mugabe. He achieved the objective of independence, but then later he became a dictator. And the people who once supported him and encouraged him and loved him began to hate him. And you could see the question, why did they hate him? And this is a question of how when people say there is leaders, they build it and they destroy it. It's actually not the leader, but we're all responsible. Because once the people are not able to see their importance and their significance as civilian, as society, what is our objective? And we just jump up because we see one person is more able to express his idea. Yes, it's good to express, but also with that expression, we have to help that leader if he's there to make sure he follows our demand, our right, respect our right, and achieve the things that we say he have to do it. So these leaders, when they get to power, most of the time, either by force, and majority of them by force, or they get popular support without even questioning the morality, or what we can say, the ethics of that person, because some of them turn out to be ethically corrupt. Like we have seen how much of this corruption within these leaders, especially when they get to power, they become to be the looters of the country. And you can see even in places like Khartoum, Juba, all these places, even Ethiopia, you see these people tend to, like this guy mentioned, like the president of Namibia. And I think even they had a scandal over there in their country where they talked about, these leaders are extending their time. They don't want to leave. They want to die in an old age in power. And you could tell you this greediness, this selfishness, because these people have never had an ethical background. Once you build an ethical background, then you can go forward. And how did this thing happen? It's happened with the society. If the society is not really holding the foundation of ethics as their moral guidance, then of course this society will always tend to have dictators. They will tend to be corrupt. They will tend to be barbaric and violent, and they will never go forward, because ethics is what guides every nation. Today you see an ethic is not about being good or evil, or being good or morally holy, as some people think. Ethics is actually about basing yourself on rules. Like you have to be disciplined based on, like, I'm not going to violate this because I have a specific thing. Because when you are controlling yourself, this is the most powerful thing to human, even in military and others, especially professional, not only militia, professional militaries. When you come to ethics, ethics has a background that holds you not to react based on whatever your impulse says. And reaction It's not necessarily have to be like what some people say, emotional reaction. Is the reaction based on whatever, drives you? Because, like, why do you think they have even brought the 10 Commandments when the 10 Commandments was given to men? Because we are morally corrupt by nature. Like, our nature, if it's not guided right, we always be corrupt. And you could see this in children. I'm sorry to go far, but you could see in children. Like, when a child is born, right? If you don't discipline the child, when he grows up or she grows up, she will tend to be corrupt and she will be very bad, especially in the like how we said in Sudan, of Wajnub Sudan, Jana bidallo, but she bikun kharban, like when you bidalla Jana and you give them that, you don't give him the discipline, the right discipline, and you don't guide him in the right guidance, definitely that child will be so morally corrupt, and you will never, that child, when he grows up or she grows up, it will be the worst regret for your life, because as a parent, even though I'm not a parent yet, but for those who are parents, they will have difficulties. And we have seen this. I've even seen it with my eyes, some people around me before, friends, and the way how they regret, the families regret their children have reached to a level of being mess, because they were never disciplined. So this thing starts from a beginning. And imagine if these people, like, they get to hold power, or they get to say they're fighting for freedom. But yes, they might be in their real intention, they have a good intention, but during that time, the process of that revolution, they're fighting and all that, when they reach that level of power, because that's when really you will see the true character of that person or this group, because this group can be corrupted so easily if they have never had a moral or like ethical guidance in their life, or ethical. And that's why you see a lot of these African leaders in general, with all this revolution that they started, the movement they have began talking about freedom for the people, equality and justice. When they get to the power, you see them, they have become the worst people. They're the one who are going to commit atrocities, killing and displacement of people, and they don't care. And they become so new to reality and truth. They will never accept it until somebody else overthrow them from power. And this is what the problem with these kind of situation. And then you look back and you wonder, is this the blame? You blame these kind of people, this is their mistake or the mistake of the people? I think from my side, maybe you can add something. I think it's both ways, Edie. Because why? From the other side, they never been guided in the right way when they moved. They went there with their impulse, like I said. They had a good intention, but their impulse actually overtook them when they got to power, and then you see them become to commit atrocities and corruption and all that. But also to the people's side is the people have lacked, they never came to their common sense to say, listen, it's our responsibility also to play a role with every movement comes out. And these movements have to adapt and listen to our demand, not just going out there and individual, and then you just have to be cheerleaders. Because a lot of these movements in Africa, they want you to be cheerleaders instead of being leaders, being part of the leadership. And they also want to dictate on you how to work with them. So this is not the way how we need. So the people are supposed to come up with a very strong and determining position, say, listen, you serve us, we don't serve you. If you're going to serve the people, you need to do what the people want. That's why you see in the Western countries when they talk about governments and politicians and parties, they always remind these parties and these politicians, like, you guys are serving us. We don't serve you. We can fire you anytime through election. And that's what you understand. This is the power of democracy. This is the power of where people are self-aware of their own rights and identity and their own position as a citizens. But once they don't have that, they will always be, naive and clueless, and they will always be guided by any moving wind. Fi star bejai, they will run after that, follow that bag, like Nabengul keys there, the plastic bag, they will run after it. So you could see the ignorance and the foolishness of our people, and it's our mistake in that side. But today we are better than the people before. Today we have learned something, and I hope our people will learn. And especially I say this to our fellow Equatorians who really need to look at themselves in the position of that the freedom that we want is not a freedom that we want people to follow people. We want freedom that where people will have the right to express themselves and then come to the conclusion that let's vote for it. Let's come to decisive moment where what is our right. And freedom is always good when people know their position, know their right, and also have self-discipline or ethics in the position of how to go forward. Because without ethics, we can be corrupted. We can be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. If we talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, we can worse than even than other countries, because this ethics is a moral compass to us as a society where we know where we touch things and where we cannot touch. Because if we don't have that, we will be lost. And that's why today you can see there's a lot of misunderstanding, even with the intellectuals among our people. What is democracy? Because sometimes they want to copy the Western democracy, and they want to copy, these ideas that was brought to them or implanted to them in their minds unconsciously, and they begin to try to copy it and bring it to our culture. And remember, we have a culture. We are a nation of many cultures, especially in the country called South Sudan or Sudan. We have many cultures, yes. Not to forget that, yes, there is an identity crisis, but these cultures also play a big role in what our society is supposed to, put that in consideration of where we're going forward. Because as a society, if we ignore the culture that we come from, and then we want to adapt a new culture and new knowledge, then we will have a clash. We have a big clash that it will not go far, only to be another disaster, and then it will even increase that identity crisis issue, because this identity crisis is also part of it. This kind of mix, class, culture clash, from different countries. Because today there is a lot of generation of ours who have lived outside home, and there is some people who have come from home, and they had their children outside, and yet their children might not even have a lot of knowledge about the culture back home, or they ignore it, or they even say, don't worry, it's my child. I know he can, or he or she can, just enjoy the life, because, she's Western now, he's Western now, so let's not worry about it. But he still himself is South Sudanese, or himself is from this tribe. But reality comes to this, when it comes, when they say reality come to the shelf, you find out that these kids, when they go back, they cannot adapt because they never understood the culture. They never learned. But they want to bring the culture that they have lived in for so long, or adapted into it. They want to bring it there, and it will be a clash. And this is something also we have to put in consideration. It's going to happen in the future when we are no longer here, especially for the generation to come. Because this thing is actually another dangerous, I would say another dangerous thing that is actually in process to come. It's a process right now. It's actually in a process where it will soon happen when when these kids, some of these kids become adult and they have the chance to go back home, they will have really hard time, because our society failed. And I'll tell you this, especially I've seen in the South Sudan in general, they have failed to build, to remind the generation that have been born in outside the country about the cultural importance. Yet the culture also, there is have negative and positive. Remember, we have to look back. We have negative in our cultures and we have positive. The negative in our cultures is that we do not appreciate women and children, because how women and children are treated as a commodity, where women, especially if you're female, and they will look at you in the process of marriage, they will have to put money and these things. I understand it's a cultural thing, but we have to also understand there is some things that we have to kind of delve into it and improve it better than making it worse. Because right now, even people have no respect for it, especially back home. Women, they can be kidnapped and sold out for cattle, or given to another man by force, and she's just a young woman, even not yet in a mature age. Or even this girl want to finish school, they don't give her a chance to go to school. They want her to get married, so they will tell her, just give up the school. You are a woman, you have the right to be only to your places in house and having children and that. So they don't give them the right thing. And this kind of culture is also a clash to this generation that's outside. And you look at it, in that perspective, such things to develop a nation, it will be, you might see it as simple, but this thing will actually hinder the nation building, or even in a way of how we go forward as a society. Because if the society cannot resolve their own things that we see insignificant as some of these people who always want to talk about, yeah, politics is part of what society is. But if you ignore these small things in the society, definitely that political game that you're going to is going to, come to crash once these things are not solved. Because today you could look at some countries who are struggling from cultural issues. Even in India, there is an issue of cultural and class differences, and this thing, some people think it's not there, but it's there. And then a lot of them, sometimes even they get into a fight, community, society. If you heard about the Sikh and the Hindus and the Muslims and the Christians, they have a lot of differences. Now they cannot even, like the Hindus now are taking over political power in India, and they're playing a big role of discriminating against the other non-Hindus or non-Indian, and those who do not practice Hinduism, or they don't see them as Hindus, and they would begin to discriminate, even though they talk about democracy, because India is the oldest, they said, democratic nation or whatever. But unfortunately, if you look at it, it has failed in that perspective. Yet they copy the Western democracy, but they're never able to adapt it to their culture. And you could see the clash in the culture of Hindus, and that's why even India and Pakistan separated as a nation, because the Hindus in the Indian was Hindus, and those Muslim in Pakistan felt like, you guys are offending us, you're not giving us our rights. So there was a separation of two nations. And this thing happened during the time of the independence. That's the first, actually, colonized nation that actually took their independence. I don't think other countries before them, India was first, and then later other countries, and then African countries came in the 50s, 60s, and so on. But India was before that. India, after World War II, did not even take long. They got their independence. So you could see this crash, these culture clashes in politics or the development of a nation. If people cannot try to bring something to put as something to close the gap, it will be difficult. So I'll stop here, Didi. I don't want to go far to, on that point, but this is what I just want to put.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to highlight something. Again, I think I did earlier. Sorry, but then move on to what the next one that is interesting, and then we can move on in the final one quickly and look at it and listen to it. Did you see the connection of the incidents that are happening in the various countries of the Africa? I'm not saying that the leaders of Africans are, the African leaders they are not guilty, but because for example, there's something that called the free will, that basically we are created with free will. You're free to do anything you want, but that free will comes with consequence. Quite. For example, you can kill anybody you like. You can just walk down the street and kill anybody. You're free to do that, but under the law, you will still face consequence. So you have free will. So whatever your free will is, it should not actually suppress someone else freedom to life. So what happened here is what I see, for me, what he was saying, the president of Namibia, that the question of why do we stay long in power, and then when he talk about that, look at Sudan, what is going on in Sudan. We build, but then at the end of the day we destroy, you see. So Sudan has built so far since after colonial. They have gone only so far within, I think he actually going into, for example, even if the economy is but and then he thinks about the developmental aspect, that they have spent money to build all these buildings and looks like they are going somewhere, but then to only fall back and then collapse and then become South Sudan and Sudan. And then again, of course, South Sudan is going with this craziness, and then again they have some parts of people over there that are still fighting. Sudan is still going on fighting. I think this is where he's coming from. That's why he was asking that that look at, the whole world is laughing at us. Like we become the laughing stock. Africa has always been the laughing stock. Like, that's why people cannot respect us. This is really huge. And if he's mentioning that about Sudan, he didn't even dare yet talk about, South Sudan. That this is really huge, that people does not respect us because of the mindset, this mindset of internal conflict. We always tend to create internal conflicts, and then also plus using our tribes to build walls and cluster the walls. These are the things that he talks about, it really deep things that, why African leaders are not waking up to that. So I think that's what I just wanted to re-highlight it, just in case to capture command then Nasanin and miss out, just in case to have an idea what you've been elaborating on. And so what do you reckon about that?
Well, there's
and
one
then
thing
after
I could
that
say.
I'll just play this video one after another.
Absolutely, thank you. No, what I will highlight on this is that, like I said, democracy that is in Africa is just a word. It's never been like I never seen any African country up to this moment
like this,
actually understood. The African politicians, if any leader in Africa who talk about democracy never understood democracy. And I can even go back to the time when Africans were actually believing in socialism. Today, even the word socialism is no longer in the mouths of these new politicians of Africa. If you look back, people like, I could say Patrice Lumumba in Congo, Mandela, which we will have a discussion on him, and his African National Congress Party, or the ANCP, they were in the word of socialism. Even the person from Angola, I forgot his name, was also, he just recently died or something like that. He was a socialist, and he was helped by Cuba, and Cuba actually helped them a lot because Russia did not help. Russia, during the time of Soviet Union, they did not play a big role, only just a little bit. But you could see that these Africans talked about socialism, and this socialism, even though it's a foreign, we could say a foreign idea or concept, because from the manifesto of Communist Manifesto from what's his name, Karl Marx. Karl Marx actually encouraged socialism. Even he talked about Africa in that perspective about socialism, and the injustice was committed against Africans. But unfortunately, Africa never reached to that socialism because they killed a lot of them, or they overthrew them. Even Mengistu of Ethiopia was a socialist or was communist, but he was overthrown. Even Goering used the word socialism, but then later he switched. He reversed his side and began to talk about nationalism. He's a nationalist. He's a Sudanese nationalist. He believed in the new Sudan. So you could see this game became something that a lot of these politicians use. And why? Because they're terrified by the Western nations, how they have eliminated many of these socialist leaders. And you could see also, to be favored or to be supported, you have to eliminate the word socialism or communism so you can go forward. And then when Africa began to adopt the democracy, they failed even to achieve it. Yet they failed to achieve communism or socialism. And again, they failed to even build this so-called democracy. Because when you talk about democracy, okay, if you look at democracy in the West and look at democracy in Africa, it's completely, totally different. Even you go back to these countries in Middle East, also democracy is different, because these Middle East countries, mostly they either, like I will say some countries were secular, but mostly were also totalitarian governments, like Syria. And if you talk about Lebanon is more complex. It's not even democratic, but yet they practice it based on, everybody have to share, like Muslims and Sunni, Shia, Christians, Druze, and other sect, have to share power based on the nationality of Lebanon. So they are more nationalists. When it comes to Middle East, like countries like Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Dubai, all of them are kings, and also they're controlling the country based on that power. And you look at Egypt and other countries, also totalitarian countries, but nationalists. So When it comes to these countries, the dark countries, what we call the dark countries or dark nations, where the Africans are original Africans, you can see the failure in these leaders. Most of these leaders came in not democratically. They came in promising democracy. Even we can go to this guy of Rwanda, and we can go to people like Museveni of Uganda. Maybe Kenya, but Kenya is also not really democratic as they claim. You go to Ethiopia, you go to many countries like I can mention here. They have failed democracy. They said they're going to bring democracy, but they never achieved it because either became totalitarian government, like what's Museveni and Paul Kagame, and also Congo, or you could see it becomes like a family-oriented business, like in Kenya, where the family of Kenyatta, what is his name, Kenyatta, or whatever those people, and they gotta be like individuals, people who've been part of the revolution. Their children will always be the inheritors of these movements, and they will continue to dominate the political arena. There will be no right for others to express themselves, even though they play that they are giving people right, but there is a lot of differences in classes and in things. So this is not the democracy that Western people have established in their nations. If you look at the countries, it's about the individual, achievement based on where you go and what you did. And you can actually, if you find the right place, you will get what you want. But if you go to the wrong place, you will not get there. So you could see today, even like in these foreign countries, in Western countries, you see today, even migrants, when they achieve something, if they have objective one day, they want to be leaders or they want to represent political parties. If they really have a good credit in their life, they went to schools and did their best, they will be given that chance and privilege, and they will become representative for the people of that country. But in Africa, where could you see that? You will see somebody who got educated well enough in foreign countries mostly, because even the homeland, you have to have friends or you have to be connected or relative so you can get there to be at least in the political arena, and then you can play your role. But of course, when you get there in these African countries, you're not even going to help the people. You become more of the corrupt elites, and then later you see these countries have come to destruction, and you will see the oppression continues, and you see the classes is getting even wider, and you will never see any democratic value has been built in that nation, only to see a few people are ruling the country and the rest are just peasants, and even less than peasants. Because imagine, the poverty within these countries is a sign of where the democracy is. So if there is a democracy, poverty would never be in that level. There would be a chance of equal right. People would progress based on freedom and equality on that matter. So this is how I see this Western ideas is of democracy and development is not going hand in hand with what the leaders in Africa is doing, because African leaders have always embarrassed us with their actions. They say something, but when it comes to action, they are opposite that what they say. And you can see it in these countries when it comes to poverty, it comes to inequality, because actually there's a big, huge number, like a huge standard of inequality in that continent, especially in those African countries. Wherever you go, even if they have stability, you look at the building. Come on, some people, they measure the success of African countries through the how many high skyscrapers is built, or Amarat. Let me tell you, those things are not the measure of success. This is just building that even, and if you look back, it's not even built by those African investors. Some of them, these African investors, either they are only just what do you call, representatives of these foreign entities that are coming from outside and playing a big role in the economy in these countries. You could even see Chinese are using, not China in particular, but Europeans and all those things, using those African leaders. And then if you see any African person who says he's a businessman, you have to ask yourself, is he related to any of these leaders or these politicians? Because somehow you find that someone is connected to these leaders, and that's why you see their wealth is coming from there. And of course, they will invest with other countries or these what you call exploiters of Africa, because most of these businessmen who come to Africa from outside, they're coming to exploit the minerals or the resources that is in that nation. And these people always like to collaborate with some of the so-called businessmen or women within these countries. And I can give you example of the daughter of Angolan former late president. I forgot his name, Silva or something. This girl is now actually under scrutiny because what she had done, she's half Russian and half Angolan. Like her mother is Russian and her father is Angolan. And the funny thing about it, that this girl is they said she's the millionaire, a billionaire in that country. She's the only billionaire in that country. And imagine the wealth that she acquired or accumulated is only from her father. And her father is a dictator. And you could see, and this man was once a freedom fighter, according to what he was known in his resume. He was a man who fought for the freedom of Angola against the Portuguese and against those Western influences, even against the apartheid of South Africa, because South Africa was actually trying to control Angola through Semembe. But of course, Semembe never even reached there. So Cuba helped. And imagine when he became, when he got his country, he became the leader. He never even respect the people who sacrificed their life. He made sure that the wealth goes into some individuals. So you could see the inequality in these kind of countries when it comes to these leaders. They forget that they have objectives to do or mission to work on, and they let the people down. And that's why this guy was saying, we embarrass they embarrass the world, Africa, through the way how they behave, because now you could see their country is needy. Even when he brought China, it became worse. And then yet they will say, we have a millionaire. And we look at these millionaires, they're all related, or they're all either the girlfriend or the wife or their children, something like that, or relative. But it will never be from the bottom to the top like where you see in the West.
And then there was that president, Africa, that Cabo, sorry. I had to apologize. I wanted to apologize to people because I keep coughing, especially in Facebook and YouTube. They will listen me a lot coughing. Also in the other video, in the other live, I also apologize in Clubhouse. People didn't get to notice.
You're good. I know
people didn't know what was going on. What people on the other social side, network on the other side, they hear me cough a lot. So I wanted to apologize. I know I'm unwell, but I'm not supposed to do it, but I had to do it because also this is far, and we had to run this series according to the current situation that is happening. So the country that that Senegal and Munu had to come in and drive the president out, and then the president took off. One of those Muslim countries.
Jame.
It's called
Jame of I think
next to Senegal. I think the country is used to be part of Senegal. Is a small country. Is within Senegal. I think they say it or something like that. Yeah, something weird that is within Senegal or something, or it's just part of Senegal, a small country.
You mean
Gambia. I think Gambia too. The president is actually Gambia. I think the president uses the wealth of the country basically as his own, finance.
There is one also stuff like that by name. I think Mozambique too.
Yeah,
Mozambique, the same thing. Their
sons, their daughters are crazy wealthy, and the people are just poor and suffering. Yeah, but right now Gambia is thriving now a bit. I think is that Gambia or somewhere else here.
Well, to be honest, this country is still on debt. I don't think they're thriving because the people still struggle. And the one thing about it, the most poorest people in the world, with all the wealth they have, natural resources, is in the continent of Africa. Even Asia, with the poverty they have, they try to help their civilians to get a better life, to education, or even these people sometimes talk about the sweatshop, right? Sweatshop, marking them as like, oh, sweatshop. These like cheap laborers. But guess what? These cheap laborers sometimes they really get somewhere and then they start establishing their business. But if you look in Africa, if you're poor, you're doomed to be poor. That's how I noticed. Only you have to get out of the country. And that's the saddest and the most dangerous thing, because once people migrate, they don't even know if they will make it in these countries. Like you see how many Africans have went to Libya and Tunisia, Morocco. They say they want to go to Europe. And then guess what? A lot of them, they die in the sea. because they are desperate, because their governments are not giving them the opportunity for education, for economic opportunity. Because you see, in the West they give them that, but you have to have a different standard. And this is the sad thing about African countries. They don't see that. They really abuse the people, especially these leaders. And then also the people are afraid to argue the government. Only they want somebody who's strong enough to get them. And then they put their hopes either in migration or either in another opposition or warlords to come out from outside to come and defeat these dictators. And this is the cycle of our failure as a society, as a nation, as a country. And I don't know what's your thoughts in it, but this is how I see it. Are you there, Didi?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to get the recording right direct to where we want it.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, play the other recording. And again, I want to appreciate those who are with us. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. We appreciate your time. And if you have any questions or any thoughts, please put your thoughts in writing or come up. You want to say anything? You're welcome. What we want is we just don't want to just talk and people cannot, because we want also kind of hear also from your perspective, especially in the matter of what's going on. Today, like we said, we're talking about in general Sudan and South Sudan and also the African continent. And if you look at Sudan, definitely Sudan a little bit different in the matter of how they handle the situation with civilians compared to what is in South Sudan. South Sudan, we have been run by militia, by warlords, tribal warlords who are not even competent enough to lead a country, nor even honest enough or have dignity to let the people govern themselves. Instead, they are the one who competing or making sure that they dominate for this power. And yet, you look at the economy, it's in a very miserable moment. South Sudan is behind. Economically, we are in debt. Worse, our debt is higher than North Sudan. Imagine, we just recently got independent. Now we are almost a teenager, because how many years now since we became almost there? We're not yet teenagers, but we're going to be teenagers soon. So we're in an age where...
Isn't it 18 years now? Yeah.
11, no, if 11? We talk about 2011, 2011, now 2023. Yeah, so it's a different time. So still we're not teenagers, but we are there. We have to take out the 2005. 2005 was just a process of where we can get to independent, But we look at it, South Sudan have never imagined, nobody imagined that South Sudan today would be economically in this disarray. But for us, when we saw SPLM is holding these papers or this fawatir dawla, we knew that they're going to mess up. We knew that this thing is going to be a train wreck. And now we're in a train wreck. We're actually in a crash. We crashed. And the economy is just beyond. That's why you see, imagine, nation devalued their currency through a foreign currency. Can you imagine that, Didi? That's so just ironic and really ridiculous. الناس ديل استخدموا الدولار في دولة وهم كونوها. يلا الدولار قام دمر الجنيه بتاعهم درجة سخيف جدا. And they don't feel any common sense in that matter. And this is the failure of economic. I don't know who is those economists they call themselves. Or sometimes even I question this thought of people say we want the government of technocrat, because if these are the technocrats right now who are running the country, calling themselves technocrat, and they're at the same time rebel leaders, and at the same time who also playing these economic investors or whatever they call themselves, diplomats, and they cannot even do the right thing of how to maintain and elevate the economy. Instead, they destroy the economy by themselves because the corruption. And that's why they say anything that is corrupt will never last. But anything that starts with genuineness, perfect, will always last forever. And the debt today in South Sudan is more than the debt in Khartoum. Khartoum could manage. That's why I say Khartoum level is different. Khartoum, actually, from the time of independence, Khartoum, even though it was by a specific group, which is calling themselves Arab. Those are the groups who actually maintain the country in a standard because they had support also from these neighboring countries, including Egypt, the Gulf countries, even Britain. They did work with them, and to the extent a lot of them have, reached to a level where they actually knew how to maintain it. Even during the Mary, we were not that even a Geneva Sudan or the Guinea Sudanese pound, but today, look at South strengthening. Anything in the economy instead of money. So it shows you worse. I could expect this in a country where there is, like if it's not new, I could say a country that have been always messed up, like in Haiti. Haiti have been always destroyed since the time of independence. And Haiti independence started from what? After the American independence, not that long, or before the American independence. But Haiti never progressed economically because they didn't have anything, because the leaders there were dictators. But imagine South Sudan. We were supported by international community. United States was there. Europe was there. Even African nations were there. Like European countries, the most strongest powers, United States, Troika, Norway, Britain. It could have been a great nation if there was somebody who's wise enough to lead it and wise enough to understand the economic power. But they failed in that economy. And it's just to my best be out of it. We are ready. And no, you're not. You don't even know how to run a country. No, nonetheless, you can't even help the country to evolve. So I'll stop here, Didi. But yeah, play that audio if you're ready. I will listen to it. Make sure you unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I'm late a bit. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a lot of things. Yeah.
You take your time.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it now. So, I might skip this guy a bit. He's kind of explaining things a bit. So,
So, someone is trying to enter the border of South Africa by force. I'll repeat that again. By force, regardless of what the government of South Africa is trying to say. Watch this video more careful because it really concerns you. I'll see you after then for more analytics.
In September of that same year, we received a letter addressed to the president, but copied to me and the Minister of International Relations from a lawyer practicing in South Africa in Roodepoort, who is understood to have studied in the US, saying she is representing an American NGO, and she's informing us that the NGO has got 2 plane loads of Afghan nationals who are on the tarmac already in Kabul, and we must allow them to land in South Africa.
Okay.
For asylum while they are waiting for the US to vet them, presumably. Of course, we took offense. Why such a request can be made?
It's not more like an instruction. You must allow them.
Yeah, well, he said, I'm writing this letter to inform you that there are Afghans there. This is what you must do. It actually states what you must do. And it goes on then to lecture us about international obligations which we have entered into and our own Refugee Act. It's a 2-page lecture about these obligations, etc. So we said, no, we can't accept this. And we ignored them completely. And nothing happens. Fast forward last week, on the 16th of February, our immigration officials at Beit Beach Brother Post in Musina,
Right.
they received a letter from a group of lawyers, this time not from Roodepoort, from here in Melrose Arc, a huge legal firm, because they wrote all their names there to show that they are huge, saying, look, we represent 22 people. They don't mention their names. They don't mention nationalities. We are representing them. And in a short while, they will be arriving at the border post. We request you to prepare a transit visa in terms of Section 23 of the Immigration Act to allow them into South Africa to apply for asylum. While we're still surprised because people applying for asylum are not preceded by letters from lawyers and all that. When you apply for asylum, you are running away. You just appear there at the border, you know. So this one was being prepared for by lawyers. But a short while later, a bus did indeed arrive at Beitbridge,
Right.
carrying 22 people who are Afghan nationals, but also 3 Americans inside. One of the Americans is a lady, went out into the building and said, look, we are applying for asylum. And he said, with an American passport, what? Then the Afghan nationals here who need to apply because they are in danger from the Taliban. So the official said, bring one of them who speaks English. Let's understand this whole thing because it was not they couldn't comprehend it. So the gentleman came in. When he showed them the passport showed that they've actually been in Zimbabwe for 30 days. They entered on the 20th of January, and now they are saying they are applying for asylum. And the passport also shows that they entered Zimbabwe via a visa. And the Zimbabweans said, no, this was a visitor's visa. They said they are on holiday when they came here.
Right.
And we gave them the visas at the airport on arrival. This is called visa on arrival. So anyway, our officials said, no, you can't go in.
You didn't give them?
No, we didn't. We didn't allow them to go in. We said, we are taking the bus back to Harare from Beitbridge. The American lady protested strongly that she has already paid for everything, for the bus and all that. And anyway, that's a story, it's not ours. Then the following day, that's Friday, the 17th, they then appear at the border with a court order that say we must allow them in pending the hearing of the case on the 7th of March. But we must allow them in.
Right.
Yes. So our first shock was we don't remember being served with any papers. Because when somebody suing you, they must give you papers.
So you hadn't received any documentation
No,
prior to this?
we hadn't. By that time, we hadn't. We just saw a court order. Then when we checked, we found that, something terrible has happened, which we believe was deliberate. The court case was sitting here in Pretoria. They came here to Pretoria. But they served the documents to a junior official at Beitbridge through an email. It's an official who doesn't sit in the office because he's a supervisor at the border. He moves around. So they sent these papers, they served them to him on the email. And then he discovered them 4 hours later that, here is an email that you were suing us. When he conducted Pretoria, they were already back from court, where they showed the judge that we served these people 4 hours ago. They never responded. And the judge gave them the order. But we believe or suspect that the judge might have seen that there's something fishy here. So while giving the order, he also said he's giving us 24 hours in terms of rules of anticipation. These are legal jargons that we must come to court within 24 hours and anticipate the 7th of March. So we did go on Saturday to court and said, no, we are not implementing this, judge. These are our reasons. And they were saying we are in contempt of court. We argued it for about 3 hours, and the judge ruled that, no, we shouldn't implement it. He will rather recall the date of the 7th, bring it forward to today. So as I'm sitting here at 4 o'clock, we are sitting in court now, in a full court, no longer for an interim order to hear the whole story.
Well, before I get to give you my analytics and my point of view on this one, let us try first to refresh your mind of what is this all about. We all saw on TV in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 and 2022, Americans had to withdraw their troops in Afghanistan after 20 good years that they've been in that country. Now, since they announced this, Americans, they were worried about the Afghanistans that had helped them. You remember Americans, when they go to some places, they don't work alone. They have to work with the citizens of that country to facilitate them on how to dominate or imposing their leadership in that particular sector. So they were kind of like worried about Afghanistans who were busy helping them in secret. Now they decided, they said that no, the only things we can do for them right now is to take them with us to America and give them some residence or citizenship according to what they had agreed.
I think I'm going to
Isn't it?
skip this guy that is
And
explaining.
that is something we all get to see in the media, all the TV
It's good.
news.
Yeah,
the
I'm listening to it. It's very interesting.
Taliban.
I have a comment
Now
about
you're busy choosing other countries in the world for you to go and impose these people to live there. That is a question we would like to know because it's very important. But before I even get to develop my point of view on this part, I'm inviting you first to have listened to what was the answer of the Minister of Home Affairs when they asked him what could be the motivation behind this. Because there have to be a motivation. Americans are not that fool. For them to leave such big country in Europe like France, Germany, UK, Belgium, leaving all these countries for them to come in South Africa, for them to give these people to be given a refugee status. That there have to be a motivation behind it. So let's first listen to what the minister said. I'll be back after that.
Minister, with that being said, what do you think could be the intention of what happened here? You know, from the lawyer's side, from the Afghanistan national side, because you call this more of an undermining and ambush to South Africa's sovereignty. But in your view, what could be the motive behind what you just shared with us right now?
Yeah. Can you hear me clear now?
Now you're clear.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're clear. Earlier it was in the matrix. I think
all right.
network.
Basically, the lady, the interview.
Yeah, you can stop if
it's just coming.
Sovereignty, but in your view, what could be the motive behind what you've just shared with us right now?
Tumelo, it's difficult to know the motive, but what I could tell you, I think we are being undermined. There's a belief that everything in South Africa obtains. You can go there and do whatever you want at any time you want. The constitution and the legal system of the country will allow you to do so. And that's basically because if it's true that the people are being persecuted, why cross so many countries and even enter Zimbabwe and spend 30 days there and come here? In court, the lawyers produced a document written in Arabic, not translated, but written in Arabic. And they say, I can't remember whether they said it's a death warrant or a warrant of arrest, but something to that effect, that from the Taliban. It shows that these people are in trouble. It's not translated. We don't even know the authenticity of it, but they produce it in court that these people are in danger. Now, in court, something also very funny happened. They tell the judge, something very funny was uttered. They tell the judge that these people were in Pakistan, and the Taliban went to Pakistan to attack them. That's why they had to leave. And my question is, now does it mean they're saying, let them come to South Africa? When the Taliban attacks, it must attack South Africa? Because we all know the Taliban, yes.
So those are your worries, those are your concerns?
Of course.
Are we calling more problems for the country?
If I bring many people here with all this crime that is going around, and the Taliban said, if it's true that they are really looking for these people, and they come and say, so South Africa has about them, let's go there. What am I going to say to the population? What am I going to say to South Africans? That I allowed people here who we don't know, and now they're crossing crossfires. Maybe there will even be suicide bombers and suicide bombs and all that. I can't take such a chance.
Guys, the motive to all this, the truth is that we are being undermined. And here I have to agree with Minister of Home Affairs. It makes really sense in what he said here, because it does not make sense where you get to see Americans leaving all the countries in the world just for them to come and jump in South Africa. For what reasons? Look, let me tell you something. If there is a place where these people are supposed to be more safe, there is no other place in the world right now these people can be more safe than America itself. So why Americans could not take them straight away to America? Because when you get to listen to Minister of Home Affairs, Aaron, he gets him to explain that according to the letter that these people wrote to the Home Affairs, they saying that these people, they were even in Pakistan, and Taliban went and attacked them there, trying to kill them. Okay, so the message is trying to say here is that Americans are trying to say that since these people, they were attacked in other country outside of Afghanistan, in Pakistan, which means if South Africa have to welcome them today, then tomorrow, this so-called Taliban, they'll come and try to attack them within South Africa. That is the message they're trying to do here. And guys, for just to refresh again your mind with a small history, I'm going to give you example of DRC, Republic Democratic of Congo. These people, today, you get to see what is happening in the east of Congo. Do you know why? Where the war's been there for years and years. And today, now, they are busy nonsense saying that, it is Rwanda's behind all this. That did not start today. Obviously, the only mistake the DRC, back then it was a Zaire, led by Mobutu Sese Seko. The only mistake they made was when they allow the people who were coming, who are running the genocide in Rwanda, they welcome them in the east of Republic of Congo as a refugee. They give them the place to sleep, they give them the food to eat, and the next tomorrow, Rwanda, with Paul Kagame, they decided to start attacking these people inside the other country for the obvious reasons, because Kagame is afraid that these people, since they have left the country, they might go and organize themselves some days and come back to deal with my government. So that is the reason why you get to see this fight keep on continuing each and every time in the Republic of Democratic of Congo, all because they have showed that a love of welcoming other Africans. And I'm afraid to say that if we can't open our eyes right now and try to understand what is happening right now, this is the same thing will happen, because we all know how these people they are. We all know how Afghanistan's, Taliban's, all those people, we know how they are. And we know how dangerous these people they are. They're the one who create a terroristic attack. They're the one who behave like a Osama bin Laden. These people, they are capable of anything. So if Americans, they're afraid to take these Afghanistans back home in America with them, and they're choosing South Africa like the right place to go and place these people, obviously they're trying to put South Africa government with the conflict within these Afghanistan's or Taliban's, who will have to come and start attacking South Africa, and will attack South Africa because they'll be accusing South Africa, saying that we're not attacking you, we are actually attacking the people you have protect, the people that you have given protection in your country. I don't know if you get me, you are following me so far. So it is very, very dangerous, and this everyone, instead of you sitting, distracting yourself about which political party you support, which individuals you love the most, these are the things you need to open your eyes on. Yes, where's Operation Dudula? This is where we need to see you. Where is the Soweto Parliament? This is where we need to see you. You guys protesting on the street, supporting the Home Affairs minister, so that the court, they can come up with something better. Because if Americans, they can run away from taking the responsibility to give these people place, which means they have their reasons that they don't want to take that risk, and now they are trying to impose it on South Africa. And what surprised me the most is when I get to see minister saying that they have even to lecture South Africa of what they had signed for.
It goes on then to lecture us about international obligations which we have entered into, and our own Refugee Act. It's a 2-page lecture about these obligations, etc. So we said, no, we can't accept this, and we ignore them completely, and nothing happens. Fast forward last week, on the 16th of February,
when it comes to the international law of refugee, and trying to remind South Africa that you guys, when you sign this, which means you don't have the right to refuse to give these people asylum. Well, it is true. South Africa, they have signed, the government back then, they have signed for that. But you don't need to impose yourself on that. That's number one. Number two, all the refugees, we have refugees who are coming from DRC, Ghana, Nigeria, around the world, who are in this country. What did they do? They come in a very running way, like you show up, you don't need a lawyer. You go by yourself and try to defend yourself. and try to explain the Home Affairs how your life has been in danger, so that the Home Affairs will get to help you and give you a refugee status or any asylum seeker. But for the first time, I'm going to see this kind of refugees who are coming. They do not even show up at the Home Affairs. Instead, they are lawyers. They're the one who shows up at the Home Affairs, and at the same time, they're showing up themselves inside the court. So they are trying to impose how powerful they are. And to make even things more interesting, these people, they were in Zimbabwe for almost 30 days. Why did they not do this in Zimbabwe? Why are them coming to South Africa?
It stopped.
It can't work with
government
and anyone they try to
it's just
turn their
network,
backs on them.
but it's just
And
basically
the ANC, they've
he
been
goes
doing
on.
that for some.
Come on, he goes on explain just like why they're doing this and what happened to Gaddafi and stuff like that. If you want to hear that, I think it's about like just 1 minute to finish or some second.
Okay.
So
Let's go. Yeah, let it. Yeah, 1 minute. If it has 1 minute, no problem. Let it finish 1 minute, then we can put our thoughts in it.
Against South Africa government, just in case if ANC government and anyone they try to turn their backs on them, and the ANC they've been doing that for some times now. I'm gonna give you a very easy example. See what is happening in Russia. Americans and Europeans, British. When I'm talking about Europeans, I'm saying British, Germany, France, so on and so on. These people, they've been trying by all means to neutralize all the Russians supporters. I mean, like all the countries that are supporting Russia. They're trying to impose, like trying to force them by force for them to go and support what they're having against Russia. And when it comes to Africa, get involved in these matters because we also what you guys did with Saddam Hussein, we also what you guys did with Muammar Gaddafi and so many leaders in the world. So you always want people to bow, walk on their knees and worship you. If someone have to go against your will, then you want to use everyone to turn against that person. So we don't want to be part of that. That is the very strong message African Union, with their leadership, they have announced to the world about it. Now, when it comes to a particular case of South Africa, they know that South Africa have a very big influence in Africa. In order for African countries to get to support our ideas, we need to have a big country such as South Africa so that they can support us. And they came to us and asked South Africa so that they can support them. And I remember President Ramaphosa refused immediately, saying that Russia is our partner and we're not going to do such things. For that reason, I have told you before, this is something that Americans, they're not going to sit and just keep quiet. They'll try to find a way of punishing South Africa in one way or another way. And they know very well that South Africa, so far, it is a democracy country and there is no any war or any drama like rebellions or terrorist attacks or anything like that. So they thinking that, no, we need to do something. They want to create something as the way they did create in the Republic of Democratic of Congo, DRC. The way they did create some trouble there. The more there's too much trouble in that country, the more they keep on benefiting from the mineral of Congolese people. So that is the same thing they are actually trying to do right now. They want to create some dramas within in the country so that they'll be able to be there as the first people to bring the solution. And we all know wherever they go, they never bring a solution. You never want to give me one country which you have seen Americans they walk through in and they came out with a proper or succeeding solution to that country. Obviously, every time there will always be drama after drama, especially if they have left from that country. So they kind of like trying to see now what measurement can we use? Because we're not just going to say that these people are Afghanistans. These people, they might be mercenaries. Yes, commandos who are being sent in a special mission. These people could be terrorists. We're never gonna know. So we don't just need to let people in because it is written in the law, because we have signed what in the United Nations. For sake. No, man. That is something that we need to open our eyes. These are the same people. Recently, last year, in Santon, they got the courage to announce to people of South Africa in the media, remember, saying that no, there is a terrorist attack which is being prepared. Therefore, we are denouncing this so that the government of South Africa, they should know about it. For what reason, dude? How could you be a visit at someone's house and you see the danger, or a toti who's trying to enter that house, instead of you letting the owner of the house, who knows the house very well, that no, I'm seeing something fishy here. Come, here's the proof. You're not doing anything like that. You jump out of the house, you go on the street and start shouting loud, saying that no, there is someone who's about to enter that house to steal. This is the way they are trying to cause some trouble. So it is up to our government to open their eyes and get to see what they can do about all this, because this is something, I mean, guys, imagine this country if we have to start dealing with a Boko Haram or DRC massacre or terrorist attack and all those kind of things. With all these crises that we are having already, can you imagine how bad things will look like? So I think here we all need to support the Minister of Home Affairs. Yes, we need to support him. We need to give him a hands up. And these things, now that he's inside the court, let them win this court. And these people, Americans, if they were coming on their own, maybe it was going to be more easy and very easy to understand. But since it is Americans who are behind these people, since it is American who's supposed to be accommodating these people in their country, they are not doing so. I mean, we are not that stupid for us just to let these kind of things take place, because your future, our future, depends on it. Thank you so much for watching this video. It was very important that I bring it to attention so that we can both be in the same page, because we are risking. Trust me.
And this is really interesting one. Hello, Cookie. Cookie's here with us, Odysseus. How are you, Cookie? Good to see you. You've graced us here. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, thank you, sister. I can hear you. I just woke up and was interested to hear that voice too. Thank you. Thanks for welcoming me.
Yeah, good to have you here. So welcome.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually so interesting. We here doing series based on Sudan, South Sudan, the conflict in Sudan, and then the ongoing one in South Sudan as well, and then comparing, and then what is going in Africa. And then we looked at one video. We had a series the other day talking about, we captured all what is happening within the country of Sudan. It's basically historical things, some things to do with identities, culture, religion, also multiplication of the foreign interference, such as like the West, the Arab nation and Europe and stuff like that. So a lot of conflicts that are happening over there. So, and then today we say let's just continue with went a video of a Namibian president that was talking about basically why leaders like to overstay powers and how sometimes we use our tribes to build walls and cluster them and something like that. And then he goes on to talk about like giving example, like look what is happening in Sudan. We always build to only just go a little farther. We build something, but then we destroy it to only come down to destroy it. And then he talks about now like people laugh at us, because we are always in conflict, internal conflict. Why are we doing this? Why can't we just move forward? When we start building, why can't we just move forward? We build a little bit and then we start having this internal conflict and we destroy everything down. And then this guy's here. This is for you and Odysseus. It has to do with like we like I mentioned that this thing also has to be with some foreign influences in it. This conflict, as the title of this series. I couldn't fit it all up here or there, but in the Arabic one I fit it a bit. So, it's like, the conflict in Sudan, South Sudan, and present conflict, and also the future conflict that is to come if it's not prevented. And we could see like all these presidents are trying to like, all that the other president was giving a heads up, a warning to people, like, let's learn from our mistakes. And then in South Africa, they were really shocked by some, I think 20 Talibans that you guys went over there and did some stuff, and then all of a sudden the recent issues that America had issues with, they couldn't protect the people that they promised to protect that were working. They've been working with, in order to be in a country, you guys had to work with somebody from the country for translation, for stuff like that. And then later on, you promise this person that you'll take them with you. But what I don't understand here, when you're living in your helicopters, in your what do you call it? In your the tank and stuff like that, when you're loading, when you're loading your tanks in and everything, why are you not loading these people? Because there are only few people to take with you. Like, for example, in this case, it's only 20 people or something. So why are you not taking these people with you? Why do you tend to leave these people, and then there is this limbo and this purgatory people has to go through? There is this confusion and something like that, and then you have to take them to a different country, or like last time people were climbing on the plane, falling off the plane and stuff like that. Why you put the life of people in jeopardy? And then in the beginning you give them a lot of promises, and now these promises is hanging down on South Africa. So South Africa is feeling that just like we spoke about it, that there's a lot of influences that are creating all these problems in Africa right now. The fear is, I'm seeing that Africa might wind it up and end up like for example the Taliban country. Even they came back to it, but like Syria or something like that, the battleground, because you get Russia there reaching out, then you get America. Usually the wars that these people fight, they don't fight in their own country, they fight in somebody else's country in Africa. And then in one brief video that we will run it through, that one is shortest of all, that I think something like that talks about how Africa is very vital to them, very, very important to them. So these conflicts that have been happening in Africa, and these leaders allowing themselves to be used in using people in tribal lines and stuff like that, as you see what is happening in Sudan, and Sudan use those leaders in South Sudan, and then something like that, and it comes down from the top ladder, which is the Arabian countries and stuff like that. So, and then also you got the West also interested in something, in some things, in that sub-Sahara side of Africa. So South Africa found themselves that all of a sudden those people came in. Isn't it interesting, guys, as you listen? Those people, like somebody who's looking for refugee status, you don't come with lawyers. You just show up at the border, or some people even just getting through the fences, you see, and they get in, and then they claim, or they get arrested or something, and then they claim for asylum. But this one, somebody's coming and threatening you with all the constitution of the United Nations that you signed here, But what is interesting is, in America is rejecting refugees, people that are coming from your next door neighbors. Americans are rejecting these poor countries that are coming in America, flooding in, such as Mexico and the rest of the other countries. And then in Australia, even, we don't even take refugees. They ended up, if they come, they just show up or something. Sometimes they ended up in what do you call it? The Nauru. Nauru is like all the way in one of these islands, like Fiji, not Fiji.
Holdings. They put them in holdings.
Yeah, but this one is one of this island country. Or there's the detention center. Here we call them detention center. So they ended up there. So
the same.
Yeah, then how can Americans started taking South Africa to courts, enforcing Gali? They have signed this obligation that they must keep up with it, and they must take these Afghanistan people, when South Africa has nothing to do with it, let alone the identity crisis that has happened in Sudan, and then now the country divided up, and people are being controlled under these identities. That South Sudan is still doing that. And South Sudan ended up with a conflict. Remember, we spoke about it earlier, of even tribal identity, and then there's identity of Islam, and then the identity of Arabism. that is still they're connecting to back to Sudan, and Sudan is suffering that, and Sudan is fighting that. And even here in Clubhouse, they're fighting about that all the time, and in Facebook. So they're trying to create the same similar situation in South Africa, or what's going on? So this, I think, what I could just say. As you guys heard that this guy said that the fear of if these people come in, as the Taliban are following these people, they've been in Pakistan, and then they followed them there. There was a fighting that took place. They've been in Namibia. They could not settle in Namibia. Now they're in Africa. I mean, sorry, in South Africa. So what do you guys think?
Well, first I want to greet my brother Okuki. How are you? It's been a long time indeed. One thing I will add on what you said, Didi, so I can give a chance to Cookie, is that, this thing of this kind of like disengagement, because I call it engagement, of, trapping some of these African nations to hold or receiving refugees or these, so-called migrants who are in a process. And to be processed, they have to be put in a third-party countries where they will hold them and they will process them from there. This is a new tactic that Westerners have started doing it, and you could see this even happen in Israel and happen also in Britain. The president or the prime minister of Britain also used that in what's that place called? Rwanda. And Israel also did that by settling some of these illegal migrants who entered to Israel through Egypt or to other countries from the border. And they went, and a lot of them either from Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, were sent to, these things. I mean, some people protested these things even in Britain. And I wonder, in America, it's something become of a normal, because even like you mentioned, we got these people from South America coming from Guatemala, all these areas coming to the United States, but they get held in Mexican border, and a lot of them, they don't get in, especially during Trump. It was a crisis. Even they put them in a worse detention center that have been, were very, very abusive condition. So pointing to this, what this gentleman was saying, I understand, but these guys are not Taliban as much as they are just Afghanis who were running away from the Taliban. Because remember, the way how America just exited from Afghanistan was really chaotic. It was just something that came out of a sudden. It wasn't something that even some of the people in the American government, including intelligence, including military, were not really happy with it, but it was a decision that was made by these presidents, Trump and then Biden. Biden also made that because they look at it in the issue of economy and also the resources of military have been spent in so much for many years in Afghanistan. It's time for us to exit, and Afghanistan been warned before that they will exit, but so it happened. And these Afghanis who were working with American, of course, they felt like they would be threatened inside Afghanistan. So they tried so hard to come in. So this game now, they said, let's put some of these Afghanis within South Africa. It's actually something that just shows you the tactic that, like they said, you have United Nations, you sign up here, so you're our allies, so you're obliged to listen. But, it shows you one thing also, that African nations, the more they try to say they're independent, you're actually not independent, because somebody else from Western countries will come and force on you either an idea or either they force to you their problem. Like even he mentioned the issue of Russia and the Western nations. The Western nation
exactly. Sorry. Exactly. Yeah. I like what you said. Like you added something that we have never covered in the other series. Now it's idea. We're fighting ideology, religion, identity, culture, and tarnish, and all these things that have been brought upon us, and this is what is happening in Sudan and South Sudan. Thank you for bringing this in.
Yeah. So to make it short, just like what happened is that they forced this, like you gotta ally yourself with us because we're fighting in the good side, and if you're not, you're against us. And this thing also reminding me back during the time war on terror, when Bush came out publicly and said either you're with us or against us. That was, some people took it, this is an immature way for a leader of free world to say, but at that time it's understandable because there was a lot of dictators and also people sympathized with the United States because of the September 11 attack. And a lot of these axis of evil, because Bush called these people axis of evil, which is one of them Iran, Iraq, Korea, North Korea, even Sudan was one of it, Khartoum. And then those countries that have harbored terrorists, Afghanistan and other nations, even Libya. But Libya, after that threat, a lot of them began to switch side. Even Libya gave up their weapon, their nuclear weapon. At that time, Gaddafi had a nuclear weapon. He gave it up, and he also tried to make a good deal, friendship. But of course, this thing later ended up in his destruction, and that's why this guy mentioned Libya, Iraq, because Libya was kind of like really, it's something that only history can judge. We all witnessed it, and you could see what exactly happened to Gaddafi, even though Gaddafi even sponsored a lot of these Western nations in the economy, including the scandal of Sarkozy. If you remember the former French Prime Minister, he was sponsored in his election by Gaddafi. And Gaddafi even helped the Italian leader, Berlusconi. Berlusconi also was given like $billions for his campaign. So many countries actually benefited from the wealth of Libya, wealth of Gaddafi, because he's a leader, dictator over there, but also at the same time he had the wealth, he sponsored these countries. And of course he thought he would get the same in return by getting support. But unfortunately, of course, he got betrayed and they took him out. And then of course this thing backfired on him, on the Westerners, when they switched side quickly. So this alliance that is Westerners are playing within Africa, and the things that also showed up, that this alliance always for interest, and then when they don't need you, they take you out or they stop being with you. It kind of put this suspicion in these African leaders of today to have this views on like, you know what, listen, I don't want to inherit your problem. Yes, we understand during September 11, we understood that who's against us, who's with us is, who's against is, who's not with us is against us, and who's with us is our allies. So this thing is understandable, but after
I think Ithaca is gone or what? I cannot hear him.
With all these things, you could see Africa is not independent.
Back.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I see my network is not good. Africa is not independent. That's what I want to put. Africans, as their leaders, are so, how can I give it? It's like they are so connected, like almost like an umbilical cord connected to the Westerners because of the West funding them. If you look at the West, have the World Trade System giving them money and influence also in the political arena, in the political ground in Africa. So it makes Africa to become dependent on them, and that's why they feel like Africa is they own them. And even though African nations say we are independent and all that, but with the failure within the African governments and the failure of their some of these leaders to build really independent country and government, of course this thing will bring them where somebody say, listen, you owe me, so now you have this right. And then also these people, they love power. Like they notice these African leaders, when they get to power, they don't want to get out. They want to die as old people inside that power. So what do you expect? this is the language that will come up from the other person because he sees your weakness. So he cannot complain as much as he need to look at themselves. Why these people are putting us on this situation? Why they want us to inherit their problem, like bringing us Afghanis when we even have refugees, and the way how they process these people is just questionable because they almost like they give them the privilege and at the same time they're undermining our authority because we are the one who giving them these things. Looking back to Rwanda also, they're doing this now in Rwanda, and if they did that and Rwanda accepted and the African Union are not able to even argue about it, so what do you expect? Like everybody can be treated like way. And remember Kenya, the terrorists of Al-Qaeda, when they attacked Kenya, why do you think they attacked Kenya? Because they noticed that America was sponsoring Kenyans. You know, even when they were fighting against Al-Qaeda in Somalia, you know, that was the time when these Somalians who were affiliated with Al-Qaeda within Kenya began to contact these guys, and the Afghani leader, I mean not Afghan, the Al-Qaeda leader Bin Laden, which that time he was in Africa and Sudan, and then later he moved to Afghanistan, made sure that they will teach a lesson to the Kenyans, not necessarily the Americans, but the Kenyans, because that moment Kenyan have died more in that time, and nobody even, like in America, it wasn't a big thing. It's like, oh, just they mentioned the Americans, and then the Kenyan were like, oh yeah, Kenyan were died. But imagine the number of the Kenyan who died there, it was a lot. That was like the first September 11 for the Kenyans, you know. And then later when September 11 came, that's when America took decision to fight against these people within Afghanistan. See the irony here? So we as Africans, we really need to ask ourselves why we put ourselves in these vulnerabilities. I'll stop here, but I want to hear from Brother Cookie. Welcome. I hope you're there, brother, and I'll listen from your side. Thank you.
Yeah, Cookie, welcome. We're so glad to have you. I hope you can hear.
Are you guys there? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, I was just telling Cookie he's welcome.
Okay,
I just open my side here.
Yeah, and then later we'll talk about South Sudan.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely miss you guys. It's been a while, and it's been a great coming back. And you know, I just woke up now. I think it's like four something. For what? About five. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I just want to say thank you, Sister Didi. Oh, sorry. Are you talking, Brother Etika? Can you guys hear me? Yes. Yes. No. Yes.
Muted, Didi. We can't hear.
Oh, you cannot hear. Okay.
Oh yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear now. Go on.
Yeah, it's just that there is some echo on my side. That's why I tried to put on the headphone, but it's okay like this. Okay, I just said, I miss you guys. Been a while, and it is live. It is what it is. I'm okay. I have some.
Yeah,
I have a cold. Yeah, I have a cold, but I'll get through it. Anyway, here's what I can say. All that you guys said are true. The problem is, sometimes you cannot solve the problem if you don't ask questions. Why you keep doing it? You understand that someone want to hurt you, but you still want to be, you still want to give them a chance to finish you. That's the question. It doesn't matter the West or East. That's what Africa can do to get the hell out of that situation. And that remain as blaming leaders. Leaders come and go, like people like Gaddafi, you guys talk about, people like Kwame Nkrumah. You can name all these, what is it, that Zimbabwe guy, Mugabe, President Kenyatta. The history, Africans are good at history. You can name all these leaders, great and even the worst one. But the question is, what did Africans learn from their past and present, and what are they doing to change that? Nothing, and that's the issue. There's this common say that elders like traditionally in Luo, they said whenever there is third party in conversation, I mean like there is always a third party. When there are two people talking, you have God or someone that is unknown, but that individual, because he's imaginary, is not taken into account. But if there are three people involved in any decision making, it becomes hard. One of them at least will oppose, but the other two will always go together. And this is what happened in case of Africa. Africa foundation is a family. What is family? Is a wife and husband. Now you have these two family involving the third party. Now when third party come in, then you got both party. Now the whole thing become a mess because now there is going to be a mixture of, like, everyone will be in that family affairs. And we can just put it simple this way. We here in the West, even we understand ourselves, we cannot get along with ourselves, the kids, our spouse. And that's where everything is start falling apart. So your plan now is how to work to impress the other party. Now you have more than one party to praise. So there's going to be imbalance that will kick in. That's why the situation in Africa become more complex and complicated. So you don't get an easy solution. Ithaca and Didi, I was there like in February to March. I was there for at least 3 weeks. After 22 years, when I went there, it's completely different. Everything changed, and yeah, there are a lot of people or generation maybe that have either lived in the West or in the East, and they have seen our problem cannot be solved by the West or the East, but by African themselves. But those type of individuals have no power to overturn it because you need money. You need, with money, you also you need people. And this ideology of elders being in charge of everything or whatever they said is a right decision become also another factor that will that make it hard for those who want to make a change to become possible. So yeah, Africans are going to be in this for long. It's a long ride. It's going to be a long suffer. But right now, what makes it worse is that the technology has gone far. Yes, do Americans have right to interfere in what is it called, the South African affairs, like what South African can do and what they cannot do? Yeah, they do. Because why? Because they actually they help them. Humanitarian. The leading country is us. We pay a lot of taxes to other countries. When I say us, we those who work in America, we are taxpayers, and those tax are the first one that brought us here. Yes, they help our kids here, but they also help other foreigners. So when you are the one providing food, that's why they said father has more, has like final decision than mom, because normally traditionally fathers are considered to be providers, but nowadays things change. But are we adjusting to that change? It is hard because that's what we are used to. So in this scenario, yeah, we can say all that fancy stuff, but the solution lies within Africa. If they want to be independent, then they need to quit the idea of depending on other people. Like now, you have seen a lot of African leaders just go to pay much attention to United Nations. Because here is the ticket the West used. The West will use the word democracy. This is a dictator. We need to change. We need a better. Then we need a human right. You have all this kind of fancy stuff that don't exist even in the West. and don't exist in the East. The East will come and say, okay, we need to trade with you guys, but what current are they using? They don't value your local current, so they come with what they think should be. And now, when you tend to use the current, then you end up also losing because you don't make that money there. And the trade is that they provide you, okay, the West will come with the ideology of religious, but that's actually religious, okay, every right, man, one man, woman, one woman. Then, yeah, there's discord, which is not favorable, but because, they're using Democrats and other, it's a mix. Now you open up your house. You don't have any right anyway to control what you need to do. And you become have no decision making. So African, it is at God mercy at this point. Uh, was to say it, that they will actually get the hell out of this because it's more complicated. And if you go to listen to, I keep listening to a lot of music too, or practically, you will see that majority of those who are in powers, who are now leading African, their wealth are not in Africa. Whether if they are in Africa, then they are not in their country of origin. They are either in the neighboring country and they don't have control over that wealth. They go there as a visitors. And the simple scenario would be, some of my colleagues who are like Red Army or the Lost Boy, majority of them now, if you go to Kenya, these guys, you will see them like a millionaire. They have built a very concrete apartment, some of the single home, houses, and they have better business. But who did they hire to run those? Those are local, the Kenyan. And then vast majority of their family are suffering. See, just excuse me. So African problem cannot be solved because the only way that could have been solved is to avoid interdependent and have what's called a pre movement, and that cannot come without price. Okay, Africa need to stand up, establish their own system, forget about East and West, go back to your tradition. If you read the historical, human history, you will find that the civilization actually started in Africa. It doesn't matter what they do to modify it. And at the same time, if you look at a lot of resources, uh, raw material are actually being found in Africa as we speak today. But they export them, and then in turn they bring them back with a less expensive. What is it called? You double pay for what they have actually won and used. So that make it hard. I don't know how long this will take for African to figure out.
Actually, Ukuki, sorry, Ukuki, what you're saying is actually is answering to what next I had wanted to run us through to hear exactly what you're saying right now. What do you think? What do you think? If all the leaders of Africa, because I think what South Africa is actually modeling now is actually great. If you Ukuki and Odysseus, it's really great what they're doing. They're doing resistance. What if all the African leaders join in and do the same resistance that they're doing? Wouldn't that be great? And if you guys don't mind, if I can play this short video, because you have mentioned this so that it can help you answer, your answer could fall actually exactly the same of what is saying here.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
What do you reckon, Odysseus? Are you there, Odysseus? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, I just want to welcome Julius as well. Yeah, Julius, welcome.
Welcome.
I think I saw that my interest, Julius, as well. So
go ahead. I'm listening.
All right.
Nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. This is what it's about.
Sorry. Just gotta get out of the something here. So.
To say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. This is what it's about. Because if Africa does do something different, I assure you living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall. Okay? And that is a big price to pay. I assure you that the West is not going to allow that without a big fight. Okay? So the job of many Western academics is to convince Africans they have to keep doing what they're doing. Okay? And to show them it's your fault that you're poor. It's not our fault. It's your fault that you're poor. You know, so this is what we do in academic institutions. We know the basic forces that have caused this underdevelopment. We know it's colonization. We cannot afford to allow Africa to industrialize and start producing manufacturers. Okay, so we will do everything to stop that. And I'm going to show you how we actually block that. We had East Asian rapid industrialization processes. So in the earlier period, we had Japan and Korea and Taiwan. Okay, rapid growth, sucking in raw materials from Africa, driving up the prices. And after those countries finished industrialization, then Sub-Saharan African growth rate again fell. Sub-Saharan Africa is condemned to this role, just the supplier of raw materials, not a manufacturer. The currencies are collapsing of these countries, and many of them are Sub-Saharan African countries. After colonization ended, we needed new structures to keep these countries where they were. Okay? And the first of those is aid. Okay, we give them aid. Aid for what? Actually, we give them aid to keep repressive regimes in power. That's all. All the hypocrisy about transparency and democracy and bullshit like that, it's all bullshit. But it would go to country after country offering loans. And if the president did not accept the loan, they were killed. It's just economics. It's economic warfare.
Sorry, it's just my internet, guys. Come on, you can do this. So I think you guys, you can work with this, but then if my network picks up on my,
The rich declare war on the poor. It happens everywhere. It happens in a country. The rich control the government.
Seems like you have many windows open or something.
Of course they do. You really believe you have democracy? Come on.
Yeah, it's just I'm getting weak internet here, and I'm using multiple devices, computers connected, my phone, and then I've got my iPad.
Who has all the subsidies and income support? US, Europe. The largest budgets in the world for supporting their farmers are Europe and US. You see, we're keeping them dependent. We're keeping them on a string. This next round of the WTO is designed to block that. To block anyone else getting on top of the ladder.
Yeah, basically that's it. So this is it.
Yeah, I think the answer is just simple. This doesn't need a fight. It's an ideology. So with ideology, you do have right to say, okay, you're not
If you
taking
were an
anybody. Yeah, the fight is there. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, it was a mistake. Sorry, I hear you.
Yeah, the fight is there because Africa invited the war. Like, here's why now it become an issue. When a lady is being, if you see two men competing over the same lady, yes, you are bound to see some atrocity. Then one of them has to win anyway. So this is what happened in case of Africa, and that apply in the situation of South Sudan, and some other African. It will happen. Now, if you've been monitoring closely, in Uganda, I went there. I was there like less than just a month ago. They have a freedom that is not exist anywhere in the world. I've been in some, have not been in many countries, but so far the country I've been in, there's no anything like a freedom that you have in Uganda than anywhere. Because like if you are there, you think that there isn't any police. There's no. You only see when a specific group of elites passing by. That's when you see like the military, uniform, and then some other. But most part of it, you are just free to go and do your own business, do anything you want, and that's freedom. What that every mankind want. Okay? But that had it, and people who are there don't see it. That they have that freedom. I've seen it, man. Although Museveni, I'm not trying to support or complain about for him, but I've seen what it looked like to be free. Like you go in a lot of places, yeah, those minor crises like pickpocket, and someone will take someone things. Yeah, those are there because part of human. It's like animal in the bush. If you don't stand around, then you might lose some certain. So basically, what I'm saying, African need to have an answer to their uh, question because since I was born, I read a lot of books that I read, written by professors and everybody. It's a repetition of the same thing. The same event. We're colonized by West. The West did not let us go. But do you really need a permission to be let go? Or can you stand on your own? If you stop someone from supplying you and figure out how you can supply yourself, then you will get a solution. If you stop begging or trying to ask for ideas from people and figure it out, you will find your way out of it. But that's not what Africans are doing. They are still relying on East and West. And then when things fall apart, they come and blame them. Now, look, we are killing ourselves because of West, because of East, and now they don't look for a solution. So it's going to be hard. They have to either, if they need to grow and do their own thing, they either need to get away from this ideology of human rights or ideology of democracy, ideology of maybe China will come and build us bridges or build us those big towers or trade with anybody. They first need to find out what are the resources we have, what is our ability. Before you go and ask for someone, can they be able to stand? There are more doctors, there are more professors in Africa than in China. But those professors will still go and sit down with Chinese or Russian and say, oh, how did you guys build this tower? You have so many engineers in Africa that can build those towers. But all they do is to go and get like, maybe I would call it the 10th opinion because it's no longer second opinion. They get a lot of validation on what they need to do before they do it. And by the time they're trying to do it on their own, it's too late. Maybe those guys reach like their 80s. they are in 90, and now they cannot do anything. All they can do is go to grave, and then we start writing a story. So and so said it. So and so said it, but so and so did not did it. You look at all those infrastructures that are built, whether being road or school, hospital in Africa, the builders are all either from the west or from the east. So yeah, African man, God will come and be the one to deliver them, but I don't think it's going to happen. Anyway, thanks for the chance. It is sad, but what it is, we have to accept it and live with it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Okuki, for studying in what you're saying. It's actually true. It's really bizarre that the way that we are allowed, like what you say, there's a lot of repetition to things, and then also we use excuses. If you guys see, we like to say that, oh, like for example, you can relate this. That's why all these series are relating to the things that are happening, the ongoing things that are happening in South Sudan and also Sudan. Like, oh, we're just still a new country. We're just we're the newest country, and we're just starting, and things are not easy. We have the rebels, then we have people, then we have this thing, what do you call it, there was a coup, there was Kida. There's always an excuse. But now we're knowing that these excuses were because people have been bought, people have been controlled, you see. And like the other video that we saw, what was happening in South Africa at one point, like you see, you just saw people was brought into the border, and people that has nothing to do with South Africa, has nothing to do with Africa at all. But then you were told, Gali, you sign a contract with us, and you sign the UN charter or something like that, that the United Nations declaration that you must allow refugees in. But when you're bringing a refugee, for someone to be a refugee, you have to show up by yourself to be a refugee. And then the other thing is the fact that even why bringing these people that you promised them that you were going to help them. And then the fact that the shocking video that this guy is talking about it, that actually in the beginning that I just shared it up here, that if you're from Africa, you have to really you have to know that Africa is in danger. The division of the countries, this has not started now. This was even during colonial. I've seen one video of one father, or whether he's a father or bishop or something, one of those Catholic priests. He was talking how they divided Africa, when Africa was colonized, and how they divided Africa, who's gonna have what and stuff like that. And this thing is really being continuously followed up by whatever president you have, whatever kind of leaders you have, is being followed by. And that brings us to the same story, even such as the time of Mandela. Mandela even has to abandon the revolution that he was fighting for. At time he fought it, he went to prison for it, yes, he paid time for it. At the time, it came to a time that he has to abandon it, he has to leave it. And a lot of people were actually unhappy with it, and people saying that Mandela has sold the revolution out, because in the charter of the revolution it says that once once you change everything, that means that you sold the revolution out, you see. And then they talk about the Mandela that they had, the Mandela that the people know today and loved. It's not the Mandela that had before and during the time of revolution and went into the prison. The Mandela that came out is a totally different Mandela, is a puppet Mandela, is a stage Mandela, you see. But then also at the same time, they do understood that he ran his course. You got tired, he's old, revolution is long way and stuff. And when he was released, he was given a lot of conditions, and then he was actually courted and guided by the white people, living with them in their quarters, in their house and stuff like that. So he was influenced by these people. He was even cut out from his wife. They have to terminate him because she was actually having that mind on about the revolution and stuff like that. So she was full on. So this is what is happening in Africa. It's actually serious. But then you got people like those of the EFF, those of what is his name? Julius Malema, you know, whereby he talks about that the things that he acknowledged he acknowledged the revolution that Mandela has carried, what Mandela has done and carried it so far, and is their task. Their task that they have to carry it on now. Where Mandela left is where they are taking off from there. They're taking over to start working from there. And what Mandela did not do is what they're doing right now. And what they're doing is resistant to what is from outside foreign countries that want to dominate Africa and keep Africa in this stagnant situation that you guys have seen, that we will be living in a conundrum of wars and stuff like that, you know. So I don't know, I'll just leave it here, Odysseus. I think you will have fantastic views to, to shed some lights on it, on the video. I hope you remember it. Thank you.
Hello, you hear me, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, what you said, very interesting. One thing I could say, what you talked about, and I think I have a question to Brother Cookie earlier, mentioning something very important in regard to, let me just remember it. I think I kind of like, and then I will add to what this gentleman, the European guy, said. Yeah, he said something that, we could establish an independent movement. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Cookie mentioned that. So my question to you is, how could African,
sorry, I think Odysseus, I think he dropped off and I don't know whether the network or is coming back. I'm not sure, but just hold on.
Okay, when he comes back then.
Yeah, hold on when he comes back. Yeah.
All right, so let me just get to this point of what this gentleman, the European guy, mentioned. He said that Europeans makes us think as Africans is our fault. Well, I might have to say, I don't think European makes us think it's our fault. What Europeans, if you look at their politics system, since the time they colonized the continent, they have always made themselves in a superior. They came in a superior manner. What I mean is, like, they know it all. They are the masters. They are the makers. They are the gods in a way that when we look up to them, that's why you see this insecurity within the African continent. When we look up to them, because everything we learn is coming from outside. And then our culture, our history is being kind of like disappeared from that time, because everything we learn, like how Europeans say, oh, this is civilization, civilized people must do this, and they have spoken this to many countries, even some countries in Asia before. They were ashamed that, oh, our culture is beneath them, it's inferior, but later when the Asians, especially Japan, when they start standing up for their culture, listen, you cannot come and override our culture with your culture. No. So they took up arms and did what they did. And then later, when they have clashed with Westerners, especially in the 20th century, then they begin to see the value of the Asians based on that moment. And then Asians were given a status higher than the Africans, while Africans continued committing to what they're taught by these Westerners and denouncing them that you guys are not in the right place. Of course, this thing have played a psychological effect in the society of Africa for centuries. So evolution of Africa after independence did not go far, only to stand up back and go back and depend on the Western help and assistance. If it's economic, if it's political, if it's even religious, social, you could see that. Even though, sadly, some of our African brothers and sisters, they feel they don't want to talk about it. It's something that they don't want to really delve into it and say, okay, yes, we have a problem here. And that's why you could see even from the simplest thing by migration of Africans. What do you think when there's a war or there's any crisis in Africa, what the first thing the African person would think? They want to go to Europe. They want to migrate to Western nations. for better life, for better opportunity. And yet, when they get the opportunity, they don't go back and do the thing that they thought when they get the chance, they will go back and build. Or some of them, they don't even look back. Once they get to Western countries, they live there and die there. Their kids grow up there and they live there and die there, and just get lost within that culture, that nation. And then you see Africa is always in need and always in disarray. And then when you ask yourself what is causing it, of course, because Africans having a hard time to throw this influence of colonialism, the mental influence, like what what's his name, the late Bob Marley said, the mental slavery, because this thing is so scientifically embodied in us. And the sad thing, our ancestors did not pay attention to it like the others in Japan, where they actually say, hey, we're not going to get this mentality. Even when they brought their culture, influenced Japan, they didn't impact or enslave them to that. They rejected everything Japanese. Instead, today Japanese are returning back to their culture and say, yes, we can take some of the Westerners, but we're not going to be enslaved. And that's the beginning of freedom here. But and when you look at this liberty, these Asians are today doing, is because they never allowed this thing to impact them. But in Africa, we mentally. And then when you look at our politics, we are not able to get out of Western ideology or Western influence, because we will be controlled. And that economy is always down to the ground, because the influence of Westerners, it got us to the point we are giving ourselves without even us looking at ourselves that, hey, it's time for us to really act like a free people, not act like a dependent people. That's not independence. So when this gentleman was talking and said that they make us feel like it's our fault, I will disagree on the extent that it's not like they make us feel. Is that we are already in that fault, because we did not awaken ourselves to come up with a sense that, listen, it's time for us to really be liberated. And it starts with economic liberation. It starts with our method of thinking, to be liberated, think mentally. That's why you could see Africans, when it comes to this revolution and political concept, how can we liberate ourselves? How can we overthrow these warlords, who are taking over power by force? We always tend to go to the same cycle that has been drawn to us without us knowing it. And we begin to kind of like feel like, okay, we have no other choice but to do this. If not, we go and talk to the Western nations. We go to, Europe and let them negotiate for us. And then suddenly you see these things is just going to get the same group or the same warlords back in power. And then we here saying, we have solved with one piece, we want solution, but the solution we're not willing to take responsibility and make it our own. Right now, we always dependent. And then you could look at our misery here in economic and in politics. We're always behind and we never go forward. And then in adding to this, then these things will also increase our debt. If you look at it, these are, so-called, political negotiation that happened through civil wars, like right now, even in Sudan and in South Sudan in particular, these warlords fighting each other. The agreement that was forced on us is not actually an agreement that these people have, come up with. It's something that already the Western diplomats comes in as mediator, but at the same time they will come and dictate. For these people to end the war, they have to share power. They have to compromise. They have to agree to let things go and live and build this country. And yet build this country, then they go make a contract with these mediators. The contract will be, okay, now you got oil, you got resources. We have companies from these countries, from our countries coming to invest with you guys. So you guys send, give us a chance, because now you owe them a favor. And then the same cycle. And then guess what? Because this man always elevates himself in front of you, and you here thinking that he actually solved your issue. And of course, the warlords, most of them, they are greedy and they are foolish enough to think for the people. They think for their own interest where they can find their, or excuse my language, where to put their buttocks in power. And once they put themselves in power, then they begin to say, oh, I'm a leader and we are leaders and we're doing this. And then they always have these puppets and zombies following them. And without question, until they overthrow that dictator, then they'll be, oh man, people start fighting again. Say, you know what, this guy was good. But when you ask the African person, what was he good at? Did he give you any security? Did he give you any opportunity? All they do is like, because they follow him based that he's their son from either from their tribe, or they follow him because he's one of the people who actually they have just been, majority, like they've been influenced, almost like peer pressure. Like we almost like just, when we see majority speaking, we don't even question this majority. Like I give you an example of what happened with the independence of South Sudan, because when we were arguing this independent is premature and we need to kind of question it, why South Sudan have to separate quickly from Sudan, from North Sudan, without any guarantees that when we separate, independent of South Sudan will come smooth, and then we will also find like security wise for the people. Like imagine when this separation came in, nothing was built, the infrastructure was not there. The core infrastructure of the country, coming from like, hospitals, schools, these things are not there, not available. Add to it the population that was migrating from North Sudan just because they have, they want to return home. Guess what? Most of them, they went, instead of their capitals, their territories, they all came to Juba, and because Juba was announced as a capital city. So this caused the burden to not only to Juba but all of Equatoria, Greater Equatoria, and then it put Greater Equatoria in a situation where today we are paying the price. So people do not calculate things; they just go out, reactionary or emotionally. And I hate to say emotion because we are undermining emotion. Emotion is part of human being, but I think it's irrational. That's what I would put the right word. Irrationally, people took decisions based on irrational thinking, not based on real. Emotion has nothing to do. Emotion is always something that it can be negative and positive, but it will be negative and positive in based on action only. But it does not mean that you will rationalize with your emotion. You will rationalize with your mind, but there is some irrational thinking. Like right now, if I give you a mathematical question, and then you think you're gonna answer it by your emotion, or you answer it based on your irrational thinking. If you don't know that answer, some people would just assume. That assumption is not based on emotion. It's based on just, maybe, perhaps. So you're doubting your own thinking. You have a battle in your mind, and then you come up with this irrational thinking because you think that's the best answer you could give. So the best answer that the people of South Sudan gave at that time said, oh, we can be independent, we have oil and all that. And of course, there was an excitement that hyped up people to jump in and call for independence. So when you look back into that situation, this is the same thing with what the African leaders, when it comes to treaties and political, decisions, they don't make decisions based on irrational points. And that even the action when they take it irrationally. That's why you see all these warlords will cause thousands of lives to die just for one person or two people to be in power. And then the rest are dying and massacred. So you question yourself in this position, are we really, independent in our thinking? Are we really independent in our decision making? So if we cannot be independent on that side, definitely we're not going to be independent when it comes to anything from us, because you see that person already have known that they captured you very well because they know where your weakness is. So this thing it needs us to awaken our common sense and to have this critical thinking at, to just like emotional calmness, where when we see things, let's not just get excited, but let us just think based on what is real and what is not real, what is factual or making sense in what the right answer will be, because we cannot just assume just because this guy coming nice to us mean everything is going to be nice and dandy. Like today you can see a lot of people say, oh, let's come and feed Africa. You know that feeding Africa by those World Health, or what do you call World Food Organization, is actually another debt in increasing. That's why today South Sudan is actually is having a higher debt, because even the regime, this illegitimate regime that is running the country, cannot feed the people. Doesn't even have a budget or plan how to feed the people, how to even improve the economy, because these people have been warlords. They have always been in the bush, never knew even what a society is, what the government is. But they are very powerful enough to use their weapon to influence the people by threat and fear. And of course, that was the moment where people will do the irrational thinking and say, okay, we submit to these people. They are the powerful people. We can't do anything. And that's why you see people will become so numb to be awakened when it comes to the truth. They'll say, oh, this is our truth, because they accepted it, and they begin to live that cycle until somebody else comes with another force, take that guy out, then people will go, oh, yeah, now we are free. But again, you go to the same cycle. Didn't we did the same thing when we were in one Sudan? We used to say Omar al-Bashir is a criminal. He killed 3 million and more than that, more than 3 million lives, and nobody prosecuted him. But people just forgot about him when they say, okay, now you're going to be independent. You have the choice to be independent or be part of Sudan. People did not think in a rational mind. They went straight forward to this plan that was already set up for them for a failure. So South Sudan is a setup for a failure. And I'll say again, South Sudan was set for failure. It was not set for success. Like many other African countries, if you look at these leaders, the warlords that comes and take over their countries, always set up for failure. These leaders are the tool for the setup to be these nations to fail. As today, these countries are not able to go forward or to even progress. All the time they will be dependent, these nations, either for assistance, financial assistance, either for political assistance, either for anything. So we are not free until we realize ourselves. And this Westerner said that we blame ourselves. We don't blame ourselves. If we blame ourselves, we'll be very aware of what is wrong and what is right. We'll do the best. So I'll stop here, but this is what I could put my own thinking in this. Because, and also to tell you, he said African leaders need to come together. Most of these African leaders I can call them their cutthroats leaders. They're not really loyal to themselves. You could see that in Gaddafi time. You could see that in Mugabe time. When Mugabe was ousted, how many African leaders? All this speech that Mugabe have gave in African Union, did anyone come and support him and say, we need to put this guy back in his place? He's a leader. Because that time everybody was clapping when he was in African Union. But when he was ousted, everybody just got quiet and said, oh yeah, he's a dictator. And there's another, because all of them the same. When Ethiopia got into a conflict, did anybody really did something? When Sudan now is in conflict, when South Sudan is in conflict, these leaders always don't care. They talk in the speech, oh, we are Africa, we need to unite, give you good speech, almost like these preachers. He will fornicate in the background, then come out and give you a preaching word. Oh, Jesus said this, the Lord said, do not commit sin or adultery. And then he will see him in the background. He's the number one adulterer. That's the same thing as these African leaders. So this unity to come, we need a new generation. I'm not saying they have to be young or they have to be old, or they have to be female or male, but they have to be people who are responsible. People who understand the ethics of what is going on and to understand the real core need of Africa, what needs to be changed. Because Africa to change or to be better, it has a lot to offer, like from the people who's going to take over. And I wish Kuki was here. I would have asked him a question. Unfortunately, he's not here, so I would just go ahead and this is my thoughts on this. I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately Kuki, he left. Hopefully he will come back before we end. I just wanted to greet everybody that came in. I could see Al-Hajj and anybody that I didn't see, you welcome. And if anybody has anything to say or ask, you're most welcome. We're just covering series on Sudan, South Sudan, and Africa as well, and the ongoing conflicts that are happening, and things that are connecting together, and how some African nations are looking into what is zoning, into what is happening in Sudan and probably South Sudan, and having their own opinions and stuff like that. So it's really quite interesting, like the fact you covered some things, like the guy on the video was saying that the fact that Africa has to be kept in the stagnant situation of poverty and the struggle, internal conflicts and war, and Africa should not be should not be allowed to build itself as industrial. We must not become industrial, because once we become industrial, we're done. I mean, Europe is done. The Europe and the West is done, because they depend on us, on the raw materials, the resources and stuff like that. Every little bits of things that are beneficial, they collect it from there. And then it's funny how some of the resources they extract it through, they allow the Asian countries to come and take it from us. And once they extract it, and then they refine it to the stage that they want, and then they will take it up from them over there. So these are the deals that they do, and they help each other to grow, but keep Africa like that. And especially the fact that the threat that that they have their eye on the Sub-Sahara, and it's true. You can see that now they're moving in, and this is a long awaiting plan that has been made, has been drawn, and the fact that they're working with people that are listening to them, people who are puppets. And before I run a few things about what Mulema was saying. I was just wondering, Odysseus, do you think is there anything that could have been done differently? Maybe I should just forget about the past and just say that, do you think that there is a hope that, or maybe if things are done differently from now, to those who have ears, like the African leaders who have ears, if they could incline their ears so quickly to knowledge and grasp this and change, like what now South Africa is fighting. Like, for example, what is happening to them right now, that they are forced to take those 20 refugees from Afghani, and then they're rejecting it. They say they don't want to be entangled with anything to do with Islam, anything to do with people from that side, identify themselves with with those kind of like conundrum over there that has entanglement with America. And then the next thing is like finding out that the Taliban is in there, and then there's the war in the middle of nowhere, and then they can explain to their people. For them, they want to move forward. Like we heard also the Namibian president was saying that he was encouraging South Africa, in fact, that for them and South Africa, let them just keep going on forward. There is no need to start building and then tearing things down again with kind of creating conflicts and wars and internal wars and stuff like that. It makes people laugh at you. It makes you feel embarrassed. I think it tells you that there are some people that are feeling guilty and embarrassed. Conviction is dropping in. There's guilt within people. Like, you can't put your head up there. Whenever you showed up, you've been Kawaya has this weird smile that when they see you, it's like they're not smiling really. They just kind of like this undermining. That's really an insult for someone to smile. Like they just like do their mouth like I can't, like we can't see each other here, so I can't really express it out. Like they just look like they're stretching out their mouth, but then you don't see a teeth, you don't see anything. So yeah, so probably they get this a lot. So yeah, and then now they kind of regretting, their actions, that the choices that made them to be beneath, the politics, of the global world today, or politics of the Western world that has been run in Europe. And the other thing is like often we talk about the Greek knowledge, the Greeks, what do you call it, philosophy and stuff like that, and all this ancient stuff that the Europeans have copied. Actually, it was the knowledge, it was the philosophy and the knowledge that was actually extracted from the ancient Kushite. And I think I was listening to a documentary that the Greeks, they learned all these things from the ancient Kushite people, and then they took it up. The fact that I don't know what happened to Africa. There's a lot of things that were taken from Africa. Actually, these people took a lot from Africa. But one thing I love about these people, they are very good at making use of knowledge. This is why they really They don't have that sense of arrogantness into knowledge and that empty pride, whereby they say that pride is deadly, and that's why it's really Africa's dying. When they learn something, they're always interested in learning something, and when they grab something, they take it and they run away with it. They will not leave it. Once they know this thing is good, they will continue to learn, and they will continue to progress themselves. And look how the Western, the European, how they progress their cultures. They come from a barbarism cultures, but how they progress themselves, they're always trying the best to refine themselves, and they refine themselves in ideas of other people. But now we can all we could do is just say, like the Greeks said, like the Greeks did this, or like the ancient Rome did this and stuff like that. But these people actually learned it of Africa when they used to travel in Africa a long time ago, and then when they used to do business with Africa a long time ago and stuff like that, and then where it led to colonial and stuff like that, when they colonized some parts over there, and then they took over, and they took over even your gods. Like, I'm not saying God can be taken, but took over your beliefs and stuff like that, and refine it and resell it to you. And today they're making billions of dollars out of it by switching things in here, changing names here and there, events here and there. You read the same thing, but then the event is falling in a different day, a different practice. But then we all fall for it, and we're making them multi-billions, and they left us with this religion, yet they don't believe in it because they know they messed up with it, and they know the reality of it, and they know it belongs to Africa. But Africans are not going to read it, not going to look at it. Only few generations today, and some people are making mission to recombat it back to Africa and to retell it as it is, and also attacking. Well, let me say not attack. That's rather a strong word, really. By actually telling the what do you call this?
Corrupting
people?
It, maybe.
Correcting it. It's uncorrected. Yeah. What do you call it?
Corrupting.
Oh yeah, corrupting. Okay.
Whatever was.
Oh, okay. Like yeah. It has been corrupted, but then now they're correcting it by telling those what do you call these people? Those people who study this those people who study this this ancient stuff, like why did I forget? Not historian, archaeologists. Yeah, those archaeologists and stuff like that, because they tell them, and those people who study those what do you call this thing? That you go over there, theology. You go over there, you read these things, and you study this archaeology stuff, you dig these histories, but you come back, you rather lie to your people. You don't tell your people the truth. You meet the truth over there, but you leave the truth over there, and you come back and you lie to your people, dead on their face. And these pastors, this munu sit in the puppets, lying to people. That's why you see Africa in the stage that where we are. We're in this stage that where we are. We can have multiple, like 100 or 50 churches in one suburb, but no industries. You see, no industries. Our village are just lying, just waste like that, with a lot of people, no jobs. Some places are desolate. You see, but then you'll find churches being implanted, mosques being implanted. You see, if you see the people in Darfur, people in Sudan, this identity crisis, this ideology crisis, that ideology that has been brought to you, implanted upon you, and now you're having internal conflict even within you. And then we have the similar thing here in South Sudan, this ideology of living somebody else's history. Like if you see in South Sudan now, the things that and the people that has been embedded on you, people that you don't know, names that even you couldn't call, but these names and the things could not even take its place in its own place. They cannot act these things and call themselves and act this history in their own places, but they want to bring it to you, over to you, which has nothing to do with you. You can't even fathom it. You can't even understand it, and it's not me. It's not me. I cannot find myself in this. I cannot identify myself in this. You see, I cannot understand it. Almost like you're telling me about something that happened somewhere else, and if I'm not there, I don't get it. You see, I don't get it. You see, so if I cannot see myself in this history, it's not me. Basically, this is somebody else's ideology. You're just trying to control me. Just leave me to be me. I want to be me. My identity, my culture, it identifies me with the land where I live in, with my language that I speak, the food that I eat, you know, the way that I dress. Let me progress myself in my own culture. You know, let my identity grow in this culture. Let me develop myself through it, you know, and civilize myself through it while I know what I'm doing. I can look back and I know my biography. But now you're feeding me in a biography that is not fitting me. I don't even know. I'm waking up, yeah, Benahar, almost like Zaman fi Khartoum. That just one day they wake up and they say that, like, for example, if you've been going to schools, in a school that is in English, all of a sudden they tell you that, oh, tomorrow you're waking up, going to this class, and everything you're going to study in Arabic. What? People start protesting. You see? It's like, it's crazy. You can't just flip things like that. You see? And this is what we are suffering, you know, in basically in Sudan, South Sudan, and in the entire Africa. You know, the fact that we are free, but we just do not want to act like we are free. South Africa has acted as they are free. I'm not saying that they are free. They're still fighting their revolution, as they say that the revolution, they have never even arrived at the destination yet. But the fact that they could wake up and say and tell Americans, Gali, no, we're not taking these people. But on the nutshell, Audacious, what do you think is going to be the repercussion, the consequence? Do you think there's going to be consequence that they rejected to take this Afghanistan in, and do you think you know, there is still choices, different choices that we could make that could actually change the destiny of the destruction that is happening, like in South Sudan or Sudan or other nations of Africa, if we just do something different? Do you think so? But if you're not ready to answer it now, I can play this short video, and then that's it. Then you can answer it.
Okay, play the video.
And then we come to conclusion. Then we can come to conclusion. Yeah.
Play the video. Yeah, play the video. I will try to remember if I forget anything.
Yeah. So I'm ready. Yeah. Sorry guys, get started. It'll take a bit of time.
Playing from iPhone.
Music is the topic today. Let us throw our worries away. No frontier, no barriers or train. Just doing what we choose to do. I was born in Africa. Sing my song in Africa. I was born to sing.
Yeah, there you go. I got it.
And I'm going to wrap this up quickly. My fear is that you're not addressing the issue. The issue is the reason we love Nelson Mandela is because he made a deal with the white elites, the power structures, the De Beers, the Oppenheimers, to remain in power, and he wouldn't touch their wealth, he wouldn't share their wealth, and that's why we in England love him, because the press tells us to. He betrayed the people of South Africa. And I'm frightened that unless you actually address the fact that the laws of South Africa doesn't make the corporations share the wealth as the Freedom Charter of 56 demands, my fear is nothing will change.
I think you captured it very well. There's no any better explanation than the explanation you have given. The deviation from the Freedom Charter was the beginning of selling out the revolution. But why did Nelson Mandela sell out the Freedom Charter? When Nelson Mandela returned from prison, he got separated with Winnie Mandela and went to stay in a house of the rich white men. He was looked after by the Oppenheimers. Nelson Mandela used to attend the club meetings of those white men who owned the South African economy at the time. He stayed in their complex. He stayed with them. He stayed in one of their houses. They had access to him 24 hours. And they told him that what he represents will not be achieved. And then that's when he turned against himself. Because the Nelson we are celebrating now is not the Nelson we celebrated before prison and during prison. It's a staged, managed Nelson Mandela who compromised the fundamental principles of the revolution, which are well captured in the Freedom Charter. The EFF subscribed to the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter has got a detailed explanation of how everything else is going to be achieved. The Freedom Charter is the Bible of the South African Revolution. Any deviation from that is a sellout position. So, unlike Nelson Mandela, we're doing what Nelson Mandela didn't do. We are happy he ushered in. We normally don't use those phrases like Mandela sold out. We are being too harsh, man. He was too old, he was tired. So he had to give in on some of the things. So he left it to us. We have to take it up where Madiba left it. And that's why Madiba said the struggle is not over. Madiba knew that there is an element of economic freedom that must be ushered in to complete the revolution. Madiba knew that political freedom is incomplete without economic freedom. So I wouldn't sit here and say Nelson sold out. I will say Nelson took us to a particular extent and then left it there for us to take it over. And we are here now. We don't say to Oppenheimer, this will happen, this will not happen. No. We come to Oxford University and the Oxford Union and tell you what we tell Africans and what we tell everybody everywhere. The message is the same. We want the total implementation of the Freedom Charter. Those kids who demand free education, they are demanding the implementation of the Freedom Charter. Those who say, let's share in the wealth of the country, they are demanding the implementation of the Freedom Charter. I said to you, when I started, we are just continuing with the legacy of great African leaders who came before us. We're not going to compromise like Madiba did. We had, perhaps, it was necessary to have a cooling off period. We cooled off for far too long, 21 years. Now is the time to stand up and continue with the road towards economic freedom. It is possible. It is going to happen. The most reactionary institutions in South Africa, like universities, are beginning to listen. Because those are the most arrogant institutions. They will tell you we're independent, we don't listen to those things. Academically, it doesn't make sense. And then they shut down everyone. They are being made to listen. Government in South Africa is listening. We marched to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We marched to the Reserve Bank in South Africa. We marched to the Chamber of Mines. I sit with you today. All of them are sending responses to our memorandum. All of them are beginning to say, we agree, we need to talk. But in the past 21 years, those were the most arrogant institutions. You can march to them, you can write to them, they will never say anything. 3 times now, the CEO of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange has been calling me, asking for a meeting. All 400 companies registered with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange have received the memorandum of the EFF and are beginning to call individually to come and explain how they've structured their companies, how people are going to benefit. One of the things we demanded in our memorandum to these strategic sectors of the economy was that we want you to do away with BEE, the so-called Black Economic Empowerment, and empower the workers. We want worker share schemes. They're all jumping. No, it's not possible. But we saying to them, hey, you are happy to give an individual shares in the name of BEE. We're just changing. We say, don't give individual. Give to more people who are called workers. You have been doing it. Instead of giving Ramaphosa 10% shares, 20% shares, don't give it to Cyril. Give it to the workers who are making this company to be what it is. Just redirect the resources. Companies are beginning to say, well, it looks like this can be a best solution. Why are you happy to put money in the pockets of individuals and not communities and workers? Patrice Motsepe, today he's called a multi-billionaire in South Africa without, he has not invented anything. Unlike that young man who came up with Facebook. He has not invented anything. He just went to sell the color of his skin. I'm black. You have me here, I'll protect your company. I've got political connections. That's what Cyril did. Cyril Ramaphosa goes to London Mine and says, I'm black, I've got political connections, I will protect your company, give me shares. They give him shares on the basis of the color of his skin. The company gets into trouble with workers. The chairman of London Mine calls him from here in London. Cyril, you must now activate your contact. You said you will protect our company. He's now under pressure. Yo, what do I do? Bring the soldiers, bring the soldiers. He must now kill people because he's got no skill to offer to the company except selling his color of the skin and his political connections. The black individuals who benefited from BEE are the politically connected and the most corrupt individuals who, amongst others, is Cyril Ramaphosa, who killed 34 mine workers. Now, we say to them, imagine these billions in the pocket of one individual. If those billions were shared amongst workers, you increase the buying power. And once it...
So I think we've gone halfway. It's a long video, but I just what was important was in the beginning, and how when people deviate from a revolution, you kind of like basically kill everything, and this is, I think I could really say that this is what is happening to us even,
there's a lot of similarities.
Excellent, thank you. Exactly, there's a lot of similarities. That's why this is actually like a 4 series that we condense it down, like shrink it down to run it right now. This is like all these things that we ran up here is about 4 different things, 4 different topics, all in this series that we condense things down. But the most sad thing is, like, most of the time we think that when we sit here and we just scream at we look at what is broken and then we cry about what is broken, we yell about what is broken, but we do not ask why has this thing been broken, what kind of material has been made out of, where has it been exported from, these ideas that exported this thing here that has been broken, in order for us to fix it. When you had to fix something, you had to go up there, you have to climb all up the ladder, and when you're talking about trees and weeds, if you had to get rid of them, you got to go down to the roots. You can just chop the tree on the top, and that's what we're doing. And if you see, we actually exhaust ourselves and in just And day to day, like almost somebody that is surviving day to day, I'm waiting, like, what are you going to do? You're going to fall. Okay, I'm going to be crying about what you fall. But I'm not looking deeper, much deeper. And we're not enlightening ourselves, and we're not really learning. We're not wising up. And what happened is, like, you see, like now, we ran a little bit of the regime in South Sudan, then we run out onto ourselves, we fight ourselves. We fight a little bit about the regime, and then we fight ourselves. So we become like a bit unstable people, like, we become a bit unstable people that almost don't know what they're doing. Like, this thing is telling me my network is not good. I don't know if you can hear me, but
yeah, I hear you.
This is Wahala. This thing is just problem. So yeah, thank you. So it just, for me, it's like almost like as if we don't even want solution completely. We don't want solution. But when we begin to look into things like this, for example, and also acknowledging things is very important. Discussing things is very important. Talking about things and acknowledging where we fail and what is our weakness and who is behind that is pushing this weakness over us, and who are those people that are accepting this weakness. Who are these people that are accepting it? And then we look at this plan and this strategy, and then we walk away from it and we look for something better. Like, I like what the EFF is doing. I like them so much. I like what they're doing. To them, there is no hiding. You see, when this young man, I think this British young man was cautioning really, and he said that, that telling him that you're not dealing with the issue here. You're not addressing the issue, because the problem we have is addressing things. We don't address things the right way. We address things under wrong identities or wrong names. We know what is wrong exactly, but we will not address it. We will not deal with it. That's the problem here that we are having. Then we will start to address certain things. But if you look at the series that we've been running here, is actually the addressing of the things, why things are happening and why things are going like this, and how we can sort these things out. Then an individual can come up, understand like how these things are meant to be sorted out. And these things are not just starting from like just all of the sudden out of the blue, and this man got stiff head, stiff neck, and not listening, and just like what this guy said, like instead of this, like what he talked about Ramaphosa, that Ramaphosa got paid like a lot of money, the president. That's actually talking about bribing. Somebody's getting rich out of nowhere, and he has never invented anything. You're actually giving money to one person, and he never invented anything. And then when he's caught out, when he's cornered, then he gotta kill people. You see, why you have to ask me, why you have to hold me accountable? Then some people have to die, you see, which is really sad, And then we force ourselves, even the fact that we force ourselves in these ideas that is not serving us. You see, it's almost like, to me, people put themselves in a boiling pot, in a very big boiling pot. You're burning, but then you're sitting in this boiling pot, and you're just not saying that I want to get out of here, or you're in a Colosseum, and then you're just fighting until you get killed. But you're not thinking that actually I don't need to be in this Colosseum. I don't need to be. So I think this is what is happening. It's actually interesting, eh?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. I just, if you can remind me the question earlier, and then I have something to say about this video also, the audio, the video. The question first is like what we need to do, right? Like if I could remember. That's why I thought maybe it will be shorter, but it's okay. One thing I think you said, what can we do in that matter? Hello? Because
yes,
I
think I say that what do you think that what do you think that we must do differently? Like, do you think, is it too late for Africa to do right, or too late for even coming down to us? Is it too late to do something, to do the right thing, just to correct things the right way? Is it too late?
Oh, no, it's not too late. It's not too late, actually. In a situation like this, I don't think it's too late. It's only too late when the people give up. When people give up, that's when you know there is no hope anymore. But as long as, we have this example for Sudan, like always they say, Hawa Walda, which is Eve always give birth. That means there's always someone will come up and make change. And you have seen it in history. And many evidence to it, like one person will only change the whole world. It doesn't have to take 1,000 or many. And this individual, when they come in, of course, they will be undermined. They will not even be looked up to or anything. And then when they influence and they do something significant, then people begin to acknowledge them. But of course, these people are not worried about this. But then one thing about it is that they have seen something. They have a vision that nobody can stop. And once a person have vision, it's very hard to silence that vision or to turn it off. It's very impossible. It's almost like somebody you gave him life. And this is what the visionaries always do. Like I can see this guy, Mr. Malema. Malema actually has an interesting, case and objective what is happening in South Africa. And I applaud him. Even I look up to him, and I have some, most I have positive about him, and also I have some.
Just be a little bit careful here. He's my African president.
Well, I understand, but I also have some things that if he narrow, maybe I look at him because he, they said when young people start something, they always like the mighty lions, they will roar so loud. Not even an old lion can even silence him. And I think that he is that kind of lion that,
Yes, he's been working doing this since he was 9 years old.
I understand. But that's the part of the revolution. One thing about him, I like what he said about Mandela. Mandela actually, because people take Mandela for granted. I've noticed today people, they want to be too much critic on Mandela when they don't even know that Mandela actually did sacrifice a lot. He sacrificed his time. He sacrificed many things, even his family, his marriage, his children. His life was just really was part of the sacrifice what he did for South Africa and also for Africa, because the man was a real Pan-African. But one thing people don't understand, the men have done more powerful thing that you could ever imagine. And I really, when I read about him, there was something that really touched me. One of it, he actually diffused tribalism. Do you know that the European settlers who, the occupiers who came to South Africa and when they felt like, okay, now they cannot have apartheid system continue for long, during de Klerk, the late de Klerk and all these others, what happened is he was in prison. Of course, there was negotiation, secret negotiation with him to let him go. And that's after pressure. Of course, there was a defeat happening to the apartheid system. But at the moment when they were defeated, they did not want to admit they were defeated because there was a lot of fight in Angola. And I think Angola was its Achilles heel, almost like how Russia was Afghanistan when they were defeated, then Russia, the Soviet Union collapsed. The same thing with Angola, because Angola was a very bitter war for South Africa. South Africa used every technology, but didn't work on Angola, because Angola was a harbor for all these South African revolutionaries. And a lot of them, when they want to make any something, guerrilla war or something, they go to Angola, and a lot of them South Africans. So South Africa became a Achilles heel to the apartheid system. And during that time, they had no other choice. And then also the pressure of economic pressure and what they call sanction and all that, because Europeans were doing it not for the purpose of, they were good, because a lot of countries even work with South Africa, including the United States, during the time of apartheid. It's just the pressure from the people, and others begin to kind of invoke this nationalism within Africa at that time. That was the time, the good time in Africa, before this dictatorship and then the ugly face of tribalism began to show up. So Mandela came out. There was something happening in the 90s before he became a president, that he was put, in a position that was so, it could have been detrimental to the cause of these ANC and all the causes that South Africa was fighting for. the European began to, divide them, play the divide and conquer. There was a king, I forgot his name, this guy in another tribe. They wanted to give him a state, a nation, so he can be countering the African or the ANC African Revolution. So he used his wisdom to the extent even there was a clash between the tribes of the small tribes with the Zulu tribes. So it was really chaotic. And that time he really just sat down and talked with his groups. That was him in the ANC. And he gave his speech to these people like, this is not what we want. We are South African. Remember who's our real enemy. Let's not get there. So he made some strong speech and worked hard to convince the others not to allow these tribalism to come up, because they want to, the European Tabanum this thing as a counter to this South African nation. After they made a deal with, Mandela, you're going to be a leader, you have to compromise. They made a negotiation about, they need to smile, like they cannot be excluded. They have to be included. So there was a lot of game played, while also they were trying to create a group who are apartheid die-hard supporters, those who really wanted South Africa to be under their white. They wanted to show to the European, these people cannot rule themselves. So let's agitate the situation. So some of the groups, especially the South African intelligence at that time, the apartheid system, I forgot the name of them. They're the one who, began to influence this guy. The guy who really, very much began to seduce of power. Okay, even they start making their army. But then Mandela, with his wisdom, he forced the cloud to make a declaration that anyone will do that is an enemy of the state. So they did something to diffuse it, and it was so fast that even the South African did not go so deep where it could have been harming the South African unity. So South Africa, what they did, then they start, looking at Mandela as the father figure. That's why today, if you look, even when he died, imagine how many South Africans were weeping for this man, because this man have brought them all together, did not divide them. And what he even did, and during that time, made sure to remind them who's the real enemy. And he focused on that South Africa must develop themselves, because his part is done. Now the next generation must be the next generation to take over. That's why this guy, Malema, immediately mentioned, like, you know what? He did his part. He even, now, he didn't do enough, but he did more than what, others have done. And now it's our task, our turn and our task to finish the job. So he was very clear, and he gave respect and honor, because you cannot, if you undermine, like take Mandela for granted, that means you really disrespect the whole movement of those who died for South Africa and those who have been imprisoned. Because Mandela knew the situation he is, and he had no choice but to do what he did, compromise to let the minority or the invaders to be the minority of the country, to be in that country. But he made sure that the issue of the land, because that was the biggest issue too, that these lands might be returned back to the people. But it's not in his power, because he's been limited. But he said the next generation will find a way. And that's why, unfortunately, when Mandela stepped aside from position, and then he led the other group to take over, which is like Ramaphosa, Jacob Zuma. Ramaphosa really corrupted the whole thing, because what they did, they began to get seduced by money. That's why he, Malema became so agitated by this and said, you guys are selling out our objectives. That's why he's very harsh toward Malema, toward what's his name, Jacob Zuma and Ramaphosa. Because these two people have sold out South Africa cause. Compared to Mandela, he was actually a real patriot. And Mandela did something, like I said, he stopped the tribalism that was created by these apartheid. Apartheid was trying to instigate a tribal conflict within South Africa, so the white can take over and say, you know what, these people cannot run. I told you, we are the one who maintain the law. But actually, that trick, the South African were wise enough, especially Mandela, because they always see themselves as one people. They never see themselves majority, minority. That's why even Zulu cannot call themselves majority, even though they know that they're the biggest tribe in that area, but they will never put themselves in that. And Mandela did remind them who they are, and they stopped fighting. when it comes to Ramaphosa and Jacob Zuma, they failed South Africa. That's why you see even how many times there was a lot of issues. Even there was this xenophobia against migrants from Africa, and all this instigated by these remnants, these people who settled there, the settlers, the invaders, who don't want to let go, because every time when they see the blacks over there trying to speak out, they begin to create some problem. Even when he mentioned these people who were killed, this thing happened during Jacob Zuma, and the company that was, those people were killed, they were working there and they were below, they were not getting enough, wages, and they were not getting enough care, insurance is not there. So there was a lot of, problems that the people are working like slaves, and the company actually is controlled by United States. That's the shocking thing. American company is the one that control these minerals over there. So he spoke on this, like, you guys have sold out. Like, you let other people coming from outside. And that's why you see even this language that guy earlier said, that they are now wanting the Afghans to settle, to come there into South Africa and let the process of this migration start from South Africa. It's almost like they're telling them you own us, because these guys, like he mentioned, these millionaires, that they came up to millionaires after Mandela sacrificed his time with other heroes, they didn't even feel shame to take over and become what they call these, Uncle Ruckus, if you can call them, those who will be a suck up and Uncle Tom, to play the role of, working for these oppressors who once oppressed them. And it's very sad, because this is the reality of what African leaders today have played. Like, a lot of them, when they get to power, they get seduced by these contracts, by this money, and then tomorrow they call themselves millionaires, and at the same time they become leaders in these countries, and they don't care about anything. Right now, they didn't talk about the land issues. They didn't talk about black empowerment. That's why you see Malema came up with this BFF, which is the Black Economic Empowerment, because the black people, with the number they are, they're still in poverty, and crime is even increasing, and there is also lack of health facility, like a lot of things. So it's almost like, just like looking at America, was how black people, when they got their freedom, they never been taken care of. They just let them to fend for themselves. And this is the same trick. South Africa is copying the same trick that the United States have done to the black American. They're doing it. And it's not the first time. Even Australia did the same thing in Australia during the time when the racist system was going on. The Aboriginals over there, they also oppressed. So these games have been on, and it's very clear. But the problem is, who's the problem here? Or who's the obstacle? And the agents and the tool agents, those elements who are playing leaders among these are corrupt, and they continue leading, and the others who wanted to change these leaders, and not, because they are threatened, they're killed, or they're demonized by the West or by any other countries, that they're not good. Because even right now, he's the most hated person. Remember, even there is a guy in Fox channel. Thank God he was changed, I heard. This guy hated Malema. All the time he talks about Malema negative. Say, oh, Malema is a killer. He wants to kill white people. White people over there in South Africa must protect themselves, and we white people must protect them. Like, he really instigate like racism clearly. And I remember there was 2012. He talked about it so adamant. This Hawaii, the white man, saying that, you know what, let him let's support these guys, arm them, because they have been genocide. Even called it white genocide in South Africa. It was laughable. It's like, how many, the more people are dying in Africa, is this in South Africa, is the African themselves, the original people, the native, because there's a lot of crime and no care, police brutality, in the gang violence, in the these gang violence become a threat to the community in South Africa. So that's why he was wrong. And then the white people, they separate themselves. They even have a town of themselves. No black man can come in. Can you imagine? In the land of South Africa, there is still, up to this moment, a land, almost like in America, where you go to neighborhoods where Ku Klux Klan are sitting in that area. You cannot cross. If you cross, they will ask you, what are you doing here? So you be careful. So the same thing, they did that in South Africa. White people control the territory where they have guns, and they're ready to shoot and say they have even their police. Even they said, there was recent article like a couple of years ago, they talked about, they want to have their own country. as these white people, a country of the white. Even they had named it in an Afrikaan language, which is, it's an insult. It's not even Afrikaan. It's actually Dutch language, but they call it Afrikaan. They want to force themselves as Africans. So this chaos that's going on in that country, it's not far from what we're going on in Khartoum, Sudan, and in South Sudan, because the crisis that's going on, first of all, this, are corrupt. Leaders are selfish over there. Then add to it identity crisis. But in South Africa, the identity crisis is not there because South Africa managed to control it thanks to Mandela. But when you look at North Sudan, the invaders have built an implant, and this implant have become to be the problem within the whole country. And then you look at South Sudan, you got this issue of tribalism and the organization that was created objectively for the tribalism that is now running the country called South Sudan. So you could see this chaos in South Sudan and in North Sudan. It's so clear to be understood. But the problem is, if the people cannot see it, and the people they are focused on, just accepting the situation, then of course they will not go forward. There's no hope for that. But I still believe, there's always some change. But I'm telling you, first we know where we stand, and we are very clear in our position, and we're not going to change on that. But respectfully, we also understand that for anything to be in a positive manner, people need to come to their honest thinking, honest self, and say, yes, we have done wrong. Right now, South Sudan issue, it is so beyond reconciliation. Only the thing that can help now, people need to return to their origin based on how it is, but not to divide themselves in the mindset of tribalism, because the ethnic thing that is now killing places like Upper Nile in particular is because this thing is not new for them. This is not something happened because SPLA. This is something goes back histories ago, centuries ago when they were chased away by these invaders, and instead of coming together, they start fighting each other. And they have never opened their minds to the sense that we have a common enemy. They did not have a wise leader among them to actually guide them, like, let's focus on who's the real enemy. Like what we are in Equatorial, we did have wise leaders that united us to fight against one enemy. At that time, the Ottoman Turk, and then later the so-called Arab. But in the moment, right now, South Sudan is not yet in a power of nationalism itself, because we got these elements that who are not mature enough, or not even in the position of evolved into understanding what is nationalism is. Instead, they use the ethnic nationalism. It's very hard for them to run a country with multi-cultures, multi-tribes, and historical background, because these guys have always looked at themselves as competitors, as nemesis. Never look at themselves as brothers. They can say they're brothers, but tomorrow they will kill each other. What kind of brothers is this? So there's a lot of things they need to overcome that. And it's not us to help them, it's them to help themselves. Like right now, the African issue, if you look at it, it's not us to get the, or European to help us. Europeans are taking advantage of us. They are in a position where they're strong enough, they're staying far away, but they take advantage of us. But for us, those who are victimized by this regime, by this tribal regime, we are not the one in power. We are actually disadvantaged. So what happened is that for us, we need to kind of like put everything into its place, and let's start establishing ourselves clearly. And then when these people have recognized themselves, who they are and what they want as a society, they want to live as a nation with all these cultures, or they don't want to live as a nation with all these cultures, they want to be ethnic nations, let them do it. That's their own choice. But let them not come and dominate the rest like these European settlers right now in South Africa, who tried to do the same thing, but they failed because of that. And this thing cost them to lose a lot. But even though they compromised with Mandela, and of course they got some places, but this one is not going to be a compromise, because everybody know their territory, everybody know their history. The only problem is they are not the one who know their history, because if they know the history, they would not be in this predicament right now. holding power only to commit violence and terrorism and displacement of others native from their land. And this is dangerous because this is actually something that cannot be stopped. And you can see now, even for Khartoum, these things is there, but now begin to expose out. Before it was hidden because everybody was hiding in that flag of Islam and Arabism. But today they are not longer in that. This Islam and Arabism is now have become insignificant. When you look at it now, it's now position of power and influence. And of course, there is always a foreign influence. Like we know Hameti right now, he's holding this resources, and he's now getting seduced. The same thing like Malema mentioned, this guy Ramaphosa, he's a millionaire, and this millionaire is only to make a contract with the enemy. Those masters of his, to go and eat with them. And also one thing I want to remind you, Didi, that in South Africa also there is another issues. There is a foreign settlers like the Indians, like the Pakistanis, those are mostly they were used as a tool agents for the European when they were coming to Africa. They used them in every place. That's why you see Uganda have a lot of population of Indian that time when Idi Amin have objected, start revolting against this. Like, this is not right. These are not the native. When we go to their land, they don't even respect us that way. But they are here, they are masters, and they're leading us. The same thing, these things, and this is not the first time they did that. Even some of the Arab Turks or the Turks were brought to Sudan, and the Indians were brought to Sudan to play this role. But who dominated later is those Arab remnants or the Turk remnant who call themselves Arab. They're the one who played the big role to create a chaos, starting from Egypt to Khartoum, and then that's where they start. They were dominating the country until when the people in South Sudan, starting from Equatoria, fighting back and say we're not Arabs and we cannot accept being oppressed by people who are trying to call us that we are Arabs and also denying our right and identity. And this is the beginning of the war that ended later to our separation, as our fathers predicted and even hoped for to be separated. But now this separation has been corrupted because what happened is the elements that now run in the country, they're doing the same behavior of the settlers that is in South Africa, the same behavior of these settlers in North Khartoum who are trying to control based on this ethnic power, and they don't want to look at themselves that they are wrong here. They have committed atrocities and crime, and nobody can forget their dead. This is one thing I want to remind people. We can talk about nationalism, but once you commit violence and bloodshed, it's very hard for people to just forgive and forget. It might be easy in the word, in the mouth, but look back to what happened between the German, if you look at South Africa, let me give you one example. Mandela saved South Africa before it get to that level, because there was almost this tribal massacre could have happened. But Mandela, with his wisdom, he rebuked those leaders who tried to provoke tribalism, and they ended there. And also he forced this European who was instigating this tribalism to stop it quickly, or it will be a consequence for them later. Because even he warned them, if you think this thing is not going to hunt you later, it will come to you. So he's like, you better stop it, because you white people will not even survive. If the tribalism started, you guys will go back to Europe. So they feared for their interest, and they begin to think with common sense, like, yeah, this is wrong. If we create this thing, it's going to backfire on us. So they stop. But when it comes to South Sudan, with the tribalism, and let's be honest, with this Dinkanism control, and I know they don't like that, but we have to be honest, I'm not going to be shy from telling the truth. This Dinkanism have caused chaos in South Sudan, and they don't admit it. Even European people came in and wrote about it. Living in it. White women came and wrote about the tribalism that is going on, and how this regime is so tribalistic, and how the community behind it supporting such group that they are dominating, and they're okay with it, because nobody spoke until when Equatorian begin to say that it's enough is enough, it's time for us to stand up for what is ours. Then people begin to switch their language. These guys begin to say, no, not all of us. Okay, who are you? Why didn't you not speak out? Why didn't you not talk about it? Because even you could see the tribalism from the time 2005, it already exposed itself. But people were silent and patient thought, oh, excuses. And that's why they said when you see something wrong, you speak about it before it's too late. Don't come and say, oh, I'll wait until the right time. There is no right time when you see wrong. When there's anything wrong, speak out right now, because at least history will absolve you from every condemnation. But those who silent, that means they accepted it. And those who silent, don't let them lie to themselves and say, oh, there is a right time to say the right thing. You cannot. Because how many times when, like, let's give you an example of the Nazis, when they were killing those Jews in Europe, in Europe, the million of Jews that were killed, some Germans were silent and some spoke out. Those who spoke out, they were, absolved from this wrongdoing, but those who did not speak out were condemned, because majority of the Germans who were benefiting from these crimes did not speak against the atrocity they committed against the Jews in that time. But those who spoke out, of course, they were chased away or killed, but they were given a hero's welcome, a hero's honor. And those people today, they are example of people who speak out for the justice. Because when you see wrong, if you really are honest with yourself, you will not be silent. And you as a victim also, when you see you are being abused, don't be silent and accept it. You have to fight back. You have to resist. Even if you have to go against the whole world for your right, it's better. It's a great honor than somebody to dishonor you by keeping you a slave and cowardly, calling you coward and giving you all the name and abusing you, because that's an abuse. That's even a form of abuse to yourself, self-abuse. So it is really not right for us to be kind of like accepting such crime against us. So when we talk about our right and we start speaking like, you know what, I don't think there is any hope for this unity, because when you have committed so much genocide on our people, so much abuse and hurt for years, not only 1 year or 2 years, this is for years. Now we are what, 17, 18 years now we're going? How many years these people have committed their crime, and they don't feel shame of what they're doing to us and to our next generation. They're not just destroying, killing, they're also destroying generation mentally, physically, emotionally, in all aspects. The same thing the apartheid system did to the South African. But what helped the South African, those intellectuals stood up and fought back, and they never gave up on the freedom that they were fighting. And finally, when they reached the freedom, they say, it's up to you now, generation. Now you're free. Keep up the fight until you reach to the level that we were free like before, where we are fully independent. South Africa today is still an example of revolution. And so with all these things, we in the country that's called South Sudan, we have a conflict that we need to admit that this conflict, we cannot blame always European or Mustamir al-Qadim or Arab. We have to blame those who are waging war on their own brothers, who once sat down with them in the same foxhole في خندق واحد قاعد معه في نهاية بيجي بخونه بتاعه بسكين and call him you did not fight for me, you did not die, we are the one who fought and died. And today when we talk like we want to be a nation of ourselves, it is not out of hate, but it's like we want to rescue ourselves. And yes, we have all the right, because we are holding our territory. We're not holding anybody's, we're not taking any territory. And if you look at Europe even divided into countries. There were once, like if I can tell you about Czechoslovakia, how many territories were there? Czechoslovakia was like one. Now today there are many. 7 countries divided into 7 countries. So what is wrong about us? We were once in Sudan and we separated. And then the ironic thing, I laugh when I hear some of the people who don't want Equatorial to be a nation. Then they will talk to the Sudanese in the north, say, oh, our brothers, and then they will also try to undermine Equatorial for talking about Equatorial to be a nation, and they'll say to us, like, you guys cannot separate, we are one people. Why did you do that before when we were in Sudan? Don't come and tell me Sudan is different and we are not. Hey, listen, this is my territory. My territory has nothing to do with you. If your people was in my territory and we are having so much connection, centuries ago, then we can say, oh yeah, it's going to be complicated, but there's none. So please do not play game. Get a look at Europe after the Cold War ended. Europe divided into many countries, especially Eastern Europe. Those countries were forced against their will. And at the end, they came to recognition that, listen, we're fighting for our right. And even they got into a fight because they did not respect the others. So they went into a fight. But those who respected each other, they just separated peacefully. So, okay, listen, here it is. You go your way, I go my way. But some countries in East Europe, like between Bosnia and Herzegovina, those are the people who really fought bitterly because most of them, they didn't like each other from the start. Everybody hated each other. At the end, they come to resolution to just be nations. But now they're in peace, and now they're part of European Union. And if you look at these people, part of European Union, yet they never disagreed that they are European.
Yeah, I think your network, or is that me?
That is money.
Are you?
Hello?
Yeah, you just went off a bit and you're back. Yeah, welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. I know. See, this is the thing.
What happened? Have you seen a ghost or what? You seems like you forgot everything.
No. The network. But no, earlier when I was talking, there was some people who are non-Equatorian were here, and I remember some people that, we were talking about South Africa. Once we talk about separation, they get annoyed. They run away. It's funny, like, especially those who hate when we talk about, but we have to talk about it. Nobody can silence our right. And I know there's some ridiculous individuals are talking that separation is not right, all that. But listen, if we cannot live in harmony with each other, do you think there is any solution? If none of them can even come to their honest self and say, yes, we have done wrong, let's stop. Have you ever seen the oppressor or wolf will tell to the sheep, I'm not going to eat you. I'm sorry I've ate you. I will let you go. Or I will let you live. Do you think they will do that? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, no.
Exactly. So if wolf cannot do that, that's why I'm saying these wolves, they would like, I've heard some of them, they talk. And I dare them. I dare these wolves to come to our room, to be brave enough like they would talk when they talk in other places. And
I wanted to ask you something that
yes.
It goes on for example, like the guy that said that the guy in the other video that says that and based on how Africa has been territorial target, and Sub-Sahara now is.
Repeat it again. You say what
like
again?
how the Sub-Sahara side of Africa now is the target for them. What's like the war zone that is going on now, Sudan, South Sudan and stuff, and closer countries around there. So considering that, he said that that they will keep telling the African leaders that just keep doing what you're doing. Do you realize the similarities? And when we read through reports, sometimes in the report, what you will find that when the for example, the what do you call it? What's their name? The international community, they will the IGAD, they will just go through the things that are happening, reports from UN, reports after report, complaint after complaint, and you see basically the violations that are happening. Schools, like last time, the other report, the recent report that we talked about, schools being seized by the armies. They moved into these primary schools and make it as their barracks, and they're living in it, like in West Equatoria and Central Equatoria as well. There are 2 schools in Central Equatoria, and then the abuse of the women, the children, the young boys, and even older men, and older women and stuff like that, middle age. All these abuses that are happening, and it's really very painful. Those things that are happening, they do it actually for you to feel pain. You see, to punish you for no good reason. You haven't done anything. And it's similar, like for example, all these things that are going on wrong, they will tell these people that keep doing what you're doing. Did you hear like what this white man is saying? Keep doing what you're doing. Just, and then like keep Africa like that, or keep the country like that, to be messed up like that. Don't allow orders, and just confuse the people. Don't even let these people to go settle back in their homes. They must not settle back to their homes. They must not settle back to their originality. So you just keep confusing people that everybody is from everywhere, everybody can live everywhere. So we kind of like almost for example, Kanu, I don't know, you're in the middle of, I don't even know how to describe it. Anyway, it just, did you see the similarities here? Like the fact that these people keep feeding people, keep doing what you're doing. And then people here are fighting at the level of thinking that, well, is this person just, we got to fix this person, or this person, we got to fix this and that, or this person keep doing this and something like that. But then knowing that these things, these orders are coming from the top, from somewhere else, somebody's living somewhere and then controlling people. And then when you look into their videos that is being released in Khartoum, if you see the people that are killing themselves and beating themselves, tormenting themselves, taunting their brothers, these are the same people of the same likeness, the same skin. Like, either you cannot even tell the other one that is beating the other one from the other one that is suffering at the hand of the other one. To me, they all look like all Darfurians or Nubians, or maybe it could be the other black people from Sudan there or around Khartoum. You cannot even tell. Is that the saddest part is that the fact that they're doing this to each other, and then they let the master sitting up there. And those who are the remnants of the Arabs, or they're safe. You see, they're safe. And then it comes down to the discrimination. Even when people are escaping, then they talk about things like, the lighter people's skin color has to go fast, or maybe now there is another problem that is happening, that when people are escaping or boarding planes going to Juba or somewhere else, then the Dinka elite, which are rich, had to pay for their people all to go, and then the rest of the people left behind, you see. And then there's a lot of issues that are going on. And then this order has been called for Africa to live like that, for us to live like that. This is the order of the day and night, that we should live like this. Somebody has made this decision for us to live like this. And as we continue to live like according to somebody else's choice, then the result is there is no solution in Africa. There is no solution completely, unless we take things in our hand, we take chances and decided to say that, we have to stop, It's like we become like Yakidis Sukal Far, you see. You're just chasing after one another, like especially in South Sudan, for no good reason, no meaning, like it can shift that. And then somebody will just, like, people are all over there, for example, in Juba. But in Juba doing what? Why are you there in Juba? It's actually meaningless, the fact that they're there, and the fact that they want to establish Gali, because Juba is capital city, and they must be there. And then they're there, but then they're killing each other. And then you got a government that's run by two people, and we must all identify ourselves within the two people.
Sorry, I cut you. It's not only Juba now. I wish it was only in Juba. Now they're spreading around all over Equatoria. Yeah. There is some foolish individuals. I see them when they talk. They talk in a ridiculous way. They forget that these people actually now are implementing their seeds. Not only just settling there, they're implementing their seeds. They are going there in the excuses of military force. Like right now, if you look at West Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria, all of these people are invading, and yet some. Unfortunately, we got some foolish and a little bit idiotic brothers and sisters who will talk in the most ridiculous way, out of ignorance and emotional. I won't say emotional, but it seems like they're irrational, unintelligent. Almost like even a child can talk better than that. And they try to deny this, that, these people are only in Central and in Juba. But what is Juba? Juba is the capital center of whole Equatoria. That means everywhere. It's almost like you put a cockroach in the ground, combine many cockroach and just throw them in the middle of a kitchen and see how they will spread, right? Exactly this. So so they are not one place. You could go now today, even you could ask any Dinka today, he can tell you where they know about these areas that they never knew before in the 80s, but today they can talk about it. Just sorry to cut you, but that's what I just want to put for them to understand that it's not only.
I was just trying to to let you know, to add up that, if you could see it from that that side as well, that the fact that it's interesting, the fact that keep them, let them, just keep telling them that you're doing what you're doing, and then making them feeling bad that so the fact that they're failing so bad and they're living in poverty and it's their fault and something like that. But at another side also is definitely is our fault, because we're accepting that the things that are passed down to us, the rules that are passed down to us, how we can live. And that's why I kept coming back and say that I like how South Africa is fighting back, and Namibia is jumping on the boat fighting back. You see, they're fighting back so strongly, like you cannot tell me. And that's one of the questions I asked you earlier, that what do you think, I forgot to repeat it, that what do you think is going to happen to South Africa? Do you think there's going to be a consequence? Are they going to suffer any consequence for rejecting, to follow up with the order of the day that, that the American lady came in? Are they going to manipulate things and say that now we're going to, South Africa need freedom or something like that, and we want to free the people in South Africa or something? Or do you think that might happen? Or because if you see, if South Africa is a bit not at the stage of where South Sudan or Sudan is now, but they're fighting really to liberate themselves and fighting to do everything right. But then you got them trying to create another chaos there, to try to implement terrorists over there, you see. So I guess what I was trying to say, maybe we are all being blind, what do you call it, blindfold or something? We've been fooled. We've been blindfolded. Like, for example, we're not seeing things as it is. Like somebody is being purchased. Somebody like what do you call it? Molema said, instead of dumping money in somebody's one person account, so somebody's been bribed, and then this person that is bribed, and then making us suffering, to keep us in this sufferance. And then why people are not accepting that, and just not saying that I don't want to be part of this. If this group of people want to be part of this, especially when people are ganging on us, allowing to be a sellout, allowing to be the enemy of what we call the trusted union that we put in, why can't we just opt off and leave these people? Since this is what they want, let's opt off and leave these people so that they learn their lesson, since they're not learning the lesson. So yeah, I guess I was just trying to express that. It was supposed to come as a question, but it just didn't come there. So you're gonna have to excuse that.
I got you.
Yeah.
No, I heard you. One thing I would just say on this point is that, there is no, I don't think, of course, the devil will always have his own many tricks, but if you are strong, you will not fall for any trick that the devil throws to you. I mean, there will be a consequence every time South Africans speak out. And the one thing that maybe I will disagree, that's why I keep to disagree with Malema, is that Malema, even though he's in the right track, but he also need to be very careful with these people. Like, the enemy is so close to him that he might, I don't want to say that he might be victimized, but they know he's very much loved.
I think that's not him. That's not Samuel Elema. That's the minister of the foreign minister that was speaking. I think that's Molema. That's Molema kind of opposition.
No, but Molema is the image of the revolution, of the young revolution, the black BEE or black empowerment.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Economic empowerment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at it, he is still the voice and image, because when he speaks, he's actually the most powerful opposition to Ramaphosa and Jacob Zuma and the white settlers in there, because what he actually demanded, the first thing, the land.
Yes, and sorry, he was actually the force behind driving. I think the person before Ramaphosa, the president before, to be removed because of his corruption.
Jacob Zuma.
Jacob Zuma. Yeah, he kind of like exposes him so badly, and now he's going on also the same thing doing with Ramaphosa. So so I can see what you're saying here.
Exactly. And one thing I want to also add on that point is that with Ramaphosa, what's his name? Do you hear me? Hello?
No, but you're back.
Yeah, okay. So I said, like, for what is going on with Jacob Zuma, Malema is doing good, but the only thing that I worry about him is that he must not be betrayed from within. This is not the first time for Africa who had to fear any revolution. There was always a Judas. This is the problem with Africans. Every African leader who really speaks very, very with volume and authenticity and authority, when it comes to his power, and he trusts some of his colleagues. Sometimes you'll be finding a colleague who will betray him. We have seen this with Thomas Sankara. We have seen this with what's his name, Malcolm X. We have seen this with there is a guy, I forgot his name, is an American, and we've seen it even with so many, even with what's his name, Patrice Lumumba, how Mobutu betrayed him, and many. And this one thing, even with Joseph Lago, how Abel betrayed him, even though thank God he did not kill Joseph Lago.
Exactly.
But Abel is a traitor. Exactly. He's a Judas.
He betrayed Joseph Lago twice. Remember that? 3 times, even 3 times.
Yes.
I think you're now cooking your head when it was the first time, the second time, the third time.
No, I know. He was playing. He's the one even created this guy John Garang, because Abel was actually a mentor. He was a big mentor and John Garang to go to the bush and start the SPLA to counter the Equatorial Revolution, and we see it, and the evidence is clear. But some Equatorians still not willing and not ready to accept the reality, because this guy, when he was in Hajusif, according to what the history known, this guy, even some people witness, there is still living witness to this. The guy was meeting Madinka Tamde, including Abelada Kambiji Fibetu. And that was an evidence. That's not something we say just for the talk. Fina still can't think of hina ganit kalomau yamal shinu wakinde. He's an officer fi jesh bita Khartoum da, and that's when later he itmarrat min hinak. For one thing I just want to say was this my worry about Malema. Lanu kanuma taban Malema is very outspoken. It's very hard for him to be bribed. That's one thing I've noticed. Why people don't in Zola yani enemy who got to bribe you, then you have to find the personnel behind you to seduce him to fall, to make you fall. And if your people are strong enough, definitely there would be no one to break you down. And this only I could see, Lauma Akhadu example to Cuba, Manas Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and Raul Castro, and all these, because these guys actually, if you look at it, Namanuma Masago power, they try to seduce them. Like the people behind Fidel, but they failed. And then they find even the people behind Che Guevara are more radical than the people than Fidel, like Che Guevara, and they even were threatened. But this thing is unique when you find people like that, because such people like that can play a big role in history and can change the continent of Africa. That's why the Hadiasa Africa main do characters like what we saw in Cuba. Cuba is a small country, but imagine it stood against many, especially an empire like America and all that. So Malema is still strong, and we pray.
I think you cut off a bit.
أنا قاعد نتكلم برا يا جماعة ما بعد أجل طلعني برا تاني network. So أنا قلت South Africa never betrayed the cause since the time Umar fought for their freedom and against those. And that's why Mandela, thanks to him, he played a big role. And I think Mandela is inspiration to Malema, or Malema is inspiration to the new generation. Coming to Western Sahara or Eastern Sahara, African countries there, in North, including Sudan and Manateg, this chaos bitamda, the Meta mentioned, the identity crisis there is one of the biggest obstacles for any hope for these nations, including South Sudan. Let's not exempt South Sudan is a problem itself. The backward identity crisis, backward to this. And I'm in the 6th century. Like I said, if Upper Nile cannot solve their issues, it will be possible even for Upper Nile to be a nation if they want to be, or a state itself. Because the crisis right now, Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, as we know, have been in a chaos and a conflict of power for many years. And also add to it the tribal conflict of Upper Nile also have moved or already there in Bahr al-Ghazal. Those occupiers of Bahr al-Ghazal, which is Dinka, because Dinka is spreading around everywhere and claiming this land belongs to them. And now they're doing the same tactic for Equatoria. And then we get defensive. They don't want to acknowledge they're wrong. Instead, they want to have the audacity. They have the audacity to come to our face and say, "Hey, Junubin, we have to live together. Live together on what power and what base? You are an yanita kangala gita harami tilisa maga teptaneta harami. Fizol tani dari kalamat mabes nimshi le kanun guwa." You know, and yes, this is what's going to happen, because right now they might undermine the word of Equatorian nationalists who call like time for Equatoria to be a nation. Because Equatorial nation Bitauda is not based on the nation occupy people land. Well, I was in the Gandakrakabay, like I was in the rebuild ourselves back, because the issue of identity that Equatorial into identity. But Upper Nile meant to identity. Bahr al-Ghazal meant to identity. يمكن تقول Western Bahr al-Ghazal دم identity هم بيقولوا هم فراتيت بيقولوا هم يعني شعب واحد كنت كانوا هم في ناس قبائل الموجودة هناك. They never divide themselves. But if you look at Upper Nile, they will look at themselves differently. And you look at Juzum in Bahr al-Ghazal, they will look at themselves differently. The others are oppressed, and then they also want to force their words in Umayya majority. Just because a troublemaker does not mean a majority. Like they have the audacity to come to our faces and say majority. Hatta census but yet they will play this game, and Taman Finas because submissive, and they have become so afraid to speak out. But guess what? Like the Nazi, they killed the Jews. If Jews stood up, the Jews would have been ended. So these people have spoke up and fought, and even they begin to remind their brothers and sisters what is our right and where we've come from. So they begin to look for their interests. So the same thing is like Equatorian. Let's look back our interests. Let's look where we come from, and in the territory. And then all these people have no place but to come to Equatoria, and they want to spread around. Ashangal the bigger the folder. That's what we call it. It's anarchy. Folder as a was the Harlem, and then say and then we have to just accept it. No, I'm not that fool. Maybe others are fool because they're afraid, but I'm not that foolish and they can accept such thing. And they might laugh at what we call for, or they might undermine us. They might call us Kalambitana days, the dreamers, or we are joking here. Let me tell you something. I want to remind our Equatorian brothers and sisters. You can go around and talk about unity, talk about Wajnub Sudan, and talk about solution to our politics, but I promise you, illa karabana mafi, these people will never understand the meaning of unity, understand the meaning of a country, understand the meaning of brotherhood, understand the meaning of loyalty, understand the meaning of that, I'm my brother's keeper. The only thing they understand is their tribe. As long as it talgaf wasat bitakum huma birtu nurutan gitamak in front of your face without shame. As long as we are majority, as long as we kill and then they justify the killing, these people will never come to the sense nation. Equatoria in the chance to be alone. Today, people na manishufu fi mafi harmony. That does not give excuse in they got to suffer. Who already caused his own suffering? Who's the one who told him to go and loot and kill and be hungry? Let's go back to the centuries come forward. How did they live? They let women farm, women give birth, women feed the men, and the men best be out of his salak, they do and don't want to put food in his house. Then again, Talgam Huma can الرجال كان شاكلوا حله كله بقوم. You know, كان واحد عدوه بوده زي يوم ده قلت لكم if they mosquito bite one person in that territory, the whole country will hear it. When Equatorial somebody get bitten, nobody talks. So Equatorial need to find their place and really reason themselves to their sense. Let us not fear, because what are you afraid of? Somebody who cannot even organize his house, do you think he's going to be able to defeat you? You, the one who know organizing yourself? Organizing ourselves as a society is something natural. For them, it's not natural. It's only chaos is natural. So when we tell them this is not a insult. This is the reality. Because their reality is violence. Our reality is organizing ourselves in the betterment of advancing ourselves as a society of the 21st century or 20th century, or what do you call it, civilized society, because our civilization is not based on killing. Civilization is based on building, not destruction, is on progressing. So these people cannot get there until they come to their senses, and it's coming to their senses is not by they will say the good word. They need to prove it through action. They cannot come and tell us, oh, I believe in what you say, I believe in nationalism. Nationalism, that word, it's not a word, it's action. And anybody who cannot put it in action, don't trust them. Because that's how the world is. Today, they have been used by these Westerners in the position of, okay, these people are primitive. Let's just take advantage of their primitiveness. And that's exactly what they did. That's why you see this agreement does not even help anything. Look at the agreement first. And then look at this agreement. Because that's how, like, and look at this South Sudan is actually the most, the most shameful country, like, the most embarrassing place in the world. In Africa is South Sudan. The ignorance.
Yeah, that was the president of Namibia who said that. That, you know, embarrassing. That was the president of Namibia. Kali, this is an embarrassment that, you know, people keep doing to themselves. So. Yeah, I just want to welcome Al-Haj.
Welcome, Dr. Al-Haj. Marhaba.
كيف كويس?
Thank you, Odysseus and Didi. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I would say that there is a lot of things that really we as Equatorian, we need to look at as Solano. Right now, we are in a moment of trying to kind of like reassess ourselves, because this, when we separated from the North, there was a reason, yes, but it was immature because irrationally we just jumped up, hyped up, we let vultures and hidden group who have a tribal agenda to run the country and play the role of Humayao government, and they really manipulate everyone. In the end, we find ourselves in a corner where we cannot save ourselves, only to be ourselves, and let's just isolate everything that does infiltrate or divide us, because these elements right now are really now playing big role in big there is something going on now. They're trying to divide us into so much, calling ourselves East, West, and Central, and coming into the knowledge of saying, Ehna Zatu, Gabail. Listen, we know we are there. But what made Equatoria? Equatoria was not founded by us. It was founded by our ancestors, and our ancestors stood together. And that's why Equatoria had held that pride of unity before even Upper Nile. Upper Nile cannot find unity. And this is the reality. Upper Nile cannot even come together to the sense that they are equal. They can say, yeah, in our cousins, in married to each other, like in cousins, why are you killing each other? Why if you will fight and destroy a whole city? And these things have been happening, atrocities. So the issue there, we're going to give opportunity for these vultures from outside. Actually, manipulate politics. That's why you see today, economically, South Sudan is in turmoil. Politically, South Sudan has no decision. There is nothing South Sudan can decide. Hatta asa kalam al-kir galu da jam al-mufawadat in a negotiation tanas Hameti Burhanda. It is not from Kir. That's actually coming from up there, from these masters of his. But what they're doing, they're using him there, because remember, South Sudan is still in a with these people, even the opposition of Riyak and Salva Kiir here, the regime, they call themselves the government of unity, whatever. They're still not even complete, because there's still a crime going on, violation, all this. So it's a joke. And then they're bringing them to use them to stop that, because the flow of oil is the number one interest to these stakeholders, and then add to it, Hemeti become to show a threat to those people of Troika and the Western and the African Union who are there, because he's actually working with the opposite side, with Russia and the Gulf countries that is manipulating Hemeti with the oil, because most of them they have benefited from South Sudan. Now they're using Hemeti, and Hemeti is someone he's getting that courage to do it. So now the trick here, they use this puppet, this Mukirde, Khalid bring this, and it's, of course, now the game of chess is playing here. We will see what's going to happen next. But I'll stop here for now. I want to welcome Al-Hajj, Tfaddal. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Abdesius and Didi. And also to the people listening down there. This has been a very interesting room, really. I think you have contributed a lot to understanding of current and past events and how the world works. And I share a lot of the views that have been expressed here. I think you are on a road to something which is important. You've touched on things which many of our people do not understand. And this is not to say in a negative way, but truly because people are not informed and they are not aware of how the world works. You're right when you talked about colonialism, divisions, interest of others, and especially the article that you've put up there by Howard Nicholas. The issue is this: Africans have never been free, and Africans have never been independent. Although we have countries in Africa with presidents, with governmental structures, but the reality is that we have not been free. Since the wave of emancipations that happened in the 50s and 60s, people only got partly political power. Africa is not politically free in its political thought. Africa is not free economically. And Africa is not free socially. And it's important to break all this down. Let me start by saying Africans are not politically free. I've always spoken on this clubhouse that we cannot divorce the local or the internal from the external or international. Because truly, all the things that are happening in so-called third world, and especially Africa, Sub-Sahara, is not that because Africans are savages, Africans do not respect each other, Africans do not, but these are machinations and instigations by the global powers to ensure that their interest is protected and that their interest can flow unhindered. Let me take you a little bit back to about 1847. From 1847 until 1884, with the scramble for Africa that led into the divisions of Africa into different continents, the political ideology at the time was that of globalization, free market. And when it came from 1870s to almost 1880, the situation became exactly like what is going on right now in the world. Because remember, we are now the world since 1970, the introduction of globalization in the world in 1970 up to now, the ideology is that of globalization, free market, privatization, etc., etc. This is, many people look at this as new, but it's not new. It was there from 1847 up to around almost to 1890. Normally, with globalization, there comes a time that things cannot move further. Profits cannot be made because they reach a saturation point. Profits cannot be made. Relations become sour between nations, between people, because the concept itself does not allow for people to be together. When you're pursuing a system whereby everything is about profit and life itself, human well-being is not considered as important, people begin to work for themselves. And when you begin to work for themselves, this is division. You start breaking apart, you start fighting each other, and only the people at the top benefit. So when the situation happened in around 1870 to 1880, the businesses, and remember, just let me take you back. You know, Africa used to be called African company, Indian company. You know, the colonial powers had divided these lands to be owned by companies. East Africa, East India Company, West Africa Company, and so on and so forth. These companies were no longer making profits. And of course, at the time, science was not advanced to the level of knowing about minerals that are very important. The only minerals they knew were only gold and diamonds. The ones that are being fought for now was not there. So when the system was about to collapse, they decided, how can we make more profits? That's what led to the Berlin Conference. In Berlin Conference, then they decided to say, okay, we can go and colonize people and then make more profits from the colonies. Hence the division of Africa into several states and then owned by companies which later turned into were transferred to the states of those companies to govern and colonize. That's just a little information about what happened, and I might open up something for you to think about. So when Africa became colonized, and then in the 40s to 50s, people started fighting for independence. People got independence, but independence was only in word. It was not it has no substance. For example, it's only recently that Arikana Shihombori, who fought for the Francophone countries, to get their money back from France. Even after giving independence to those countries, economically, their whole economies were controlled in France, and all their money was taken in France. And I think Arikana Shihombori has articulated a lot of that, and most of you may know. France was making about $50 billion from monies of all these African countries, and then giving them loans to profit more from their own money. And the African leaders, of course, were oppressed to an extent that they can't even articulate this to their people. And the mistake they did is they are not, as you rightly say, they have not been open enough to tell the people that this is what is happening, because then the people could talk and they could then come and say, look, this is unacceptable. The people know this, they want that. But they keep on. And that's why this word diplomacy, diplomacy is an ugly word. Diplomacy is actually the exercise of violence silently. When people go behind doors and they talk. People are either sometimes humiliated, people are blackmailed, people are threatened, then they agree to sign agreements, and then they come and talk. Say, oh yeah, we've been meeting here now, we've agreed this, but actually in the so-called diplomacy, you have been completely disempowered as a junior partner or as somebody with a little power. You've been disempowered, and you just go with the system. And this is what has happened with most of the African countries. Hence, when somebody tells you, oh, diplomat, ambassador, this is all nonsense. Because behind that, there's ugly things that really go, which have no ethics at all and cannot be supported. So that has maintained a lot of this relationship between the global powers and the so-called third world in between brackets. Now, ever since the global powers want to make sure that their interest is maintained, they've introduced these divisions, which we have all bought into, and created the rifts all over the place. Because when you're fighting, then, that person with power just takes what he wants. And this is what is happening all over the place. We are so naive that we cannot even see what is obvious. And in not seeing what is obvious, we lose our resources, we lose a lot of things. And sadly enough, we lose our own personal relationships. Because if you look, prior to all this, Africans by their very nature believe in human well-being. But the coming of this construct of a state and the introduction of manipulation to create divisions for those in power to prevail led to all. Now you can see even Sudan. Previously, you can just ask yourself, why is it that in the past these divisions were not there? And you cannot escape the fact that people who represent us are manipulated and told you are better than these other people, and so you decide this, you do that, and we end up in chaos like what is happening in South Sudan, chaos whereby we are killing ourselves. Hence, to cut a long story short, the divisions that we are facing are divisions that are a result of manipulation. The result of manipulation by the powers that be. Let me give you a good example. When the world was a bipolar, when it was the West and the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union underrated one thing. They underrated nationalism. And so the use of radios, by then mainly radio was used as a means to access the world. Radio programs, and that is why up to now, you see all the developed countries, the states fund the radio system because the radio system is so effective in maintaining manipulated mind and also in promoting divisions. If you look at most of the programs, radio programs around, and you just focus on them, you will see that in these programs, these different things that they do, there are little words here and there that are thrown, which get lodged into people's mind and it remains there and it divides people. In around 1911, when the radio was founded, it was the only tool to control people, to manipulate people. So what happened was people started talking about nationalism, telling people their own rights, what have you. And it was nationalism that broke down the Soviet Union. Why the Soviet Union broke down? They broke down because of nationalism and ethnicity. You know, and it's a very powerful tool that people neglected at their own peril. Because in nationalism and ethnicity, that is the last point whereby a human being can find protection. You know, you cannot find protection from somebody who's not like you. You cannot find protection from somebody who does not talk like you. And this is where people retreat. And when people retreat into those cocoons, that is when people begin to fight each other and people begin to do the horrible things. So, Soviet Union with the different ethnicities, it led into the breakdown of Soviet Union. This is just an example to show you what manipulations based on ideologies can do. And this is the same thing that is constantly used in Africa. You know, so if you want to understand what's going on all over the world, you need to understand how the global system works. And you need to understand that the global system controls the world for its own interest. Let me just say something here. You know, you can always hear that, oh, I've got interest in South Sudan. Anybody, whether they are Kenyans, whether they are Ugandans, whether they are Ethiopians, whether they are international community, whether they are Americans, British, everybody will say they've got interest in South Sudan. But just ask yourself this question. How come that everybody asserts that they have interest in South Sudan while you, the South Sudanese, is perceived not to have interest? It's a bit of a strange thing. And this is simply because when people are more powerful than you, and they can rob you, they can take from you, the word interest is actually a way of I can rob you, and you can do nothing. Because why is it that you have interest in my home and I don't have interest in your home? I can't even talk in your home. Can you imagine a South Sudanese coming to the States or going to Australia or coming to Britain and saying, I've got an interest in this country? Can you imagine that? They'll tell you that they are crazy. But why is it that it is good when it is in sub-Saharan African countries and countries in the Middle East and other countries? It's simply an issue of power. So all these other states are supposed to service the bigger one. And this knowledge is critical to understanding political situations. Hence, the most important thing is how do we build this broken jar? Okay? And to build this broken jar, we need unity. How does this unity come? This unity cannot come if we do not understand the forces that control us and the forces that create this problem among us. Sadly enough for me to say, our leaders in Africa, actually some of them don't understand this. And if they understand this, they are not strong enough to stand out to talk. That's about the social thing. Again, talk about economic empowerment. African resources are controlled by outsiders. And they are told talkies and they believe it. Just imagine when South Sudan became independent, we were the only country in sub-Saharan Africa with the highest GDP per person of $1,300. All the other countries in Africa, the highest was $600. The rest are all below $200. But see how that quickly slipped for us to become a poor country. Because there is something called leverage. You know, leverage works this way. They create problems problems for you. And if your leaders are stupid and say, as our leaders in South Sudan, they buy into those, you end up fighting. Then the resources becomes a tool for negotiations. You are told you need to build an army, you need guns, but we will not give you any guns because there is no way you can assure payments back. Then they will tell you, give us this percentage from your resources or from this, we will then give you loan. Because you are in a war with your brother, you are in killing yourselves, you give your own resources to that person outside. And then that person gives it to you at high interest rates. And this continues and continues. And 2 to 3 years down the line, you accumulate a debt that you cannot pay. And then they'll tell you, okay, because we are in your global order, we are not going to be giving you any more loans. If you want, you are going to have to privatize your resources. And this is how they come in to loot. The leverage, then you are taken to a place where you can't pay back the interest, and you can't pay back your commitments. Then privatization comes in, and the stripping of your country to pieces happens. This is what's going to happen in South Sudan. And that's why you can see Kir signing agreements with IMF. IMF and all those other organizations are there for that purpose. And this is what Nicholas Howard has talked about in the article you put up. So basically, it's our own stupidity and it's our own lack of understanding of how the world works, and it's our arrogance of not listening to each other, because each and every one of us has something to contribute. You cannot say you are the only person who knows, because like the Arabs would say, Hawa Walda. There are many other people out there who may have been stifled, but they have very good ideas. And if you don't allow people to talk, if you don't allow people to share, you are not going to be able to build a state, because all the good minds are stifled. And hence, this is how we lose our economic power. Now, how are we going to gain this? At the moment, there are things going on globally at the moment, which shows that the world is changing fast in our eyes. And if African leaders and African activists and people like you can grasp this, there is a chance, a very good chance, of people understanding themselves and people working for their own interest. And this can be done by people listening to each other and by people sharing information and by people forming ideas. And even if these ideas are different, it's good. You can put all those different ideas together and you can filter out what works for all. For example, you might have a lot of different ideologies, but out of these ideologies, see the different ideas that can work for you. So you can build a completely different idea out of all these ideas that works for you and helps you achieve what you want. How do we correct this issue of unity among us, and why is unity important? You know, my brothers and sisters, the number one enemy is if you fail to identify your problem. And I think we as South Sudanese, and I'm zooming down into the South Sudanese debate, we the South Sudanese have failed to identify what our problem is. And if you do not identify your problem, you are not going to be able to save it. Just like the doctor, if a doctor fails to diagnose your illness, they are not going to save you. They can either actually kill you or you could die. Now, our problem in South Sudan is one. If we have diagnosed the problem and we know the problem, and we know that all of us with our different ideologies are not the enemies of ourselves, and we have one enemy, we have to learn a lesson from what the globalists are doing with this dividing people to get their interest. We can put that ourselves in that context that we are now divided because somebody is benefiting from this. And we need to remove that thing that divides us, which means I would have to look around and see if my brother A does not abuse me, does not do anything with me, although he's of a different ideology, I have no problem with him. If my sister B does not impact on my life negatively, does not interfere with me, I have no problem with her. But if my problem Z, who is oppressing my sister B and oppressing my brother A, is oppressing all of us, it is imperative that I plus my brother B plus my sister C unite to create that critical force to address the objective. In which case, like right now in South Sudan, we need to understand ourselves and we need to accept ourselves in our different ideologies without anger, without venom on each other, so that we remove that one simple enemy who's bringing suffering to the entire group. And until we get there, see that if we are going to remove the abusers in South Sudan, all of us come together and agree that I have no problem with A, I have no problem with B, I have no problem with this, but I have got a problem with Z. Let us all put our force together, remove Z, because if we don't remove Z, all of us will perish. So it becomes a necessity for us to protect ourselves. Let me leave it here. If I contribute something maybe later, but I think you are on a very good track by discussing the global issues, because I think, to me, that's my view and I could be totally wrong. I think our problem cannot be disconnected from the global. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Didi, are you there?
Yeah. I was trying to open my mic. I was
you want to
talking.
say you want to add anything or question? We
Yeah.
want to welcome 44288. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to thank.
Please put your question, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Al-Haj, and for coming up and what you said. Yes. Yeah, a lot of things are really very, educative, really on the high level, like you said, that a lot of people don't see it from that perspective. That people just see it from the lower level here, and people just keep knocking their heads. But if we started tracking these things backwards, go all the way up the ladder, then we begin to see the things clear. And it's just the fact that that if especially those people who are warring in South Sudan, if they could able to
You're
see.
in a matrix, Didi. You're in a matrix again.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're clear. Earlier, you were just seconds in the matrix.
Yeah. So if these people could see it that way, it would have been great. Like the fact that if you in the country right now, you got individuals that lock their heads up and then they forgot totally. They forgot other people, and they forgot that once upon a time, they don't even, like, people weren't even living like this. Like, everybody has their own territory they came from. But just because of that one point that people agree to be together, then they felt like they take it upon them to abuse other people. And I had to wish that these people would think that way. But also, I just have a question that in the fact that, you know, do you think that because everything that has been done is impossible really to get these people to understand, let alone even to feel ashamed that, you know, that the things that are going on is wrong. They don't have that feeling in them whatsoever. You feel like as if it's just like they close their mind and they just, this is what they want. Do you think there's anything left that can make this, that can people can reach these people to understand really that what they're doing is wrong? And also I wanted to welcome 4288. Lokule, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. So this is
doing great, thank you.
This is my question here, Al-Haj. So yeah, but I think yeah, what you said is like I see where you're coming from.
Sorry, Didi, if you could just repeat the questions again. I didn't have paper and I didn't take a pen to note down. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I was just saying that with everything that people have, you know, have tried to reach, you know, the responsible people right now that are leading us into these troubles that are happening, and this reoccurring situation that we're going through, seems like they close their mind. You know, they're not thinking about the rest of the people, and they're not thinking about the consequence, and that this, what they are doing right now, the power that they are fighting for, it can just tomorrow crumble down to nothing. Do you think there's anything left that people can really convince these people? How could you convince these people, since it looks like everything has been done, even let alone the deaths, the amount of deaths and the amount of, you know, the situation of the poverty and the devastation that people are living, you know, living through. It could not convince them. What do you think that people could do more that could make them see that what they're causing people is really wrong?
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Let me just give you a little bit of a story, and then after the story, I'll try to explain. You know, in our folk laws, there is a story whereby a small child set the house on fire, burnt the house. That's during the day. When it came to about 5, 6 o'clock, because they want to sleep now, this very child then goes to his mother and his father and say, I want to sleep. Where are we going to sleep? Now, you have burnt the house down, knowingly or unknowingly. All right? It's now come. You see? And so the cares type of people, the JCE type of people are exactly like this child. You know? They have no clue how the world is run. They have no clue about what their future is going to be. They are just there to eat and sleep, eat, drink, and enjoy for the day, forgetting that night will come and he will need a place where to sleep, so that he is not exposed to cold. This is exactly what is happening. You know, earlier, Audacious said something very interesting about the assassination of political leaders. He talked about Lumumba, He talked about Thomas Sankara. I don't know, he was also intending to make reference, I think, about Amilcar Cabral. And he also tried to refer to what went in South Africa. And this was very critical because these people were not just eliminated because of local differences, but critically these people were eliminated because of clash of international ideologies, socialism and capitalism. And it is in that fight that those who wanted to prevail and control through colonialism, resources, had to get rid of these people. This is exactly an extension to a certain extent. You can put Gereng in. Gereng's death was not by accident. I really don't believe that it was an accident. Although Gereng himself would have promoted some young biases in the government and tried to build a young dynasty out of South Sudan, but Gereng was eliminated because some global forces saw that he was not going to be for their interest. That's what I genuinely believe. I've got my own reasons, but I'll leave that for another debate should it come out. I don't like Gereng, but I think I should give him his dues. Okay? He was a very connected, witty, and suave person. Nobody can take that away from him. And I acknowledge that. And I think he became a victim of his own ideologies. So, South Sudan is now on the grip of all these forces who want to control the resources in South Sudan. And I do not believe one bit when people say, people in the international community can say, we care about the people of South Sudan. I don't believe that. If you care about the people of South Sudan, you should have been able to help the South Sudanese to get out of this mayhem. But actually, you involve yourselves in agreements that actually tie South Sudan into more problems. How can that be care of South Sudan? And let me not go deeper and outside there. It becomes a long story, but a short story. Kir and the Hemedtis and the Burhanis are victims of their own short-sightedness. They could not look far. Okay, they could not look far, and each allowed themselves to be played against the other. And believe you me, what's happening in Khartoum could happen in Juba. And I could, we cannot make analogies because each context is different. But the Hemedti Burhan thing can actually happen among the young in Juba. And let me tell you why. You have got Akolkur building his own force, exactly like what Hemedti did in the north. And he's at a certain point, because we are all human beings, human beings have got ambitions, have got interests, and they also want to do certain things. In politics, you are not going to be tied down to one space. You might want to go higher and achieve. And the highest achievement in politics is presidency. Presidency and then become global, if you can and you have the mind. Akolkur will have ambitions. He has shown ambitions that he wanted to be in power, just like Paul Malong at one point did, even to the extent and said that Riek will not come to Juba only after his dead body. But Riek has been in Juba now for 5 years and he has not died yet. So the confusion that is happening in our country, in Khartoum, can happen in Juba at one point, because the possibility that Agol Kur can build a strong power and challenge Kir or challenge the next president is there. You can see it clearly, because the security is not institutionalized under one person or under one institution of the presidency. Any country whereby there are differences, the security is split, you expect chaos. And so the Sudan thing is not a surprise. And Cuba is going to have that chaos. And even the reason why peace agreements are collapsing in South Sudan is because there are different centers of security. If the security was all under one center, it could either be dictatorship from one person to the whole country, or security for all from that sector. And so the leaders of South Sudan now are conditioned by these global powers of Africa, mostly third world, are conditioned by the global powers to be who they are. And that is why they like, if you look carefully, any person, any leader that is seen to be short-sighted and cannot look far, the global community will help them and will support them as much as possible, because this is the person who can sell the resources of that country. Okay, they will help this stupid person, and they will not allow any person that can actually improve the situation for the people. Hence, we have Kir. Everybody will support Kir. They cannot even support Riek, because they know Riek at a certain point could open his mind and say, no, I want to help the people of South Sudan. But the JCE and Kir have been found to be easily malleable, amenable, and manipulatable. So they will support them. They will, either through agreements like the Arkies, and now extension, they will make sure that they remain in government, because these are the people who allow the powers to be, to siphon out the resources. Hence, my argument is that the fight for us South Sudanese must be recalibrated properly. It must be around our unity, because our enemies are those in Juba. They have done all the horrible things to all of us. So, for us to help ourselves, we must all come together and remove JCE, Kir and JCE, for us then to build that environment whereby it's important to nurture good leadership. Right? For us to birth a leadership that can actually care for the people, a leadership that can listen, a leadership that can promote democracy. Without us doing that, we will continue with these short-sighted leaders who will burn the house, then tomorrow and say, I don't have a place to sleep. Where can I sleep? You had all the resources. You had everything. All right? You wasted it. By the way, let me remind you, Hillary Clinton did say clearly in 2014 in Washington, when they were doing that, building something for South Sudan. Hillary Clinton said clearly, if you go and read her statement, she said, South Sudan, if you don't look after yourself very well, you will come to wake up and find that your resources have all been stolen and you have nothing to live on. The same analogy like the earlier of the young boy burning the house. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if, because his brother asked it.
Yeah, thank you.
I wonder, did you say, you hear me?
No, yeah, no, you go ahead.
Oh, no. I will ask later, but there is a question that you said, I don't know if I stand, because I missed that one. You said Kir is a victim of what? If I might not, I heard you clearly. Yes, yes. Sometimes people
yet Mandela never gave up and never gave up hope. Instead, he said, this is the next generation job. It's tasked for them to continue. I've delivered what I can. He did his best.
Was
and
he
some
killed
people take Mandela
before?
a lot. Now,
Was he killed before Steve Biko or after Steve Biko?
After he was killed, just the time when Mandela was released, and there was like they were trying to shape a new government, and there was negotiation between the white settlers or the occupiers and the African ANCP on the future of these whites who are living in South Africa illegally. They wanted to be part of that country by any means, that they have to be put as a minority and they must be guaranteed to have equal right. But there was a lot of also people who did not see that these people deserve it. So like Chris Hani was one of the people who said we cannot compromise land. And he was very much, of course, anti-capitalism. He was a complete communist, very purely communist in his ideal, and that's what ended up his mysterious death. And the guy who killed him was somebody from East Europe. He was just released recently, I don't know. But I will stop here, but I want us to, to look at the failure. And like also Dr. Hajj mentioned a lot of things. For those who didn't come in earlier, he was mentioning about things that talk about how the neo-colonialism is manipulating, and people take that also for granted. They don't want to see this as a bigger object, one of the thing that cripple us. But yes, this crippling also, I will add to it, it comes because of our mistakes and our people not looking at it in a wider picture. From within and from outside, because like Fima Salilokan, I remember in the military they said, the only opportunity a thief can get is when you let your window open or your door open, because the thief, even though they might not have the opportunity, if you lock your door good or your window, you have enough security, you'll have a hard time. But once you open that door or you give an opportunity for the thief take that opportunity without any question. So for these new colonialists, let's put them that way, because they will not do anything if we don't give them that chance. Let's look at the other countries in Asia. How did they control themselves? The difference between Asia and Africa. So I don't want to go far. I will let from Mr. 4288 and later Nerjal Abu Shana. But if any question from us, we can ask. And if anyone wants to join us, welcome. And I have some things that later I will also kind of like rebuttal on Mr. Al-Hajj on some things he mentioned, but that will be later. So thank you.
Thank you, Brother Odasi, Sister Didi. Kalamkum Kwez, I was listening the whole time, and I was listening to Dr. Al-Hajj. What I was trying to say, the conversation was going very good. Kalam the Kwez. Like I heard Dr. Hajj. I got the question for him, but he can answer it later. You're talking about unity. I heard you, and the whole time you're talking about united, the only way can get us out. When you talk about unity in 24th century, as I'm a young generation, I think your conversation is from the old generation. When you talk about unity and this 21st century, it don't work no more. The unity, the word called unity is not working now these days. Cause I don't feel like Haja. Sure, I got a $5,000 Honda. I'm driving it, and I see somebody coming, driving, passing me. He's driving a Lamborghini, costs $250,000. And I'm looking at him, how this guy got this car. I'll calculate my account, how much that I can make to make this money that I could be united with him. It would take me like 50 years to just buy the car that this guy is driving. So, mushkil of the unity, I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna work. Unity is gone there, because everybody nowadays, everybody by itself. Yeah, if you look at it, I got a friend that he went from America to Africa. And he was asking me, hey, can you please send me? He's a friend, he's not my family, he's not my relative. Where's Sahabi? He went to South Sudan. He asked me to send him $100. I tell him, hey, you got a family in America. Why they're not sending you money? It's like, bro, nowadays, family is just a name, though. So when you look at all that, it's unity. I don't know what kind of unity you trying to say that. Unity, somebody live in a mansion and somebody live in a hut. How can that somebody unite with you? Like you right now, you're telling us, can we South Sudan unite? Somebody live in South Sudan. He making $5 a month. A soldier carrying a gun, and I'm here. I'm just civilian. I'm making $1,000 a week. How can this person unite with us? Or how can we fix what they call South Sudan? So, yeah, Dr. Al-Haj, Kalamita unity there, as in the Kalamda is out the way there. Because if I give you an example, I see look like Sulfur Kir been there since 2011. How many seen a position in South Sudan? How many rebel? They cannot get Sulfur Kir out. Why not let's say united? Oh, let's unite. If thing not working, bro, we cannot say that. You know what I'm saying? That thing is united is not working nowadays. It's you and your immediate family. That's how it is. Like you and your wife, your mom and your dad and your dad. I think that's what it comes down to. That's why it makes it so hard for this world to move on. ما في حاجة بتاع unite زمان بتاع let's unite and do this. حاجات ده خلاص. حاجات ده انتهى في 21st century ده. Me as a young generation I've seen that. So when you say let's unite حاجات ده you take it out your calendar, my brother. حاجات ده is not working no more. ما في حاجة بقول له unite. And then I've been in Clubhouse, we've been on Facebook, all this. Sulfur Kir must go, Sulfur Kir must. We need a federal system. It's not working. Why? Because unity, that word called unity, it don't exist no more. If you're a younger generation, you understand it. Nowadays, we basically really have friends that nobody even have friends no more. Work, home, pay your bills, and go do your thing. My father will go unity. So I don't know what he's talking about united. How many people nowadays just say I gotta go work 10 hours to pay my mortgage, to pay my. You think I got time to come here and try to unite with somebody that basically can travel to Dubai? Unite. So mushkil of time after Sudan, I think he got to do with the generational issue. Itu nas al kubar kalam bitakum bita. Oh, let's unite, let's get our mind right. I don't think this thing is working no more. We need to find different other solution. When I'm talking about different other solution, basically we need to catch up with the 21st century, because this generation, basically, when I look at the economy, this is generation of attention. Like basically like TikTok. I see 1,000 people watch you, you can pay money for it. If you're making something good, nobody got to shoot for you. Nobody will pay attention to you. So I don't know how you guys, the oldest people, trying to come out here and give us advice. I don't think it's not working, because I keep going, we keep going in circle. Keep Clubhouse, I seen a position, Salvation Army, Paul Malone, Bagara Mom, I tell him, my bad here, Sulfur Kiri, I'll guide you like that. Either you go kiss his feet, Semina, I'm them Gulomano, Johnson Ulun, Galmashi Yuba Hassa. He got tired. Because this manipulation is not working. My bad unite. This united game is over. It's the economy of attention. So basically what I'm trying to say is we need to, as we as South Sudanese, I think we need to adapt closer to a system, to a 21st century system so we can basically make it easier for us. But we come out here and talk and say, oh, we need to unite and all that. I don't think unity is out the way. That's the last thing I think. Because me right now, I have a family member that I don't even talk to no more. I'm only immediate with my family. And I seen that's how it's going on. It become small circle and a small circle and a small circle. So the problem of South Sudan, it could be proxy war, it could be all of that. But end of the day, wallahi, I don't see no solution in South Sudan with Anaka. We can come here and talk in clubhouse, but I don't think unity is the issue, because I seen a lot of room that talked about that. Let's unite. Why did everybody got different schedule, everybody got different agenda. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got different agenda. Everybody got different life. How right now can I unite with somebody that live in Egypt? He probably working 12 hours a day. How can I unite with somebody that live in Juba? He making $1 a day, while I'm out here making $200 a day. Can they unite to that? How can that United start dictatorship? It has to go to Europe. Do you think somebody living in KGKG can unite with you? Or you think somebody that live in Rang can unite with you? That's very impossible, Doug. That's like, I can hear that in a word, but in making sense, wallah, it's very hard to believe that. So I'm out of that, Dr. Haitaka Tugula, unite as you guys are the exit generation. It took out to call them Kalamat with our old Doug. I need a young generation that say, this thing don't exist to us. I'm out of it. Those who can understand what I'm saying, Didi maybe can understand. Like, you know, I got to show Nas a little Hubar, it is a guy to hurry for that. Girl, unite. Well, how can we unite that? Some people eating 3 meals a day, some people eating 1 meal a day. And you telling me, oh, let's unite so we can change this. That's very impossible, Doug. Wallahi lazim, ana maarif kalam da biji kef Doug, Dr. If you can answer that question, it's not about where you are and all that, but that's a very dangerous question, Doug. That's how it's going on in South Sudan. We talk about proxy war and all that. I think you got to do what you got to do, bro. Everybody got 8 years to live, or 9 years you live. Whatever you can do it. Whatever I can do, I can do it. I think that's the only way. I just with our unity there, I think you take that shit out the way, Doug. I don't think that's the solution to South Sudan. Until South Sudanese people become very aware of what they need. Basically, a law and order. Law and order, Benjamin Wendak, and anybody can fetish that. Thank you, those Yarmada Kalam Kathir and others. I'll say what I say there.
All right, thank you. Then Hajj will answer later. If you don't mind, give chance to Abu Shanab. And then from there, because I think he have a question for you too. So welcome, Abu Shanab. Go ahead, thank you.
Shukran. For 288, you nailed this to the point. Young generation. Yeah, it seems like we stuck back in time. We really stuck back in time. You know, they need to upgrade themselves. To be honest with you, you know, we still stuck back in time. History and all this. That's what you guys bring into the clubhouse. We don't want no history. We really don't. You know, they still talking about 19-something, 20-something. You know, this is 2023. Why we still stick to those war zone and war dates and years? Why are we sticking to those? Why are we still talking about it? Okay, when you build a country, okay, when you're a newer country and trying to put law in order, okay, you don't go by what you had from the Arab 1956, That's where the law and order is been. No, you are a new Sudan, a new country. You need to come with your own law and order. But you're sticking with the same law and order from 1956. You know, this is not gonna happen. You are a newer country. That country بتاع rebel بس الحسي قاعدين فوق ده. The rebel, the nyaham, even the opposition outside, they still want to go and get their money out of that country. You know, we're looking forward to see a new revolution to come and get rid of this. You know, unity is not going to get us nowhere. Unity is not going to get us nowhere. You know, you nailed it, 488. You nailed it. But do they have the answer for it? They're going to be telling you history again and history again and history. No, people nowadays, your neighbor country, they're manufacturing cars. Okay? They are manufacturing cars. They're manufacturing mattresses. They're manufacturing all goods. If you don't realize and you're still stuck with your old people in the power, and you think for 1 minute this is a good idea, yeah, now you think again. And let's talk about the president. Okay, who's the victim? Us or the president? This is my question to you, doctor. You can answer it later. Your explanation, absolutely, to me, nothing. You know, you did not explain it right. I think I need to be explaining it more, because if you're looking at the president, he's not a victim. He's a manipulator, a master manipulator. Okay? We are the victim, the citizen, your citizen, you yourself, me, and everybody else in that country. They're victim of that president. President got the power. What you got as a citizen? You need to answer that question. You know, what you got as a citizen? Nothing. Zero, absolutely. They drive in cars, like my brothers just said a minute ago. They drive in cars. What you drive as a citizen? The citizen, they're not driving nothing. They just walking. Walking. What you gonna do? Are you gonna change? We need a revolutionary to be in that, to wipe those, so we can have our own independent country. Wake up, Junubin. Wake up. As right now, there's الدول الجنبنا ديل كلهم حصلت بيعملوا عربات شركات حاجات طبعا ده احنا قاعدين stuck. We're still stuck in the war يا جماعة. We're still stuck in the war. Has a disaster from North Sudan. الناس ديل كلهم جارين في الرنك هناك. يا أخي ده شكل تعب يا أخوانا. ده شكل تعب والرئيس قاعد يعمل شنو؟ والله هو نايم شارب ما قاعد يعمل أي حاجة. نايم يا قاعد ياكل أحسن أكل. How you feel يا نادا؟ How you feel يا جماعة اللي انتوا قاعدين تتكلم praising the president here وقول president is a victim. President victim of what يا أخي؟ Victim of what؟ عليك يا جماعة بعد مرات نوزم كلام بتاعنا نحن بنتكلم نقول شنو؟ الفيكتيم we are citizens of South Sudan. The citizen, we did not get our rights. All the governor or the ministers are قاعدين فوق هناك they ما وطنية بتعريفها ما عندهم عشان بس يقول يا اسمع كده our people they're suffering, our citizens are suffering. We could have been advancing in this country. You know, 2011, we could have been advancing. 2015, civilians, they could have just taken over the country. Muatinin, Madaniya can be taken over the country to resolve the solution. We would have been us right now next to Rwanda by developing our country. Next to Rwanda, developing our country. Yesterday I was in one room and he goes like, oh, look at Italy. How long they developing? Yeah, he has all. You had the money in your hand, $7 trillion. Okay, you had it in your hand in 2005. What you do? You distribute it to the rebels. You distribute it to them. And what they do? Driving a fancy car, taking all the families out of the country, and they let them luxury and building their houses in Uganda and South Africa and elsewhere to benefit their own people. Who's the victim? Who's the victim? Still the citizen, the victim. When you have the power, you have the power to change the whole entire country, to do some development in your country. What development did you do? This is the anger in all the citizens. As the people of North Sudan flee right here, Junubin, North Sudan, they're fleeing. You should have been taking planes to go and get them, not to get your own people first. This is just like double jeopardy. As right now we're having crisis. There are some people, they still stranded in North Sudan because of their government. And you're telling me the president is a victim. Our people is stranded. Yeah, doctor. Our people is stranded. The victim, they're stranded in North Sudan. Do something. Do something. I'm expecting an explanation, a wider explanation to condemn that government, to condemn Wuzara, to condemn even the Kir himself. Condemn him, not to praise him right here. An award like a victim, this is a huge for me. I don't need explanation out of you, because it's sad. It's sad to call him as a victim. It's very sad. I will for the conflict contribute series on South Sudan, Africa on conflict. Well, I've said enough, but I came up here to that word, the victim word, and that's it. Changes, it should be within us.
Before you go, listen to what I was saying.
No. You are
Green,
something else.
do not open your mic. Yeah, I will shut up. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Green, don't open your mic, please. That's not decorum here. You cannot do that. Let the gentleman finish, then you can come in. Do not interrupt. If you interrupt again, you go down. With all respect, we don't want this interruption. We're not in Jerry Springer. So go ahead, Abu Shanab.
Yeah. Thank you. Ana Arif Wodia Leshnu. You know what? Sometimes look at your country as a bigger picture, to change that country, not to victimize us. Not to victimize us. And I will stop right here. I'm just waiting for explanation from the doctor, and I will leave as well. Thank you, Odasi. Thank you, Didi. And Bagina Sultani Nagadina Smotehedina. Shukran.
Thank you. I just want to add something, Abu Shanab, brother Abu Shanab. What you said is true. Even these guys, like, to the extent they have, prostituted our girls, like, corrupted them. Like, they really done so much evil that I don't think anybody will forgive them, not even in the next world. For they just, and the sad thing is that people now are looking at these incidents, but do you know that before even they came and ruled or had the opportunity to rule, they committed crimes against humanity in the bush, in these wild jungle when they were fighting, calling themselves revolutionaries, when they are not revolution. They were more of warlords and killers and murderers. Add to this guy's not even elected. He's not even a president. Not even the members in the cabinet are called. These guys, they just force themselves against the people will. And that's why even earlier we talked about democracy. I said there is a lack of understanding to democracy. Because some of the people who talk about democracy within African countries, they try to copy the Western, but they forgot that this democracy always failed because they will never get close to it because they're missing the missing link, which I earlier explained. Some of it goes back to the way how we are shaped. They just like parrots, copy things but do not know what it is what the meaning of. So, and it's really sad. And this is what these guys have always never reached to a level of stabilizing any African countries. Most of the time, they will sound very inspiring and very captivating in a moment, but only the wise will see through them. Will see to them, and then they will expose it and say, hey, listen, you don't, because I could tell, from their fruits you should know them, and that's it. Unfortunately, some they don't, but I know Dr. Hajj want to answer, so if, did you have anything to add before we go to Al-Hajj to brief his answer?
Not at the moment, thanks.
Okay, and then later after that, we will give a chance to Mr. Green and then Brother Debo. I hope I pronounced your name correct. So, Al-Hajj, Mr. Al-Hajj, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Odysseus. This room is becoming very interesting and I really love it. The questions are also very interesting. It's only... I think there is a problem in Clubhouse. This is just a general comment. Earlier when we were talking, we were only about 5 or 6 in this room, or 7 in this room. And most of the crucial things were talked at that time. And many people perhaps may not have understood how these conversations developed to how I tried to explain. But that's good. Still, we can discuss, we can go back and talk about it. Earlier, when we came to this talk, we were talking about many things. Global politics, how that impacts on our local politics. We talked about colonialism. And in the context of that, I made the comment that Kir is a victim of, and I will explain more for people to understand. And I did make clear that as far as South Sudan is concerned, to the South Sudanese, Kir is the oppressor. And I want people to hold that in your mind. Kir is the oppressor in South Sudan. But in a certain aspect, he is also a victim. Now, let me start by Abu Shanab. Abu Shanab obviously disagrees, and that is okay. It's good to disagree so we can understand ourselves. They think that unity is a waste of time. Unity is an old concept, perhaps associated with people of older generation. That's still okay. They believe that now people should be owning cars, other people are living good, people should be thinking about development, self-development, and we should just forget about this issue of unity. That's fine. There are many types of unity. There are many types of unity. And it is on personal level, and there are unity in terms of production, people coming to work together to produce something, whether it is food. In the villages, you can call your neighbors around, they come, they unite with you to build, to dig your piece of land so that you can grow. That's another part of unity. You can also unite to, like in football, in sports, a team is actually 11 people united to achieve a purpose. So unity is important in life. Nobody can take away unity in life. Unity is a basis of existence. Our own existence as societies, in tribes, in clans, is all tied with the word unity. You know, the tribalism that is happening is because the members of that particular tribe are united to achieve what they want. The young at the moment are oppressing us because they are united. So unity cannot be an old concept. Unity is part of a daily life existence. Every day you go about. In your family, you must have unity to live happily, to avoid arguments. You must be in unity with the rest of the family members. Okay? And if this concept cannot be understood, that there are many sides to it, then I don't know how I can make it more clearer to people. But in politics of it, you cannot succeed in politics unless you come together and build a big force. He mentioned something. He said that we need revolution. I put it in his own words. We want revolution. Very good, Abu Shanab. How are you going to attain revolution? You are going to attain revolution by convincing the masses of the people that the idea you want to implement in that particular country is acceptable to all. And if you are going to be talking to people to bring them to that idea, you are building unity. So I don't know how can you contradict yourself. The very idea of wanting revolution is calling for unity to overthrow the system. So you are contradicting yourself. And that contradiction, all of us do contradict ourselves one way or another, and for us to learn. But I think you need to dig deeper into the concept of revolution to understand that you cannot have revolution without unity. I hope you will do that so that you can convince yourself. When people all come up and agree with one decision, they are already united on what they want. Hence, the word revolution, unity is very important, whether to create a revolution or to change a system. That is fundamental. Okay? You have to build consensus, and that consensus requires unity. And that unity in a revolution is a unity of idea for a solution. So I don't know how you think of revolution to be attained without unity. I don't know. You might want to explain to me how you can attain revolution without unity. And I would look forward to hearing that from you. And I could go to 4288. 4288, I cannot change a system without unity. Let me tell you one thing. If you live in America or you live in Canada or you live elsewhere, you may have heard of something called NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it is led by the most powerful country in the world, which is America. Even America needs unity of the NATO countries to win wars. When they went to Libya, or when they went to Iraq, when they went to all these places, America had to build unity of NATO countries to act. There is something called BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. The they now want to promote multipolarity. And for them to achieve that multipolarity, they are building unity of all countries that agree with their idea. So it is not an old idea. It is not something of all people. It is going to be there today. It is going to be there tomorrow, because unity is part of politics. It is an essential component of politics. You can't remove it. So I don't know what 4288 is talking about. How are you going? Right now, we are talking about having people are having cars, people are achieving anything. How can we unite? I'm talking to you, you are talking to me. Social media is uniting us. You and me are now in unity of talking, unity of conversation, unity of disagreement.
Things are all right. NATO was created 20 years ago. I'm talking about 2023. NATO is not made 2023. It made 20 years ago.
Okay, but you know that NATO now increased its number. It has added Sweden and Finland in, if you do know that. And NATO is still asking for more members in Europe to join. Is that not unity?
Can I ask you guys carefully?
The green. Let us not interrupt. Let him finish. When he finishes, so we can give you a chance. Yeah. So the idea of unity is important. And in our case, we in Equatoria are being oppressed by Kir and the JCE. We are being killed. Our women are being raped. And that is a psychological punishment to our women, including the killing of our culture. Because when you attack women, you attack the culture. The same thing is happening to all other communities in South Sudan. Okay? And all this is done by the Jeng because they control the government. The power that the Jeng exercise now, you need to realize it's the power of the Sudanese state. It's not that the Jeng are strong, no. It's because they are controlling the state. All right? How are you going to take that power away from the Jeng to improve the situation? If we fight in Equatoria, say the Bari speakers fight, they will not be able to overpower Juba. If you say Eastern Equatorians, they will not be able to overpower Juba. If you talk about the Fertit or the what, they will not be able to overpower Juba. Because the Jeng are using the entire power of South Sudanese. All of us combined, that power of ours is in the hands of the Jeng, and he's using it as a club, beating us on our heads, all of us. But then let us realize, I have no problem with people from Eastern Equatoria. I have no problem with people from Western Equatoria. I have no problem with the Cholo. I have no problem with the Maban people. I have no problem with the Anuak people. I have no problem with the Fertit people. I have no problem with other people in South Sudan. My only problem is the Jeng, because he's the one oppressing us. The same applies to the Cholo. The only problem of the Cholo is the Jeng. The same problem of the Fertit is the Jeng. And we know that power which the Jeng is using is our power. We can only take that power if all of us forget the differences among ourselves. U422 is not my problem. Abu Shanab is not my problem. My problem is in Juba. And that problem in Juba is your problem, is for a big problem. Unless all of us come together and forget the difference between us, Juba will finish you, will finish Abu Shanab, will finish me. Hence, this is the importance of unity. Now, let me answer this question about Kir, where people cannot understand, and please bear with me. When I said Kir is the victim, I want you to understand that all of us have got different facets in us. We've got different sides to us. And we were talking about Kir in the context of global politics, African politics, and local politics. In the context of global politics, Kir is a victim of availing himself itself to be used by global powers. This is one. Number two, Kiir is a victim of the Jeng. The Jeng have supported him, given him that power to abuse, which then puts him and the Jeng in a very difficult situation. So, I'm not praising Kiir that Kiir, when I say Kiir is a victim, I'm not praising Kiir, but I'm stating a fact. And the facts are as follows. Locally, in the context of South Sudan, Kiir has been victimized by the Jeng, first by Gereng and the Jeng. Why? Gereng knew very well that Kiir hasn't got the capacity to lead a state. Gereng makes him his deputy. Gereng then dies. Kiir then
endorsement. It's called endorsement. It's not victimized. It's called endorsement. So
let me just explain. That's my view.
Correctly.
Let me explain. That's my view. You can have your view, and we won't discuss.
Last warning, Green. If you just interrupt without your turn, you have to go down because we cannot do that. I told you wait, and please, Dr. Hajj, if you can conclude, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So then, but Green, do not interrupt.
I will wait.
Yeah. So please do not interrupt again. That's the last warning. Thank you.
I apologize.
So in the context of our South Sudan, Kiir is a victim of Gereng and the Jeng. The Gereng made Kiir very well that Kiir has not got the capacity to lead a state. But because they want to manipulate him to do things for them, to do the dirty things for them, they allowed him to be there. So in that context, if you're fair and your analysis looks at the local level, Kiir is the victim of the Jeng and victim of Gereng. But then when you look at it in the context of South Sudan all, Kiir is the oppressor and the Jeng are the oppressors, and they are the problem of South Sudan. So it's not a case of praising, it's a case of stating a fact. And then when we look about it internationally, regionally, Kiir is a victim of IGAD and East African countries because they support him, and they make sure that all the other opposition parties in South Sudan are not supported because they want Kiir being brainless to be there so that they can exploit the country. And Kiir, with his old ignorance, cannot see that he is endangering the Jeng, and he's committing existential conflict in South Sudan for his own people, for a country that he fought for all his life. He was in Anyanya 1, he was in SPLA. You fight all that for all those years to attain a country which you then destroy by breaking it apart. So in that context, Kiir is a victim of his own ignorance and a victim of his own community. But to us, he is not a victim. He is the oppressor and the perpetrator. So if you can understand the arguments I'm putting forward, I'm not praising Kiir. I have spent half of my life fighting Kiir. And I get puzzled when somebody tells me that I'm praising Kiir. No, I'm an arch enemy of Kiir. Kiir wants to kill me. But the truth of the analysis must be mentioned, and people must be given their dues when they are subject in a discussion. Because if I'm going to be talking, for example, about Odysseus, and I know that I disagree with Odysseus in many things, and if Odysseus does something that is right and I don't acknowledge it, it means I'm just a hypocrite. I'm not being honest. For us to move forward, we need to be talking to each other honestly. Hence, unity is very important. If somebody does not understand the importance of unity, then I think we are going to have a long, long way fighting for freedom in South Sudan because we are missing the point. And unity with people in Kaji on the ground is happening through the social media. As I said, This social media is connecting us, is uniting us. Clubhouse is uniting us, bringing us together. Although we disagree as we argue now, but we are united in just talking. We are acting within one channel, and I think that is very helpful. So please understand, make clear understanding of the local and the international, which we talked earlier before. Perhaps if you had listened to what Audacious had said and we said earlier, you would understand we are just trying to situate facts where they are. And it's not just because I dislike Kir, I do this, I can't give Kir his dues. No, that would be totally wrong. You have to acknowledge people for who they are and not judge them harshly and also falsely because you disagree with them. That's all I want to say. Thank you. All right, thank you. I have a lot to say, but I will wait for it. But just want to correct you on something. A revolution does not need to convince anyone. To be honest, revolution is more about, like focusing on people, right? Like if you know your right has been taken, then you have to revolt against injustice because revolution is more of removing the wrong and replacing it with the right thing. And revolution is always bloody. Some people assume revolution is more peaceful, kumbaya. Revolution always is almost like a tornado or like a hurricane that comes in with a strong power because it's a force that does not reckon with what you call injustice and evil and all that. And just one thing to remind you, Mr. Al-Hajj, for me, I'm an Equatorian nationalist who have a lot to say on what you said, but I'll wait, like I said. So we give a chance to Mr. Green. But before Mr. Green, do you have anything to add? Can I just make a clarification? Just one second. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Go ahead. I think Audacious, thank you for. You see the issue of revolution. I think you have a different understanding of revolution. Revolution doesn't happen in one day. It doesn't happen in 2 days. Revolution takes time to ferment. It takes years or decades to develop for it to happen, and before it happens, different opposition groups will talk and they will talk. Like what we are saying now, this debate going on is not. Some people may think that this is just a waste of time, but it's not. Many people are getting ideas from here, throwing this out, adding that, and for the last 13 years in South Sudan, people are talking. Ideas are fermenting and ideas are forming. Slowly by slowly, over a long time, due to people arguing and due to people opposing and due to people explaining things, these ideas build up and then one day it just blows up. So revolution takes time and it comes from the discussions and arguments and the things that happen in opposition to a system. It just does not happen that all the one of them in the past, it used to be through things called releases or through leaflets or through things like that, but it takes time to build. It's not true that revolution just happens as just out of the blue like that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a disagreement on that. Revolution always takes time, but what I meant in that particular point is that you don't have to convince somebody to see what is wrong. What you need to do is to guide them into not even the way how like some people think, because there is English sometimes some words are always been twisted, but we know that in revolution is almost like a facilitator to reality that people always fear to touch. Once you touch it, there is no returning back. There's no going back. But I understand exactly what you mean, because revolution, yes, to enlightenment of people or knowledge of themselves and awareness of what is freedom will get them to revolt. But of course, this is self-awareness and self-knowledge, and also based on, because once people are frustrated from being oppressed, they will come to the realization that, I cannot sit. That's why people rebel.
And some rebels, they don't even have enough knowledge, on the idea of revolution, but they just don't want to be oppressed. Even an animal can rebel or can go wild when it sees somebody else, treated badly. So there's no convincing. Only matter of what I see in front of me does not give me the respect or the way how I don't find myself given the opportunity to live my life normally. Then I will react on that. And revolution is more of reaction than actual political dialogue, because there is no political dialogue, there's no compromise, there is nothing called negotiation. Revolution just goes in and take everything and wipe out the wrong that it is. But we will talk about it later. But let's give a chance to Mr. Green. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead and welcome. And this is a Equatorial Nationalist room, but we don't have a problem. You say what you want, and later the brothers here, and even including us and Didi, we will answer. If you have any question for us, also please throw your question. And like I said, also we respect everyone. So in this room, no any personal attack or insult. Just focus on what you have to say, and thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Green. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I hear you.
Okay. Equatorians are my people. My people are the people that died with my father, my uncle.
Just, Mr. Green, sorry to stop you there. We don't want propaganda. Just go ahead to the point, because we don't want. I know how you talk in different rooms. Let's focus on, those sweet talkers, please. Equatoria or whatever.
I'm not trying to talk to you, man. I'm not.
No, I know, but just those sweet talkers with this Equatoria, my people, because we know how you look at us. Well, go ahead.
I look at you as my brother all the time since day one and since the day we will die. But because of politics divide us. Politics take the big fish and the little fish to another person. But the big fish go to the people called Tijar. People that have equivalent of the money to actually go make the market out of it. That's what has happened. That's basically what happened to Equatorian and some Barkhazar and some in Upper Nile. So let us be realistic today. We saw the example of what is happening. Today, all of us that talk over here, we have sisters and brothers that are suffering because what Burhan Hamid did. If anybody says no, you are lying to yourself. We supposed today focus on our brother, how we could get them out. But some of the people reject that. People like Emmanuel Jarwell today that I was listening over here, they say no, let the Dinga take them out. People like Edward Check, yesterday got being convinced that the government must take them out. They take them their language. But Al-Haji, I never heard anything about you. Because I could never took the word from somebody's mouth, put them in their mouth. Because what you say, that's all we'll go for. Because the truth is the truth. You never say anything about the people in Sudan and South Sudan, how to come back. But you must say something great for them to come back to South Sudan. You must say something great, but nobody heard it. Me, myself, I never heard it. I'm repeating what the people they say. The truth must be put in reality. The reality is over here, guys. I, myself, have been put like a radical person. I, myself, been put like a person that come and ruin the South Sudan. I agree with Dr. Al-Hajj. There's so many points. even though I'm Dinka. But sometimes I wrote him in the back channel. If you could look back in his back channel, what do you say? You could never acknowledge that. And then when I come back to the people, Kambugolo, Ahwana, Taibin, Bigo, Jan Philip, Bigo Samo, Zero Hajakai, Renfremanum. I tell them what it is. Jubana, Marazin, Jubana Jella. Jenna, Salam Fee, when I got it December, for you, Solo City, the Lord Calams, the one I go eat the tariff, Kalamdima Kalam said, Come, Gulligan, Gulul, Ahwana, Yagbalo, and Nafism. And then we'll come back to reality. So, Zolaga Kida, will really yell again a Kalambwai. Was I don't know, but I'm a book of higher bigger in there. For door, for Nuer, for La Tuca, for Equatoria, for Monjang. So, let him, may I ask you something, Green? Sorry to cut you. What is the solution? What is your solution to the issues of South Sudan and the issue of North Sudan? What is the solution? Start with North Sudan, then go to South Sudan. Okay, the solution over here in North Sudan, all of us, we all know when we was fighting in the North, you guys know, the people, if you look to BBC, CNN, to look at Jazeera, Khartoum, Kulu, Maf Kalam of the Wajnoob, Nas Hajar, Nas Hajar, Maf Zul Hajar Wajnoob. You know what it is? You're trying to take us out one by one. What's your take on that? It loma fahim, razum tarjik, rasa daloma talga. Nazal bajir petishat, bajir fi ismena fi Masar, bajir fi bolo borsaram shelo bajir fi ismena fi bala sagar je talaman tubiera bolo shino. Cannot even Eritrea. Bala sagar talaman tubiera bajir fi Ethiopia. But my bajir South Sudan for news. How could you look at this? It's a Lozol Fahim, it's a Lozol Fahim, it's a Gnazik. And then you know, 2.5 million be able to look for news every day. 2.5 million are the Genovin. They are Denga Barab? No. They are Kotere Barab? No. They are Nur Barab? No. They are Sinu Barab? No. They are Genovin. You know what they're trying to do? They're trying to unite South Sudan and North Sudan by force. It's a Loma Fahim Club, the CSL Hazelda. They're trying to unite us by force. It's a you're not doing up anymore. That's what you want. That's the first question I will ask you guys. Well, you didn't answer my question, but it's okay. Then what about South Sudan? What is the solution to the conflict in there? Because South Sudan, the conflict, and how do you see who's the cause of the conflict first, and how do you solve it? Because this is the most crucial thing I want to hear from you. And forget about North, because I think in the North you got no idea, but you assume that there is a conspiracy of uniting South and North together. What's happening? That's a conspiracy. Okay, that's your idea, that's your opinion. But my more concern now is South Sudan conflicts. How would you solve it, or how? Yeah, hold on. How would you think, or what is the best solution to the conflict? Because South Sudan has a conflict, and who do you think the cause of the conflict or the cause of the problem, and how could you solve it after that? Okay, the cause of conflict is started with the death of Dr. Younger and the Mabur. If anybody from South Sudan does not want to acknowledge it, that's up to you. start from that young girl the border. The way it started, it says that being actually never been revealed to us today. That's how it started. And then Salva Kiir took the power, and he acknowledged the chance to rule, to be a president, and to let the North go. That's what it was. This is another problem also. And so many of them did not acknowledge that. Even though we vote in the Western world, we vote 99.9%, that's acknowledge the people too. But there's so many people that vote within between against him. But the Western world took the whatever Western world vote for. So, okay, let us look at right now. After all of this issue happened,
Solution. What is the solution?
the solution is over here. The solution over here is simple and is example completely. Person like Tam Shirilla must go back to his place. That's one of the biggest solution. Not to call for hierarchy, but to leave the rest of the people who have called for hierarchy. No, I'm not going to fight for you guys' hierarchy. That's the first solution. Because if Thomas Shirilla did not go back home to go for the same place that he was in, and the place that actually above what he was in, guess what will happen? We will fight our country, bullet to bullet, bullet to bullet, nation to nation, tribe to tribe, village to village, and then what we get? We'll be like Northern Sudan. That's what they say. If you look at the listener to people of UK, people of France, people of the United States, people of Canadian, people of Australian, people of Kenyans next to us, then the world will be entrapped and the people of South Sudan will get themselves like animal to animal. What else do we want? The order give us a hint. It didn't happen yet. So are we going to preach for us to kill ourselves animal to animal? That's what people want. They will sell out the weapon and they will do this. So now the time is for you to buy the weapon and the weapon be given to you. And the promise, you will take it as a loan. And tomorrow, guess what? You kill your brother. And tomorrow you feel sorry. If that's what we want. My grandfather, born in 1947, he said, our children will come tomorrow. He called Porine Kirian for the Al-Haji to understand this today. Why always to come and talk in politics? My grandfather he said, my children will come and will fight the war that will bring the children that will actually protect the nations for the goods. There's the children that will come after them. Guess these children who they are. Is Aswele number 1, Aswele number 2. Politician is a person who usually travel to British, travel all the way to UK, to Bugula.
Mr. Green, sorry to cut you. If you can conclude, because I have something to add on after that, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, in 1947, the people forget that 1947 meeting. If you guys forget that meeting, there's a great things that say in that meeting. And the people today are being greedy.
Excuse me, did you say 1947?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We're in 2023. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, to you is the 2023, but 1927, 1947, that's where the thing is started. If you do not understand it, manage.
No, just continue. You got your minutes, so we can go ahead with the next.
In 1947, Dr. High Big the Arab High is the great equatorial leaders, the equatorial leader, they came and they say, we'll never go to Bulo, Congo, no Kenya, no Uganda, no whatever our neighbor, but we'll go to the South, the North Sudan. But our children will come, and revolutions, and the revolution that will come, it will take us to give us the nations. And the nation that will come, the conflicts will come, but our kids by themselves, they will come and try the revolution by themselves, and they will face everything that will happen. If I say this totally wrong,
thank you for your contribution.
I like to give.
Thank you, Mr. Green. One thing I would say, it's all good. That's your opinion, but let's focus on the main discussion of the topic. Of course, there is questions earlier. Mr. Hajj was asked by Brother 4288 and Abu Shanab, and then Hajj responded with answers. So I think maybe the two brothers maybe have questions, but before that, let me ask, do you have anything to add or say on that matter? Because also I want to.
I'm actually just coughing too much now. I don't have anything to say. I'm just wondering what Green was saying, and then he mentioned a lot of things, and then Grassofa actually right that this is a 2023. So, but then he went on and mentioned Cirillo must go back, and then again, if Cirillo's not going back, then picking guns and shooting people, we shoot ourselves or something. And I wonder, what is that got to do with Cirillo going back and people shooting? Is that meaning that if Cirillo's not going back, they wanted to kill Equatorians or something, shooting people? And I'm just this doesn't add up. And because it's like, who's killing people back there and who's ruining things back there? And what does that have to do with the Equatorians? What does that have to do with Cirillo?
What I say over here. For the people not to mistake the things that are what I say. What I say over here. I'm one of the government supporter. People of Town Cirillo, what you guys came from, we should not shoot the gun among ourselves, because what we're killing are our citizens. Because anybody that will die, we shoot the bullet, guess who you dying, who you killing.
Okay, let me ask you this. You said you're a government supporter, you don't encourage shooting each other. Then let me ask you a simple question. 2013, who's the aggressor?
2013.
Who was the aggressor?
2013?
Yes.
Is the Naib Alawala today.
He's the one who killed everybody door to door?
He's the one that started the revolution of the coup.
What coup?
His people were the victim. He was the victim. How did he become the aggressor?
What coup?
He's the one that started, because he calculated his people was supposed to be 70% to be the coup. In military.
You guys don't. Okay. I got you. You talk about coup, but everybody disagreed with that, and even the witnesses there was international community. Listen. Hold on. If there is a coup, a civilian was supposed not to be harmed. Even today, you see Khartoum with Hameti and Burhan when they are fighting, because that's the coup what Hametis did to Burhan. Even though they both did coup to the people of Sudan, of Khartoum, during the time when Hamdok. Hold on. You're not even close to your answer, because what you're trying to say or trying to accuse that Riek Machar was the aggressor and he started coup. And there was no coup, because if there was a coup, it would have happened like what in Khartoum. And plus, Hameti and Burhan did not go into targeting houses one by one and killing those who they seemed like, civilians, we have to kill them.
What happened in Burhan?
Hold on.
Bahri, what happened?
Listen. What happened there, it was just a calculated move of a coup. But of course, right now, it's in a stalemate. But even though it looks stalemate, there is yes casualties of civilians. But it wasn't like what it was done in Juba 2013. That was a targeted killing. That was actually a genocidal killing. And you cannot come and tell me justified with a coup. Even if, and I say even if Riek Machar was committing a coup, the regime, if that is the government of the people, they would have never committed crime against humanity by killing innocent civilians. So what you're saying here is just really shows the barbaric mindset of you are trying to justify murder. You see, you're not different from the Nazis, how the Nazi, when they were killing innocent civilians and calling...
That's it. Can you give me a chance before you...
But you know what, Odysseus, you know what?
Yeah, no.
But
no,
even in the
let
mix,
me say this.
even in the mix...
Didi, can I...
Oh, yeah?
Hold on, Green, hold on. Let Didi finish and then you can get a chance. Don't worry. What Didi?
No, I just wanted to let Green, sorry, I just wanted to let you know that even in the mix of, you see what you spoke about Hemeti and Burhan fighting, you guys still managed to create discrimination between people, tribalism and racism among people. Tribalism, not racism. Tribalism among Junubin Hinak. You know, I don't know this place where people were going to board the plane. There was, you know, a lot of segregation that happened there, that all the Dinkas has to be taken first, you know, and they're booking the plane and then they had to get in and be taken back. Some people died, actually. A lot of, some children died. Even I think Teresa lost her auntie over there. Auntie died over there. Yeah. A lot, you know, and if you're not Dinka, you're not flying fast. Even in the mix of a tragedy that happens in Khartoum. And the fact that these Junubin all are in Khartoum is because of Dinka. Everybody's running because of what is happening back home, what people call the Dinka government, you see. Because the system of the ruling is favoring, you know. If you don't speak the language and if you're not from there, you always feel like your life is in jeopardy, you're threatened. That's why a lot of people just live in Khartoum. And on top of that, now an issue happened there. To go back is another problem too. Tribalism is happening there.
Could I say this? Because you guys judge me, and all of you guys
No, it's not judgment.
There's no judgment, Green. No. There's no judgment.
I just want you to see that.
Honest. You don't want to admit the truth here.
I just want you to see that, Green.
Your people are discriminating.
This is for correction.
I'm trying to correct you.
Go ahead, correct what? Abu Shanab?
Yeah, I said this is just information that you don't know about. It's correction for your information. I even have a lot to say about the Khartoum. So.
Oh, okay.
So for all of you guys, can I make a comment? So
yes, please. Quickly, Green, in the 30 seconds, just put your point, and then we can go ahead. After Didi, then Hajj.
Al-Hajj. With Didi, with the person up in the room.
Rekis.
No, Rekis. Because today, the situation that is happening, Mafia opposition, Mafia is all kida. The college Junubin. Tell Shutu, Fazal opposition attack, God for them, Shilo, you can opposition attack for them, Fazal attack, Biami, you. Kulana Junubin.
Okay, thank you. Let us stop there. I appreciate you. Yeah, just Shandano. Yeah, I got your point clearly. Not trying to be rude, but just I got your point. Let us go ahead with Didi, please. Complete your point, and then we can give a chance to Al-Hajj, and then Abu Shanab, he want to correct me on something, but I also want to say later something.
Yeah, I just wanted to let Green know that it's not judgment. It's just that letting you know that the reality of the things that are happening. And that's why we're talking about this series of, you know, Sudan and South Sudan, plus Africa in general. And now even African countries are using the things that are happening in Sudan. They could say Sudan, but they could mean the two Sudans, you know, because some people will not differentiate the name. And then looking at the things that are going on, that's why you see the president of Zimbabwe saying that why doing these things? Why do we allow other people, foreigners or white people, the Western country, laugh at us? Why do you reduce yourself to that? You see, to the extent that you're determined really, to ruin everything that good that you could have. So these are the things that if we don't point out these things, it's like almost if you don't talk about something that is wrong, you will not learn and you will not change. That's why if you guys don't see it, that means that you need to be told. And if you're told and you're denying it, that means that you really don't want me. You completely don't want me. Because if I keep saying, Galid, what you're doing is wrong to me, and you just keep denying and it's not good with me, then if I say, Khalas kan Zaida, I don't want to be with you, then you get angry. Then you see, you cannot force me to be with you while you're treating me wrong. That's just the difference here. You can't get angry if somebody rejecting you.
Yeah, Didi.
Okay, Green, please. No, Fee, somebody did not speak yet, so we want to welcome Mr. Debo. Didi, you finished? Because please, Green, do not interrupt. Didi,
yes, I'm
right?
finished. So I think he want to reply.
Okay. Something. Yes, thank you. I want to also welcome Brother Debo. He's from Nigeria. He's interested. I just want to also remind him something that yes, we're going to be in the room that he's going to invite us about Sudan. Yes, we were once Sudan, like we are now in South Sudan.
Do you say Nigerian?
Hold on. Green, please do not interrupt. Do not interrupt. Okay, I repeat.
Nigerian.
Listen, anybody is welcome. If you cannot control yourself, I might have to drop you down, Mr. Green, because I want people to be patient and respectful and to listen to all sides. Sudan conflict have raised a lot of interest of many people around the world, including in our continent, Africa, for what's going on. The conflict in Khartoum is a really sad conflict, and it costs also people who have migrated there from fear of war that has been instigated by this tribal war that is now this tribal regime. I call it the tribal regime because it's actually an illegitimate regime. First of all, it hijacked the power from the people and it abused the people, and then millions of our people, some of them remained in Khartoum and some of them even added numbers after the 2013 and up to this moment. But now, because of the conflict in Khartoum, millions are running back or running to the neighboring countries, which is very tragic. And this is what's going on. But we have been born there, and we know a lot because Khartoum and South Sudan, you cannot separate it from its history and its crisis because it is all intertwined together. So it's very hard to differentiate. And we know exactly the reason why we became two nations. And now these things, the one that happened between Hamiti and Burhan is something not like surprising for us. It's actually something that we already predicted going to happen because of the conflict that these militia was coming to create. Especially Hamiti was a creation of Omar al-Bashir, the former dictator who's been ousted. So now they are clashing for power, Hamiti and Burhan. Hamiti is a rebel leader of the Janjaweed, and Burhan is the army leader or army general of the National Army of Sudan. But unfortunately, the National Army of Sudan has already been crippled the time when Hamiti, the Janjaweed, have promoted to what they call National RSFB, or what they call the Response Defense Force. I forgot. You could help me, guys. RSP or RSPB, something like that. So Debo, and then sorry guys, after Debo we can give a chance later to you, Mr. Al-Hajj and Abu Shanab. Welcome, Brother Debo.
All right, thank you for inviting me and also giving me the opportunity to speak on your space, and I greet everyone listening and also the mods. As you know, the Sudan crisis, I believe maybe most of you guys are from South Sudan, right? Or do we have anyone in North Sudan here on the speaker's side? So I assume that
currently we are not living in Khartoum or anything, but we have relatives there. But yes, okay. I was born in Khartoum. So, but yet we are South Sudanese at the moment of the separation, so we are considered South Sudanese.
Yep. All right. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak again. You see, the issue is affecting definitely in any crisis that happens in Africa, irrespective of the nation that you are. Where there's serious, like what happened in Libya, it affected Nigeria. It's so funny. Even we, at some point, we didn't believe it until we got the facts and the informations, you see. So when the Libya crisis happened, we saw migrants, and also we saw a lot of weapons, that was moved, from Libya, and it went through the Sahel, and it came to Chad and Niger, then to Nigeria, the northern part of the country. And as you can see, we have been battling this crisis for over the years, probably about 10 years now. So I just want to ask a question. Do you guys, because I although we have a lot of northern Nigerians from the northern part of the country, that's the Hausas and the Fulanis and all that, we have most of them studying in northern Sudan. As we speak now, we are evacuating about 4,500 students. And also, I just got to find out after our research, we have about 1.something million Nigerians that has been in North Sudan for ages. I think it's the second generation or so to speak. So it's funny, a lot of us from the southern part of the country didn't actually know about this until this crisis. So people have to start checking their updates because, when people talk about Nigerian diaspora, they think they only reside in UK, London, and some West African countries. They don't even actually know that a lot of Nigerians, have actually schooled in Sudan and lived in Sudan. In fact, El Rufai, so many governors have schooled in Sudan. Okay, Dangote at some point in time he lived in Sudan before he schooled in Egypt. So we got to find out that there is this, lineage with from the northern part of Nigeria with Sudan. Okay, so having said this, I want to know from you guys' perspective, because if that's your place, you should be able to know more about it than even the media. How long, in your own thoughts, do you think this crisis is going to last? And who do you think is going to, among the two fractions that are fighting, okay, the military and the rebel group that are fighting, how long do you think, or who do you think is going to win in this particular war? Also, with the international influence that is coming from Russia and the US and also the West, do you think it's going to influence, okay, and cause more, prolonging in this crisis? Okay, and also I got to find out that after searching and also news updates that al-Bashir, the former will I call him a dictator or head of state or whatever?
The army junta, the dictator.
Yeah,
Bashir,
that has been here. Yeah, I learned that I think he has escaped or so thereabout, or his men are on the loose also. Some of the men that the International Criminal Court actually arrested and give them a court martial. I'm just finding that some of them too are on the loose. So are we going to have a three fraction of people of groups fighting, or are we just going to have a two fraction of people fighting? Also, the Russia and the US influence in Sudan, will it have a significant effect on the ongoing crisis that has already crippled the nation? That's just my question. I don't mean to be rude to anyone. It's just a simple question. Thank you.
You've been very welcome, brother. It's a genuine question.
Yeah, I think his questions are really
colleagues.
very good. Sorry. There's nothing rude about it. Yeah.
Yes, I want to ask you guys permission to chip in on this, answering this question, and then later, if I miss something, please, you guys can also join if it's okay with you guys. Just democracy, democracy, guys.
Yeah, go ahead and if anybody has wanted to answer too.
Okay.
Al-Haj is there, and
as far as Bashir, what I've heard, he's in South Sudan. Is that a correction or is it wrong information? And we'll move from there. And I'm coming up to trying to correct early about when Burhani is triggering the civilians. Okay. Let's go to the rapid forces. Rapid forces, they flee from city to city. So when they flee, they go hide with civilians. When they hide with civilians, these guys, they trying to hit them. Even in Khartoum, some of their the Toyota cars, they're being burned. I see that yesterday. I see a lot of videos about them, and it was live, and it wasn't that good. You know, people recording and then they posted on Facebook. That was a significant part of the Burhani. Burhani has been heading with the planes, you know, trying to rush those guys out of the city. So that's where I'm trying to correct my friend here. What's his name? The one green, but he wasn't listening. I wasn't trying to correct anybody else.
Odysseus,
right. Yeah. All right.
All right. No problem. It's good. It's good when you correct. It's good when you get correction, so you can know better. But there's one thing also. Even yesterday, but thank God, like I had a relative of mine, who like they shelled her house. She's okay, thank God. So it's a dangerous situation for our people back home. And our people has been going through a rough time, especially after this incident that happened, or this conflict. And to answer to our brother Debo, and want also to welcome Mr. Ruot, R-U-O-T. First about this conflict, so I can remember the questions, is that the first question you asked. Oh yeah, you want to say something, correct, please?
Okay, no, the first question I asked is how long will it take in you guys' own submission? At least you should know. Do you think it's going to take a year, few months for the crisis to go down? What do you think that the AU should do about it? And also the international influence, like you guys should know this. Russia and US are playing the Cold War, and they are looking for a venue, to exercise their nonsense. So do you think it's going to influence and also prolong the war or the crisis that is going on in North Sudan? That's what I'm asking.
Yep. Okay, great, clear. Yeah, this war is unpredictable at the moment, but we know there is a huge forces or powers behind this conflict, and one of them is strongly supporting Hamidi, the rebel Janjaweed leader, to take over Khartoum because of the resources that has been in Darfur. And also you mentioned about the Nigerian community who migrated there for centuries. Yes, that's true. And I think those the people in Darfur, a lot of them, if I'm not mistaken, and there is people called Falata, which is Fulani. What you talk about Fulani is the Falata and all these groups.
I was gonna ask that Odysseus. Yeah. I was gonna ask him then, which Nigerians is it the Fulani? And I wanted to say, is Fulani originally Nigerians or the Senegalese?
Well,
are they same as Hausa or they're different?
They're Nigerian.
Yeah, okay. Nigerians. Yeah, there is no. Yeah,
but are they spreading around?
But they have parts also in Senegal,
isn't it? Right?
They have in Sudan, Senegal.
Most of the Fulanis in Nigeria are actually situated in northern part of the country. Okay, and it has been like this for I think 150 to 200 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there is Miss Sabah said also Cameroon. Yep. So going back to the point of what I was trying to say is this war is right now it's opening a lot of gaps, because last time I think a couple of days I talked with fellow Nigerians in a different room. They were talking about these things and they were concerned and they kind of curious to know. And we had also fellow Sudanese, North Sudanese also spoke. And the one thing that this issue has a deeper problems that it intermingled into many. One of them is the crisis, the identity crisis that we have talked even about it in different episodes about this issue. Identity crisis, and especially in Northeast Africa, this crisis is extremely huge. The issue of Arab and native Africans, where those who are lighter skin will look at the other darker skin as their slaves, or they're called Negroes, or, in Arabic they call them Zunuj, when it's reality, this is a derogatory word that is used for the native of that land. And then you got the lighter skin, they will be favored. And these things happen because the Ottoman Turk, even the name Sudan itself, it's actually a name that was forced on us. It's as a derogatory name, meaning the land of black people or darker skinned people. It wasn't a name of that we chose as people. It's not a name that gave any elevation to the people, the communities that live there in that area where they have history and culture. They just did that because they were the colonialists. They were invaders. So they invaded and then they forced Islam on these people, and then they have done so much horrible things, including rape, abuse, slavery. So the result of these things is some of them who have been, they fathered them, or children that they have left there. And these children, they were privileged. And then they begin to call them, these are the children of the masters. And if you see places where all these from Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, you could see the abuse that happened there. And today, some people are trying to deny the truth because it's a very dark history. It's very shameful, but in the same time, it's supposed not to make us feel ashamed when these things happen. We're supposed to take it like in a grain of salt, and say, you know what, this thing happened, but let us take pride of our identity, ourselves. Instead, these people begin to, favor their abusers, or their abusive fathers, the one who raped their ancestors, and then they begin to look at them. This is their parents. This is their people. And when they go to Middle East, in those countries, they will call them slaves. I've been in these countries and I've seen how they look at you. There is no differentiation between darker skin and lighter skin. They will call you a slave in your face too, and they will not feel shy. So these things happen. And then, of course, the religion have also played an identity crisis, because this religion over there, they were making sure that when you are in that religion, you have to look at your other brother as enemy, especially if you don't practice your religion. So if you're a Muslim and I'm Christian, you automatically look at me in a different way. Instead of looking at me, I'm still your brother, I'm still your brother, regardless how we have difference of religious differences. So, but they created this thing, and these things right now is begin to it's already a powder cake in making, and now it's coming realistically to exploding. This is what happened. This is the result. Because if you look even the Janjaweed, this guy Hameti, the leader, he was actually created to make sure that he attacked those natives of those darker skins, which is mostly are known the Darfurians, and these tribes, they were really brutalized, and they were favored by Omar al-Bashir. Omar al-Bashir did some horrible things, and that's the outcome of what Omar al-Bashir did. But he never expected even this guy will also conspire to kick him out of power, and then they will go work with Burhan, and later now he's fighting Burhan to take over. And all of it, of course, there is a resource behind it, and these resources have been exploited by Dubai, these Qatar, Emirate countries, like they are making, money out of it to give weapons to this guy, Hameti, and Russia also now entered to it. So this thing is escalating. So the conflict is unknown how long it would take, but there is now, I heard there's a negotiation coming in, and even they brought our buffoon, so-called incompetent leader, Salva Kiir, to be the mediator or the negotiator on this crisis. And unfortunately, what we're going to see from this, if they agreed, all we're going to see is if they agreed to stop and come to resolution, the only resolution we'll see is going to be the same thing like what happened in South Sudan, power sharing. And after power sharing, of course, the victims that were murdered, the civilians that were killed, of course, this thing will be wiped out, because they have Hamati have killed and Burhan, they have murdered thousands of them in Darfur and millions in South Sudan. Even imagine the 3.5 million, 3 million and more, like more than 3 million have been murdered and nobody been accounted for with this dictatorship regime that is now, the military, because this military of Khartoum did the same thing to South Sudan in the past when they were fighting, and they did declare holy war against the South at that time. And they also declared a war against us based on, calling us like, this is a rebel country or rebel people. So it was really the same thing they did. Now it's coming back, back to them in that territory. In Khartoum capital. And what's dangerous now is that there is some innocent people, of course, going to be victims. But one thing you have to understand that Hamati is not going to let go. Hamati already had one thing in his hand, in his mind, is to lead the country as a formidable leader. Because now he actually proved himself to the Sudanese army that he's actually a formidable opponent, and he's not going to be forgotten. That's why now this negotiation is happening. And when it happened, of course, if they didn't go to any good agreement, then the war will continue. And I don't think the army in Khartoum will try to get into that, especially if the army, because the army look like they are shaken. They are very much shaken by what happened, because they never expected Hamati to infiltrate even into the capital city and spread everywhere, because Hamati is not in one place. He's everywhere in Khartoum. And he makes sure he's getting support. And also, everybody found that Russia's behind him. You got these Gulf countries behind him. And also, there is also these Islamic radicals behind them too, both of them. Because during Omar al-Bashir was actually funding and supporting all these radical jihadists. And that's why Sudan was in the list of terror in the past. And most of these people are very much radical. And our worry now is that there is a jihadist in Libya, there is a jihadist in Central Africa, there is jihadist in Chad, and also in Egypt. Even though Egypt support Burhan, the government of Egypt or the dictatorship of Egypt, Sisi, supporting Burhan. And then you got Ethiopia is unknown. Some people say he's the leader of Ethiopia supporting Hamati, but I doubt. And then you got South Sudan. It's also unknown. But there is some people says Riek Machar is favored by Hamati, so they have friendship, and Salva Kiir is favoring Burhan. So it's really it's a conundrum in itself. So what's going to happen is they have to be a negotiation, and I don't think the army who have the order in place to lose that. Just in being so stubborn to continue fighting, because right now they don't have the upper hand. From what I see, militarily perspective, they have not even controlled the whole city in Khartoum. If they did control Khartoum, I don't think if the negotiation break down or whatever, the military in Khartoum will still have the favor to win. But unfortunately, the army in Khartoum could not win to take these guys out of the depth. They found out these people everywhere. So that by itself is a challenge to the army. So now the army have no other choice but to negotiate. That's why they're the first one to accept this negotiation talk. But Hamati took time for him to respond. But we will see. But Hamati actually right now got the point of power here. So he's not somebody who's gonna be, just get out of, will escape. He's actually having a big power behind him. Even they found out that Haftar too has a backup with him. He's supporting him. And there is also militia from Chad, which is even scarier because the president of Chad is scared of them. Now they're supporting Hamati. If they win, then it will be a big proxy war. And it's actually a proxy war already. But it's just a matter of time to expose itself clearly. And then you got the jihadists, which is, remember, these jihadists could be an open season, because we have seen in Syria, you got ISIS came in, you got Al-Qaeda, you got other people, coming in. So this thing is not far from reality right now. Only the thing that can stop it is this negotiation to come to power sharing. But of course, the Sudanese people will be the losers, because they will not have anything, especially those oppositions who are calling for government, civilian government. I don't think they will ever get that. That's what my outtake to it. But I don't know if anybody have different perspective on that, so they can add on it too. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Al-Hajj, Abu Shanab, Didi, any one of you guys want to add something on that? Or
okay, yeah, I might say something a little bit. Do you want me to continue?
Oh, yeah. We continue. I'm just saying, like, this is the one thing I just want to clarify, because Ms. Sabah said no power sharing. But unfortunately, this power sharing is not up to the people of Sudan. It's up to those warring leaders, because these warlords have already proven themselves. They override the people's voices. So the people have no power even to negotiate. The negotiation is between two warlords. The same thing happened to us similarly in South Sudan. When Riek Machar and Salva Kiir got into a fight, who were the losers? The losers were the people, and the people got nowhere. So go ahead, Al-Hajj.
Thank you. Thank you, Adasius. I think the last point you made is 100% correct. All disagreements, power sharing especially, it's not about the people. It's about the beneficiaries, and I agree with you there totally. Any conflict that draws in interest, as usual, of the powers that be, do not end up nicely, because it's always crafted, the agreements are crafted in such a way as to keep in power the local puppets that can serve the interest of the powers that be. And you're right, in South Sudan, when they brought in this power agreement and all this, these are all tied to the ideologies of globalization and neoliberalism. And you know, these ideologies are just after profits and privatization and marketization and things like that. But let me get back to this issue of Nigeria. Sorry, not Nigeria, Sudan. Nigerians in Sudan. Yeah, I think the issue of Nigerians in Sudan goes really centuries back, and how the Nigerians have come to settle in Sudan. You know, the northern Nigerians, with the influence of Islam, right from 18th century, and as early back as 17th century, the northern Nigerians, mainly from areas, the Fulani areas, and from the areas of, I think this is the Sultanate of Sokoto under Danfodio and others. The Nigerians would go to Mecca, and they used to trek through from northern Nigeria through Chad to Sudan, and they would take some time in Sudan to work at the Jazeera scheme, which was created in, I think it was around 1930s or early 40s in Sudan. I've forgotten that bit, the exact date. The Nigerians would come and work in the Jazeera scheme, make money, and continue with their journey to Saudi Arabia for pilgrimage, Mecca, Hajj. So once they finish Hajj, they come back through Sudan, and then again they go to Jazeera, they come to Jazeera, make money, and continue their trips. Others will remain, will settle, and will become part of connection for other Nigerians that also come and remain with those who are settled and continue the journey. And so on and so forth. Now, out of the 32 million 32 million Sudanese, roughly, I think there could be something like 2 million Nigerian settlers in Sudan. And these Nigerian settlers, actually, a good chunk of them are in the elites of Sudan politics. People like Turabi has a connection to Nigerian heritage. One of the first. Go ahead.
No, I said wow. Please continue. I'm just listening. Sorry to interject.
People like the first Prime Minister of Sudan, Ismail al-Ashari. Ismail al-Ashari is actually of Nigerian heritage, and if you look at the Sudanese top military officers, you have got people like all those people with surnames will say that is it Major General Suleiman Barnawi? When they say Barnawi, that means he originates from Borno, and they go after with their surnames, the Barnawi, the Fulanawi, and all those people with this. So those are all, and they have got they definitely play a bigger role in Sudanese politics, and most of this family at the top, a good number, maybe up to about 15 to 20% are actually okay, and
sorry, Al-Haj, Green, please do not interrupt. Al-Haj Kalam.
No, I was telling him what is.
Yeah, he knows. If you need help, he will ask. But please, yeah, he knows. Just keep when your turn comes, you can speak.
Okay.
Again, I don't want to warn you, please.
No, I did not want to interrupt him. I was trying.
You have interrupt again. Please let the person who's talking. Okay, I have to excuse you. I will drop you down for now, but when later you can come in.
Silent.
Okay. And there are these top military officers with name Hausawi. Hausawi means he is of Hausa background. You find Muhammad al-Hausawi, Ibrahim al-Hausawi. There are a lot of officers with that name. They come from the Hausa group in Nigeria. And there are also those who are from the Chadian background. So the Sudanese elites are mixed of West Africans, Chadians, and Arabs. And I think what ties them together is Islam, because all of them are believers of Islam. And so that is what has made them to settle easily, acquire local languages. They were normally accepted without any fuss because of religion, and they are also able to adapt to accept the Arab cultures. But to cut a long story short, with Sudan becoming an Islamic state from after Nimeri, when Nimeri Islamized, that's from 1983, they built this university, Islamic University, which is in Soba, near Soba. Most of the students there actually came from northern Nigeria and from some other Western African countries. Most of the Muslim people from Nigeria and other Western African countries came and studied in Sudan, and that also built and strengthened the Nigerian Sudanese community. And so the current conflict, to me, the way I look at it, I've not commented about it since it started up to today, and I'm not going to comment about it fully until I've listened, because many people, I think, bring in ideas which will not help. I look at the current conflict in Sudan as a conflict within the Islamic group, because Himeti himself initially came in as an Islamist businessman. He was a businessman, and Bashir built him with the Janjaweed thing, and he supported the Islamic beliefs throughout. And so the fight that is taking place now, many people don't look at that angle, but I believe mainly if you are going to come to a very a view that can capture what is taking place in Sudan, you need to look at the Islamic aspect of it. This war is now between the Islamists, but because it's a war now between Himeti and Burhan, people settle more on the Janjaweed and the militia, and forget that actually he is an Islamistic exactly like Umar al-Bashir is an Islamist, and it is an issue of power. It is a fight over power. It's no longer over ideology at all. It's not about ideology, because they subscribe to the same ideology, and all of them are Arabs. You know, the Arabs from West Africa are supporting Himeti, and the Arabs of Sudan are supporting Burhan. So this is more a struggle over power rather than ideology, and more a struggle over displacement of the local Western Sudanese people, because Himeti initially, if you remember when Bashir came to power in 1980,
through your acknowledge, my brothers, as a doctor that I respect you the most, with highly powered, that I respect your acknowledgement in your educations. You did al Hajj. But not did al Hajj because
I'm sorry, I warned you earlier, Green. You have to let people finish, and you've been interrupting. Again, wait for your turn. So you just stay there until your turn comes. So go ahead, Mr. Hajj, and also I want to comment about the Arab thing that you mentioned later.
Yeah, and you know, when Bashir came to power, completely was brought in by Torabi and the Islamist group, and they were signed to that agenda. One of their project was to completely get rid of the Four and the Misailite groups, the African groups in Darfur. And so they then brought Himeti in to clear the indigenous people so that they can settle the Arabs from Western Equator, all on the belt of the Sahara belt in North Africa, to bring them and settle these places, to Arabize the Sudan. So this idea of Janjaweed and Himeti was a project of total Arabization of Sudan, which then would have filtered to spouse, because in 1986, there was an interview between late Sadiq al-Mahdi with Focus on Africa. And Sadiq al-Mahdi said clearly, and it can be traced from BBC, Sadiq al-Mahdi said clearly that his interest was the land in South Sudan and not the people. He put it exactly like that. His interest was the land, but not the people. And so the Torabi Bashir axis with their agenda in Darfur was to clear the African people and bring the Arab Africans to settle there, so that Sudan becomes a totally Arabized state. But now this has, through their own differences on power, on how to implement, Himeti wants to impose his ideas of how the Sudan should look like, and Burhan wants to impose his idea of how Sudan should look like. Of course, above all this, there is the ring of the international community and the international ideologies and the interests, and this has brought in the clashes. Russian interest, American interest. At the moment, Russia has more interest in Sudan, with both parties, with both Himeti and Bashir. And America is on the back foot, and America is trying to gain interest there. So I'll not go into other details, but I just want to say that this is more a fight among the Arab Islamic group of which group to prevail. Is it the group that is of Himeti, which is the new settler group, and the ones that is to displace the Africans, or is it going to be the Riverian group? Thank you.
Odyssey, there's a lady right there. Her name is, she's been commenting a lot, Sabah Muhammad. If she can come right here and clarify herself, that would be beneficial for all of us.
Yeah, if she's welcome, yeah, anybody's welcome if they want to contribute. I know she's welcome. But I want to say something on the matter of Arab. This notion of Arab, actually, if we look at it, some people think it's like they talk about the genealogy. First of all, if we look at even this word Arab, it holds no ground in the Arab land. I was in Middle East, and I tell you this for a fact. These nations that I've been in, they speak Arabic. That's the language that mostly known. Any country who claim to be an Arab speak Arabic. But some of these countries also, they don't completely, they're not completely Muslims. Some of them are Christians. Some of them call themselves Druze. Some of them call themselves Alawites, Shia, Sunni, whoever, because it's still the Muslim, of course, they have different sect in there. But also you got these other groups who are not really in that, identity of Arab. And if you look at these people, most of them are East Europeans by origin, because the invasion of the Ottomans is the one that gave these people an entrance to Northeast Africa. And also, at the same time, remember, go back to the history that Africa have already been open with Europe since the time before Christ or before Christianity. And these people who came in there, some of them, they were Romans, Greeks, like, Mesopotamia, Persia, all these countries, even up to Afghanistan. These people can trace their lineage to the people of Alexander and call themselves Greeks, but they still Afghanis because they speak the language and all that. So these people have already have a background that is more European, Southern European or Eastern European. And one of the things that we have to put in our mind, that when Islam came into these groups, then they turned them into Arab. The actual Arab, if you look at it, or the people who are known the Ishmaelites, are the people in the Yemen area. Those are the Yemenites. Those are the real, what you call the Ishmaelites. Of course, Islam, when it came in, it came from Quraysh, the people of Quraysh, which is mostly Yemen. So today the Arab, even because the puzzling thing, you will see somebody who call himself Arab look European, and you will see somebody calling himself Arab look Asian, more like somebody from China or Korea or whatever. And then you will see somebody also calling himself Arab and he's black. So this Arab is just the idea to give them something to cover up their own lost heritage. And going back to history, that Jamal Abdel Nasser is the one who actually politicized this Arab ideology to be something that can unify them as a group in this so-called Arab League. If you look at today, Arab League, and of course this idea is not Jamal Abdel Nasser, it's actually an idea older than that. That was later, some people give credit to T.E. Lawrence, the general or the colonel in the military, British military officers, who later became known as Lawrence of Arabia. This guy actually was the one who influenced these sheikhs or these kings, later became kings of the Gulf countries, to form themselves into one unit as a united Arab when they were fighting the Ottomans at the last, remnant of Ottoman Empire when during World War I. So after the defeat of Ottoman, later even Kemal Atatürk himself made sure that he don't want, because imagine Turks in the past, they write and speak Arabic. They had to dismiss this thing under Kemal Atatürk as a nationalist. He said, no, we are Turks, because even Kemal Atatürk knew himself, he's European. He's actually coming from East Europe. And if you look at him, he's a blue eye, blonde hair. He does not look as Arab, because he said Arab is just a word that they use to us to cover up the multi-ethnicity. So this Arab is just something that is made up, because if you go back in their DNA, the DNA do not lie. You will find out these people go back to East Europe or South Europe. So the people today in North Africa have double identity. Some of them call themselves Arab. They call themselves Africans, but we know they're not African because these people are invaders. And then especially in Egypt and Tunisia, Morocco, somebody look more like the Greeks or the South European, or look like those Eastern Europe, and they claim themselves Africa. And the same thing when they were invading Sudan, they have made a lot of abuse there, and these remnants of them have become,
and don't forget
like
Ethiopia as well.
Yes. So this is the conundrum itself that caused this identity crisis, where today you could see so much chaos, and then add to it the religious identification that caused even now more problem within Northeast Africa. And if you see it now, just West Africa, there is already a crisis of religious identity, and this even shaping now another danger in the future, because Africans, they lost their own real identity based on the invasion that was coming from outside, especially the Islamic opening of the Ottoman Turk, because the Ottoman Turk, when they invaded, there was already Sudanese were already known as Christian nations. They have kingdoms at that time. Even were known Kushite, and there was these Funj kingdoms and all these, like, they were really already established, but they were destroyed, and a lot of them were sold slaves. Many countries. Because Ottomans were not just a simple, like they come with peace. They come and oppress and destroy and sell people. They even use them as military forces in other areas to fight. Even Andalusia, which is in Spain, a lot of these people, they were taken from all sides of these countries that was conquered, and they were used in Tunisia, in Morocco, and then they called them the Moor, But actually, the reality, these people are a combination of all these blacks and these mixed people. They send them and fight and take over, but then 400 years later they were chased away. But this is the history of this area, and this history is so complicated because the people in there, they reject to face the reality that they have been a product of invasion, and some of them also have been an invaders, like the people in Egypt who are now claiming they are the original. Even just a little bit deviation from the topic, there was an incident happening, I've talked about it before, we know all people know Cleopatra is a mixed person, and she's Greek and all that, but her history is not significant. But there was an actress that was played in this role, and there were some people now in Egypt even suing Netflix, saying why this black woman have to be an image, because this is an insult. Imagine. And they forgot that the history of these people in that continent were black people. So there is a lot of deviation in history. They're creating counterfeit stories. Even the pharaohs today, you will see that they will not bring a black person because these people were darker skin. And this is not something we say, it's something that is evident. As a kid, I saw it in the pyramid when I was a kid in Egypt. These people, like their bodies, mummified, but they're black. You could see the skin, because the only thing that the skin color change if it's in a cold area, like if he's European, right? Because we know even if he's in Africa, the color will not change. And there is a mummified bodies of these Romans and the Greeks. He still look the same skin color. But when he's black, what happened? Because he has no frostbite, because frostbite turn the skin color, but that's only in an icy area. So there is a lot of controversial thing here. And why? Because they want to wipe out the history. Even in Sudan, they tried to wipe out the history of the native by calling like Dukhul al-Nas, which is the entrance of the people, not the entrance of the Arab. And even if you look at this word, Arab still does not hold ground with these people who are migrated or forced or kidnapped from Europe to serve the Ottoman Empire as slaves for the Ottoman to open or to invade those countries that they invaded. They even invaded Europe. That's why even Bosnia and Herzegovina, the conflict that happened between those people, they were brothers. And I have a friend that was Russian telling me, that these people have even used their own children to kill their parents. That's how the Ottoman did that. And this is a brutality of what Ottoman did. And really, Northeast Africa is not something that can be solved easily, especially if the people cannot accept the reality, what happened to them in the past, because they want to accept that people that invade them to accept them as their children, or they belong to them. And it's not going to happen because these people they have seen themselves as the conquerors. So this is how I put on this word Arab, because this Arab still cannot hold ground. Even if they say Arabic is the word of the holy book, whatever, it's not yet complete the whole sentence, because these people does not, have the DNA that really relate them to the people of the Quraysh or the Ishmaelites, because the Ishmaelites are not those European who look more European or more Asian or more differently in the continent of Africa. That's so. Even people say Ishmael, is mixed with, his mom is from Egypt, but still, So I'll stop here, though.
Yeah. Thanks for covering up this whole lots of history. But also, it's funny, like the fact that you put it correctly by saying that the ideology, I think it's more of ideology, the covering of the word of Arabs. Like when these people probably see, like you said, that there's one that is yellow, one that is white, one that is one that is black, and is calling themselves Arab. So I think it's just an identity that they're creating, but by getting away from their own identity. And somebody's trying to, immerse people into their ideology. and a lot of people are buying it. But also the other thing is like, and that's what is creating actually the mess right now, especially in that land, like what you say, all the way from, there's a lot of problems going on, Tabania, all the way. And then you mention it like, all the way these other countries, and, all the way to Egypt, and all the way to, what do you call it? To Ethiopia, and which is people are in denial about Ethiopia. If you say, sometimes people say Ethiopia is not colonized. If Ethiopia is not colonized, then where are these people getting their colors from? Because Ethiopia is one of the people that were described in descriptions that are black like the curtains, of Ajere. Was it? Oh yeah. No, I say that as the Ethiopian cannot change their skin color.
And dark,
yeah, their dark skin. Then the Israelite, their skin also will never change, just like the Ethiopian. That means like me as a black person, whatever I do, I cannot change my skin color. So there's no such thing that there was a Solomon that was a white person and then had the children with Ethiopian, and then that's why they become. There's nothing like that. These people are the remnants of the Turks, the Munu, and those Arabs and stuff like that. And if you see the dark Ethiopians, they're still there, the real Ethiopians. And with the migration of the war that had happened over centuries, some people, in Africa, sometimes people moving up and down, running. You can find as far as even up to Nigeria and other places. You'll find, I've seen one person that was talking about his genealogy history back, that his ancestors came from. That was years back. I saw it. I read it on somewhere, one of the websites, from Ethiopia, but he's all the way in West Africa. But then he's saying he's Ethiopian in origin. You see, so mostly the owners of the land has been driven off, and the people that you see, the new people here, they're not the original mostly people. So and if these people described as same as the Israelite, which are the Hebrew, which are described as Yeshua himself, which is with the afro hair, the woolly hair, and the dark skin, the dark feet in the book in the book of Revelation. I mean, and then you will ask yourself, then who is this Ethiopian here? So things have been really, this identity issue is really a problem, you see. And then most Ethiopians, even if you tell them that he's a black person, you will get angry, mate. They are mushkila. Or get angry. Got angry.
I think even in America, even in America, some blacks begin to hate being darker or related to a dark person, which is sad, because this is the problem that we are facing. Like right now, we're supposed to be thankful that we have an ancestors who's darker, that even if it's like, because we have a tragedy. In slavery, it was forced against us. Nobody asked to be slave, because how many million of our people up to this moment unaccounted for? And people now talk about 3 million or 6 million in Germany, but when they talk about the life of Africans, they will never account for any justice. Like right now, you see the injustice. Like black people have been murdered for centuries up to this moment. Even the guns they sent to us to kill ourselves, just to glorify these people, and then they will say, "Oh, it's you guys are the one killing yourself." But in reality, who's giving this power for those dictators and these murderers to destroy us? And then we also begin to hate ourselves, even hating our skin colors. And so it's really sorry. Go ahead, conundrum in ourselves as Africans.
Okay. I think somebody put their hands up. I was trying to bring them, but then it went off quickly, and I'm trying to see. I couldn't see them. Again?
Hello?
Yeah, somebody I think put their hands up, and I was trying to bring.
I can't hear you.
Somebody put their hands up, and I was trying to bring that person, but then it went off. I didn't see it well, so I think I have network issue too.
No, he's CIN. Oh. Yeah, he's here.
Somebody put their hands. Okay.
Welcome, Mr. CIN.
Okay, so there is a lot of problem going on in Africa, really.
Sin, right? Sin or CIN? Chin. You can call me Chin. Okay, Chin. Welcome.
Yeah, there is a lot of problem going on in Africa with identity issues. Religion is messing people up. Like somebody even on Facebook here wrote it up here, isn't it? I can't see it anymore well. So yeah, somebody wrote something that, problem that is, the African problem. I think something he wrote to do with, that is creating, I think, problem in Africa, something to do with religion and I can't see it well, really.
Identity.
Yes. Was it? Yeah, you saw it. I think I saw you put it on the screen earlier. So yeah, something to do with identity. Yeah, what we've been talking about, and religion, and then he talked about, I think, the democracy that we are holding, the democracy for which is, Takawajadal is different than the democracy for Africa, something like that. And then he was asking if we can focus on our issues and stuff. Yeah, I think the reason why that yeah, you're right in the things that you said, but that's Carson. So I think the reason why we're talking Africa in general, because if you look at it, I think maybe he missed out a little bit. Maybe he came in the middle. The reason why we're doing this, because we're covering actually the real issue, why we are in this conundrum. Why are we in this fighting this war, and why Africa in this war, and who are the people? Like there is internal problems, and also there is the external forces that are forcing us to get into this fight. And then there are people who are also accepting themselves to be bribed, and then using the bribe, and then creating this mashakil within Africa. And they accepting, then it's almost like they accepted the master to like the colonizer. The colonizer has left the white person, but then Africa is not free yet. We are not free. The colonizer is still controlling us from far. And they just swap the slavery and the colonization. They just swapped it with the modern colonization, let's say, whereby now, like you see countries like, which one is that country that's still paying France taxes up to now? Haiti. There's Haiti, and also there's one country, I think, in West Africa or somewhere, one of the countries, something like that. I heard is paying.
Congo itself too. Congo.
Yeah, they're still paying France, taxes, and then also they're dictating for the leaders what to do, and to keep Africa stagnant. There are a lot of different, like we ran a lot of things that are supposed to be 3 or 4 within the series that are supposed to be 4 topics, but we condense it in 1 topic today. And then we play 3 or 4 different videos that talks about one, the president of Zambia talking about
Namibia
was that Namibia?
South Africa.
Sorry, Namibia. Yeah, thank you. Namibian president was talking about condemning how the way that the leaders in Africa acts, and how they like to stay in power. And also he went about and say that it's really embarrassing, the way that people keep Africa behind. It's very embarrassment. They become an embarrassment in front of the West. Like, it's very, very embarrassing. And then he talks about the situation of Sudan. And then he said that look like countries like Sudan, like what is happening in Sudan now. The fact that people will build to a certain extent, and then people will destroy it. And isn't it the same pattern that is happening in South Sudan? People will come and people will destroy the entire village, the entire village, the entire capital city, or the entire everything must go down. What kind of a mindset is this? That and people will fight and stuff like that. That's what he's talking about. He said these are all embarrassing people. Like, why can people just move forward? You see? And why are people even having this mindset? Why are you that too angry? Why are you too angry, too aggressive? Why are you too angry? If one can ask, you see, if there is something to be angry about, I think you should be angry about towards the the person that put you to be in this situation, the person that turned you in this situation to be like this. But you cannot just stand around and be angry around about everybody, aggressing everybody. It's just not right. You see, nobody deserves that from you, and you don't deserve to be treated bad from someone. So this kind of things, these are the things that we've been covering. And then we talked about, sorry, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I came up because I was listening to some stuff that I found disturbing. Earlier you mentioned certain things about Eritreans or Ethiopians being Turkish or something like that. Is that what you said, or did you miss? Let me clarify. I'm the one.
I don't think we spoke about Eritreans. I think.
Yeah, hold on. Let me clarify something, because hold on. Yes, welcome. First of all, I said this. The most people here that right now, a lot of people try to deny, in Northeast Africa in particular, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have been in denial, when people always ask how this color came to, there was a war, Africa, since the time of the Roman and the Greek, they have invaded Africa. The clear example is Egypt. Starting with Egypt, these Romans and the Greeks, and then add to it the Ottoman Turks, invaded those territories when they opened, to Islam, and they have completely destroyed every native. Even some of them were chased or sold or have been abused to the extent they have created new generation that look different. And then this generation began to look at themselves as if they are not African. They prefer to be called, they're either Arabs or they're either Europeans, because this thing happened in Sudan and happened in Egypt and in North Africa, even up to Morocco, Tunisia, these places. If you look at the native, they call him slave, and this thing a fact. And when we talk about these territories, you look at it, it has looked back in the history, how they recorded, according to the Romans and the Greeks, they describe these people in color and shape and how they look. They differently than today. And yet today we're supposed to accept that there is something happened to us, not denying our identity that has come from the past, yet people now are not accepting it, especially when they added Islam in it. Islam become a problem that even people begin to prefer to call themselves Arab. And this thing, an example, even today, the issue of Sudan is actually the issue that starts with this word Arab. I'm not an African, I'm an Arab. They refuse to accept African. So I don't know if it is disturbing in what. Yeah.
You can be an Arab and an African. You don't have to be an outsider to be an Arab. You could be indigenous to Africa and be an Arab. You know what I mean? Like. So
no, we don't actually know what you mean. I think it will be better. Just a minute. It will be better if you explain it to us. We don't know what does that mean, because I am an African. I cannot be an Arab. So an Arab is a different identity.
You could be an Arab.
No, I cannot. That's why you better explain it. The best way. Look,
Can you tell us what is Arab?
This is just the gear. The best intelligent way is to explain it. Explain it, but you cannot just force that you could be Arab. I know I don't have to be Arab.
You're saying a lot of things, but you don't give a proper explanation, and it's okay.
No, there was a proper explanation. You yourself, you just come up here to argue about that.
Let me explain something. Did I not mention Eastern Europe?
Let me just finish. Like the idea.
Okay, just want to remind you that if you make a DNA test, you will find a lot of the people who are mixed in this Northeast Africa, their lineage go back to Eastern Europe. A lot of them. That's not true. And there is some.
It's actually the reverse, brother. Like Eastern Europe.
See, this is the problem.
Hold on. If you look at the genetic Y markers, the markers of a lot of Eastern Europeans, they have the E marker in their blood. It's called EV13. It came out of Africa. It went into Europe. It's the opposite. It's not.
Repeat that again. Sorry, your voice is low. Can you repeat, because I have an issue?
The E marker.
Can you repeat again?
Which is dominated in the African, the E marker in Eastern Europe, Greek, Macedonia, and the areas that you're referring to, that E marker came out of Africa. It's an E marker. It's an African lineage marker. So it's the reverse. Then the second thing about Arab, if you look at historical description of what an Arab was, he would be a darker complexion individual, indigenous to both Africa and what now they refer to Arabia, right? Those areas were inhabited by the same peoples. So you're conflating maybe the Kurds and the Turks, the European types with Arab. So there are people who have lineage that can legitimately say they're Arabs and African at the same time. It's possible. It's and then the second aspect of it is, if you study the Afro-Asiatic languages, right? They mislabel it and put Asia in there, but there's nothing Asian about the Afro-Asiatic languages, which Arabic is one of the languages, right? So what's Asia about it? You don't see it in India, you don't see it in China. All you see it is in the Middle East and Africa. And the Middle East is not part of Asia. They just put it there for convenience. But again, it's an African language. Like this idea, and then the second aspect of it is like how you said that the color of Ethiopians and the Horners are because of the Greek and I don't know. I think you said Greek or Turkish mixture.
I said there's an invasion.
There's never been.
Yes, there's ancient time.
No, the only.
Are you sure?
Listen. Just look. Just a minute. I think he's just coming to argue something that either just a minute. Either you're in denial, or either you're just coming to argue something that just to waste our time. And if you're in denial, no, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Don't interrupt. Let him finish.
Yeah, you don't decide who's an African.
No, just a minute. Just a minute. It's not that I'm deciding. It's what I am an African. I know who's an African. So just stop being argumentative. You're just an argumentative person. You don't even allow people to say anything.
Come on, guys.
If she's gonna deny my Africanism,
I don't deny you. I don't even know who you are. I don't know who you are. The problem, I don't know who you are. I'm confident in who I am. You're a confused person, first of all. You're a confused person. You're a confused person. You want to be an Arab. You want to be an African. This auditions, the giga.
Hold on a second.
Auditions, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute, audition. He
I'm
auditions.
not talking about you, Sin. Nobody told you you're an Arab, but some in Sudan. I don't know if you're from Sudan. If you're from Khartoum, or that they call themselves Arab, because there is some people calling themselves, even in Somalia today, they're calling.
Auditions, just a minute. He keeps talking to me, but then you keep coming in to interrupt. So just a minute, and then he keep interrupting.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say that, okay? I'm not confused. You're the one who's confused, okay? You don't know whether you're an Arab or you're an African, but I am confident and proud of myself as an African, not an Arab. Can you just be silent? Can you be silent for a minute? Can you contain yourself for a minute? Can you contain? You're the one who's nonsense, first of all.
And let's calm down, please. Just focus on the just get the point. Okay, let's move on. Let's just focus on that. The people, like I said, people in East Europe have invaded this continent through the Ottoman. If people don't believe it, go back into those lineages and you find them. Even today, the Ashkenazi, as they talk about, where are they residing? They are in Eastern Europe. So I don't want to go far on arguing, because it's not an argument. It's just something that if
I had wished you would allow me to talk. I don't know whether you're trying to protect him or something. I don't know, but I wish you would have just allowed me to talk, because I'm trying to talk. You're trying to talk. He's trying to call me nonsense. Yeah, but the problem here, I keep finding in the middle, and I keep finding him, and it's just like I can't talk. So yeah. That's the problem here, and that's why. And then he gets the chance to start insulting people, and he come up here. He's very angry, and he wants to argue and waste people's time. First of all, he doesn't know who he is. If he's gonna come up here just to argue about something that he cannot even accept who he is, he doesn't know who he is. Why keep him up here to keep like protecting him and just arguing? That's the problem. It's like he doesn't know whether he's Arab, he wants to be Arab or African. There's not such thing that you can be African and Arab. There's no such thing like that. Either just you're African or you're an Arab, one of the two.
Can I say something? I'm asking, can I say something?
Yes, please, Alhaj. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think this debate is important. Let's not spoil it, because we are learning from it. I think you should get Sin up here. My understanding of Sim is that I looked into his profile. He may be coming from Eritrea, and if you look at Eritrea, Eritrea has got some history with Yemen. He could be a Yemeni Eritrean. And in that context, he could be looking at himself as an African Arab, because if he's Yemeni and he's also an Eritrean, he can claim that part of his identity. It is his right. Nobody should take it away from him. Just like the so-called Arabs in North Sudan, or the people of Sudan. The people of Sudan are maybe about 20 or 30% Arab, 70% African, and they are still
in that idea whereby they are not clear about their identity as Africans, and they yet call themselves Arab, but they have certain rights to claim that identity because they speak Arab language and they believe in Islam and their culture is more nearer to Arabs. But in reality, when you look at the Arabs in Sudan, most of them have got almost 50% young blood. Remember, they are the people who displaced the young from Shendi all the way to their current places where they are. And I can understand when some of the young are so affected by events in Khartoum because they've got relatives among the Arabs. Sadiq al-Mahdi himself, Sadiq al-Mahdi, his mother was a young, and she was being hidden. You know, when I was in Khartoum as a little child, there are places I can tell you, like, for example, Diyum al-Sharqiya. Diyum al-Sharqiya has had a very large concentration of Arab Zande people. And the Zande members of those families were always hidden away. In places like Banat actually composes of most tribes of South Sudan mixed with Arabs. And what they do is because the Arabic part, the Arab part of the family feel ashamed of the Southern Sudanese connection, they always keep those ones hidden away from the family in the backyards of the house. And so there is an understanding that this topic needs to be really addressed properly, because if you know, and I'm sure you know that, in South Sudan we paid with over 2 million people over this conflict of identity. So when we're talking about it, it might seem a little thing, but actually it can cost life. That's just what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. May I say something, Didi?
Yeah, I think, yeah, you can say. I was just gonna say the reason why I didn't want this, I kind of like to put him down because he's disrespectful. The fact that he's very angry, for what reason, I couldn't care less what he is. A person, an African, I couldn't care less for his behavior. So the fact that he comes up here and insulting Gali nonsense there, I can't tolerate this. First of all, if he want to conversate with people, he must come, he must wait for his turn and speak properly to people. If he cannot have sentence to speak with people, because we are not here to insult people. There are many rooms out there on the halls that people can sit there, insult themselves all day until they content. But if you want to come and make sense with people and act like a human being, then discuss with people the way people discuss with you. You know, just as people respect you, respect people back. That's all. He could have done that. That's why I put him down. So, and then the fact that he gets angry, it's not my problem that he's confused. The problem that they don't know whether they want to choose, whether they want to be Africa or something. And this is why we keep having problem. We keep having these people that keep selling us out and keep getting us in problem. Aker Kaman, the Jeng know themselves, Gali, they are black people, they are African. Rather than somebody that is confused. That's why he's angry. And this identity issue is big. It's an issue. He need to go sort himself out first. First, clean his mouth first with a bleach. And then he can speak properly and then know his identity, and then he can know where to go and who to speak to.
Well, what I want to say is this topic is sensitive, and I know it's sensitive to a lot of people. And we have been always, if we want to get to the fact or the way how we can correct ourselves, we have to also talk on the things that is unspoken, because there's a lot of things I think Africa have always avoided, and that's why we are always behind. And we're always in this conundrum where either we cannot tackle the differences of our tribes, tackle the difference of religion, or tackle even the difference of colorism. And if you look at it today, even these things have created an agitation and problem with us and the people, our brothers and sisters who've been kidnapped from the continent, and they were taken to Europe, to America, to South America. And that's why you see today this thing. And guess what? Behind all these things are the former colonials. We talk about the colonialists as if like we always know what is the truth, but we're afraid to face the reality that these colonialists also have created something that we have to kind of like accept it. And that's why I always appreciate Malcolm X. And you know what Malcolm X said in his history when he wrote his biography? He looked at himself. It's like people look at me, I'm a light skin. But he told him, do you know that this light skin came out of suffering and pain and agony and humiliation? These people who abused me, abusing us today, calling us niggers, and calling us blacks, and calling us colored, they are the one who raped his grandmother. And his grandmother was, gave birth to his mom. He said, my mother was a result of rape. This is what he told. And he was not shy about it because he said, you know what, to get healing, we have to be honest with ourselves. This is the only black leader in the history of all American who actually did not shy to say the truth about himself, how he came. And that's why I say his mom hated her skin color. She even wanted to marry a darker person. And when she married that darker person, even though the color is still there, but she was proud. And that's why Malcolm X later understood. He said, you know what? We have been traumatized by these oppressors to the extent we don't even know ourselves. That's why we always tend to go after white people. When a man or woman want to run and marry a white woman or a white man. So it's really a trauma. So slavery caused trauma. Colonialism caused trauma. Invasion caused trauma. And the worst of it, these people who invaded us are not the same like us. They're different skin color. They're different even in everything. And what happened, yes, they're human. But what happened is that they did not treat us as human. They abused us, and they also created a trauma, mental trauma in us to the point now we hate ourselves. To be honest, black people are the only people on this earth that despise themselves. Don't tell me they don't. They might say, oh, I'm black and I'm proud, but trust me, put him in test and you will see how much he hates himself. And this is the truth about us. So it is a danger that we escape this. That's why Sudan, North Sudan, is actually a powder cake in the making, because when this thing, people denied their identity by defining themselves Arab, and then add to it this ideology that is not even theirs, it caused a conundrum. And this is the reason why even South Sudan separated, and there's many countries now are separating within Africa, because we're not able to face the reality of that we are, have been traumatized by these foreigners, and these foreigners have caused many division among us, if it's religion, color, or tribalism, and it's really going deep. And that's why we lose ourselves when we don't want to face and be honest. So let's talk about it, not in an insulting way, but let's talk about it in an honest way. How can we find a ground that we can unify as people and then say, yes, we admit, but we are not the past, and we are not the product of the past. We are the product of today because we are proud of who we are. If you can take that as something to give you the glory, that would be great, because Malcolm X did it, and Malcolm X became a hero to many black people's voices. Even after he died, his voice still speak out loud. So I wish everybody to read Malcolm X's biography. They will find a lot. And then also those who speak for their Africanism, because even Mandela, Mandela, even he is a result of mixation of these white people who abused his relatives. South Africa, the regional one are darker. But at least the South African, they're proud of their African heritage, and they never deny it. So I will stop here. I will listen to Didi. We'll give a chance to Mr. Sin, and then if anybody wants to speak, we can give him a chance. Mr. Sin, go ahead.
Who's Sin?
Yeah.
Who's Sin?
Yeah. The guy was talking earlier.
The one that
he wanted to say
the
something.
one that called me nonsense.
Yes.
I don't want this guy in my room. No, sorry, I don't want him. Yeah, if he cannot respect himself. These are the kind of men that are, they just like to intimidate people and disrespectful to women. I don't want him here, sorry. He has to learn how to respect people. He has to learn and put his misogyny and sexist behind first. When people are discussing ideas, people are not discussing intimidation and insult. He left you here talking with him, and he attacked me and insult me, gali nonsense. I'm not going to take that. He's the one confusing himself. He doesn't know who he is. It's not my problem. I'm not your mama.
My apologies. All right, Didi. Let's move on. Debo, are you there? Mr. Debo? Yes. I don't know. Yeah, you have any comment or question? Because I know this thing is really ironic. What happened in Sudan, just want to remind you guys, this is actually the beginning of the hidden crisis that people try to avoid. And it's not just going to end, and what we're going to see even might be worse than what. But I hope if there is a solution, it might be peaceful, even though it would be like almost a bandage on a big wound. But it's not going to last also this peace, or if they make peace, it's going to come up again and explode it. It just takes a matter of time. So that's what I will put in my thought. But go ahead, people. Are you there, Debo?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. Welcome.
Okay. I said, what do you think about the mass migration? Do you think there will be mass migration to South Sudan in terms of people living from North Sudan to South Sudan now that there's crisis? And will they be accepted? You know, what do you think the resolution to resolve the crisis will look like in Northern Sudan? Because now you have these two fractions that are a little bit hotheads. You know, they've practically destroyed the country with their ego. Everyone is leaving the country right now as we speak. You know, we also know that even one of the Turkish airline was shot at, although much people did not die, but no one died, but we had few people that were injured. And also they say they fired the fuel tank. It was an Al Jazeera, you know. So like I'm saying, what do you think the migration crisis and the refugee crisis will be like? Would you think it will affect Southern Sudan so much that it will they will need lots of international, that's from the IMF, from the World Bank, and all this international organization to see fit on how they can cater for IDPs and all that in the South Sudan region?
Well, South Sudan is not a stable country itself. It's also another ticking bomb in the making, because South Sudan, since its independence, did not last that long, and it got into a fight, but a tribal fight, and it's so ridiculous to the extent that now what's going on, the international community now are monopolizing, or in a way that they're controlling the game. If you look at South Sudan today, actually, I don't think it's an independent power. Like how we assumed, or how the people assumed over there, to have an independent government, independent decision as any nation. Unfortunately, the chaos and the mess of SPLM that was hidden, which is actually already predicted, because people saw what SPLM is from the start. But people keep, the same thing, like keep ignoring the facts that they need to change it because they don't want to face it. But when the reality hit the shelf, so everything became clear, and then now the mess is so wide that the international community entered, because they even see that the people of South Sudan are unfit to lead themselves. That's actually what they're saying through their action in this so-called treaties that they made between those two warlords, and now with other groups who are also clashing with this regime. And they were once all of them in the same hut, until nobody could stand the other in that hut, and then everybody divided themselves. And it's really a sad thing. So the people are the one who's going to pay, and they're already paying. So the migration is going to be opposite, outside South Sudan more than inside. Because even some people don't want to go to South Sudan. Some people want to go to Kenya, Uganda, or even go to Chad. Yeah, so they went. Even some people went to Ethiopia, and others went to Arab countries, like, which I wish it was Arab, but Egypt, African country, but calling themselves Arab, went to Egypt. So they escaped, because that's the saddest thing, because there's no other place to go. So South Sudan is already just, and imagine South Sudan also is struggling with famine, and also natural issues like water, flooding, and then also conflict going on. So it's really it's a place where and it's almost like a biblical punishment, what's going on in those two countries right now.
Okay. Now it's like the Boko Haram of 2013-14. As at that time they hoisted their flags on some local governments. Because in Nigeria we have states, then we have local government, then we have senatorial districts. So in the states you have 3 senatorial districts, okay, and you have some state has about 30 local governments, some state has about 20 local governments. So back in 2013-14, okay, 15 before Buhari came into power, we had Boko Harams. So first of all, I want to ask a question, just a quick one. These rebel guys now that actually want to take over the government, they were like the Boko Haram of yesteryears. If I'm correct?
You say what again? Boko Haram what? Yes, sir.
I said the Boko Haram and this rebel group now that is fighting the military. Did they share the same ideologies where the rebel groups were similar to the Boko Haram of Nigeria?
Well, not yet and not really, because what's happening is, yes, these people have Islamic fundamentalist wisdom. Both of them, Burhan and Hamidi, have these Islamic radicals, and these radicals have been the time of Turabi. Turabi is actually the one who fundamentalized the whole country into this Islamic fundamentalism. That's why even the fight between South and North in the past escalated into Islam and Christianity, when in reality it was more about the identity. And and this thing also goes back not to the. I think Mr. Al-Hajj earlier mentioned a lot about this during Numeri.
Yeah,
and if you go back,
I actually sent him a message. I sent him a message. I asked him to send me the names so that then we can have a more later. Anytime you guys are creating in the room, we can have dive deep into the conversation. So now this rebel group, in my own submission, I see them like probably an advanced Boko Haram, if we allow Boko Haram to get to that level where they can be negotiating with the government or negotiating with the military, if I'm to speak, back then, some of the Boko Harams they used to hoist their flags in some local governments, and they wanted to succeed and determine their own country, and their own Islamic fundamental principles, So it also happened in the southeast also with the Biafra movement. So we have quite a lot of number of them. I think about 2 or 3 of them too, but the issue is that the country is still fighting. So Nigeria, as we speak, we are a nation, but we are still, we are still shaking, but we are still trying to hold up like other nations will go. But now, one other issue that I'm taking into consideration now, okay, is the role that African nations ought to play in your own in an idealistic mindset, or in an idealistic submission. What do you think that the African nations, or the AU, the top African nations, what role do you think that they should play in South Sudan and North Sudan going forward? Or do you think that that they should fold their hands and allow the international communities, that's the West and the China and Russia, to actually dictate the next trajectory for the two nations?
Good questions. I don't want to hug the answers, so let's hear from the other speakers, Didi, my colleague moderator, and then also Al-Hajj. If you guys are able, please go ahead, because it's a very good question. I have something to say, but I don't want to hug on that. But that question is really good. And thank you for that question. Didi, or you have anything to say? Or... Hello? I hope you guys can hear us. Yes, I can hear you. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Go ahead, Didi. You want to say something? Okay.
No, I was waiting for Haj to speak. That's why I didn't open up my.
Because I don't want to hug it. So come on, go ahead. It's good to hear from different perspectives. Thank you. Okay. The issue of African Union, African unity. On the issue of Sudan, South Sudan, I think the issue of Sudan, South Sudan was supposed to have been settled on the 9th of July 2011. But the government in Juba constantly copies the policies that are implemented in the North to implement in the South in context of South. That is how short-sighted the leaders in South Sudan are, and they fail to understand that the policies in Northern Sudan or the policies in Sudan are done for the interest of Sudan, and you cannot copy wholesale policies that are done for other contexts to bring and implement in a different context. And unfortunately, this copying of Arab policies up to now, until this conflict broke out, JCE and Kir are constantly copying things that are made in Khartoum and implementing it in South. And that is why it blurs the boundaries. It blurs the boundaries between Sudan and South Sudan. And the solution to this is only when we get this lot in Juba out completely, so that we are able to implement policies that truly reflect our identity as African people without any Arabism in it. And this is not to say I'm against Arabic as a language. Arabic is a language, and it's just like English, like French. It's good to know and to study, but it should not be elevated to an extent that it masks the identity of South Sudan, which we fought for. Because ironically, when we were fighting Khartoum, we were saying we are fighting Khartoum because the Arabs want to Arabize us and they want to Islamize us. These two categories should not actually take any prominence in South Sudan, because this is what we fought for. But unfortunately, Kir is displaying policies that promote Arabism and Islam. For example, the clothing that Kir wears all the time when there are Islamic celebrations, or when he's meeting Islamic people, the cultures that he wears, the clothes that he wears, are clothes that portray Arabism. The language that he tries to articulate is a language that portrays Arabism. And this kind of contradiction is because it seems we're so intertwined with Khartoum that even what we were trying to fight for, we could not do. And it, in a sense, it could be perceived like we're inferior people. You have got people like Tutkeo. Look at what Tutkeo says. Look at how he dresses. Look at how he goes outside the country to other countries and cannot talk in a language that does not portray Arab. He talks as if he's an Arab, using Arabic language. These are some of the inconsistencies that many people don't see, but it actually gives portrayal that we are just messed up people and we don't know what we want. Now, in terms of what can Africa and Arab and African Union do, they are part of the mess.
Africa and African Union is part of the mess. Why? They've been involved since 2013. But in that involvement, they even did not know what they needed to do in both countries. And they then delegate their power to this thing called IGAD. And IGAD was an organization that was supposed to deal with drought and desertification in Africa. But then towards the end of 90s, they changed. United States and Troika and the global changed the entire objective of IGAD to be regional, in charge in promoting business, integration and business. But within that, they gave IGAD the power to interfere in political affairs. Again, here you can see that Africans are naive. How can you have an organization that is responsible for promoting commerce, yet is given more power to prevail on the states? That's why I argue that if I were to be a leader in South Sudan, we don't need membership of IGAD, because IGAD is just an organization created by outsiders and given power above the states. And that power is confusing that they allow the Africans themselves to make those rules, to follow rules which have been put to them to oppress themselves and to restrict them from their area of scope politically. And this takes me back to the debate that the issues that we discussed earlier at the beginning of this meeting, how the global ideologies prevail over local issues and over regional issues. So the African Union has been interfering partially, not knowing what to do. IGAD is also following things not in the interest of its own members. And we as Africans ourselves, those of us who could help by sharing or giving opinions, and I here mean the masses of Africa are completely silenced. They can't. Their voices are not heard. What they could do to improve Africa is not heard. But how can this be solved? It can only be solved right now. There is Pan-Africanism, but this Pan-Africanism is still, it has got a lot of criticism. But they are doing some good things. Until the African people begin to converse about our own interests, then will we rise to address these issues. And the confusion going on in Khartoum now, if you look carefully, I've been going from one room to another room. And as I said earlier, I have never talked about it in any of the rooms. All right, because I have got an idea and I've got a view which, if I express, many people would not understand. And our people are getting so much immersed.
Can I try?
Say that again?
Try, can I try explain?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
No, I said try. I want to listen to the idea. I was just eager to listen to it.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it soon.
Okay.
But I just want to. Okay, the idea is this. This is just superficial. Do Southern Sudanese all? Some are sympathetic to Himeti. Some are sympathetic to Burhan. This baffles me. It baffles me. Why should Southern Sudanese be divided over the issue of Sudan? Isn't Sudan the country that we broke off from? Isn't Sudan, as it is now, the country that formulated a policy to make sure that South Sudan is constantly divided and is in war? Both Himeti and Burhan are agreed on that. They implemented it. They are doing it through our AKIs, everything. They are the guarantors. When we are being killed, have they interfered? Have they said anything? What type of guarantors? I'll leave it here. I don't want to go into the details because the room will come for it, whereby I'll be able to vomit everything that I have. But I think as South Sudanese, and you can see how South Sudanese, the psyche of South Sudanese on this issue reflects the chaos we have in South Sudan. And if you are not clear about what you want, how you manage yourself, you will be like South Sudan. Okay? And this is precisely one of the things that made me earlier say that, our rulers in Juba cannot see far beyond their noses. They don't see that the situation they are creating in the south is going to blow up at one point, because it took Sudan 67 years or 68 years now this year since independence for it to blow up, to show that actually if you don't follow good policies and you don't implement good ideologies that protects each and every person, it's just a matter of time before you begin to eat yourselves up. This is what Kir and the Jung are not aware of. And I was expecting them to learn something from Khartoum, but they're still sleeping. And with weak African Union, which even does not implement its own policies, we are in for a longer period of fusion and chaos in Africa as it goes now, until the next generation, who are now learning widely and understanding what the problem of Africa is, and understanding that the divisions in Africa is not really organic. It's not coming from the people of Africa, but it is brought from outside and imposed on them to the smallest level possible. It's the younger group now that are beginning to understand this. And once people begin to understand all this, we will then close ranks and a solution will come up slowly. But also let us not think about the global ideologies as permanent. They are shifting. As I talk right now, the tectonics of the construct that is the globe ideologically are shifting, and they are breaking apart. And this is presenting opportunities, disadvantages to others, presenting opportunities to others. I think for us in Africa, that these are the opportunities to take. But also Africans will not be able to take these opportunities unless they unite, unless they begin to understand and come up with what they want for Africa. And hence, in my view is there will be a renaissance with each country, whereby a new group will come to do the right thing, and not only believe that if I should do what I'm told. The international community says this, UN says this. All these UN organs are useless as far as I'm concerned. They are tools for others, but they are not for us. They just want to come and give you maize. They want to give you a little bit of semi-skimmed milk. We don't want that. We are richer than that. It's simply because we have not used our mind to harness what we have, that we go back to them after we have handed our countries to them through these other institutions in the world. So I'm not optimistic about African Union until the next generation that is fighting now comes to power to reform it. Because African Union itself wants reform. Things like IGAD needs to be abolished, and we need to build a proper African structures based on our needs and relevant to our context. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Al-Haj. Anything, Didi? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Al-Haj. Sorry, I was writing on the stream here, just replying someone. Yeah, thank you, Al-Haj. I think also I wanted to say to Debo that he was talking about Boko Haram. I was wondering, is Boko Haram they still there or not? So
no, Boko Haram is actually most of it has been neutralized now. The kidnapping has also reduced. They are not they are not controlling even a polling unit, even a ward in the country as it used to be. So we just have little pockets of issues, but it has been reduced so drastically. Even in the hinterland, you rarely hear about it, but in the north, you might hear a kidnapping or thereabouts, and that's just it.
Thank you, please. Yeah, I think for me, if I think I forgot the question. Sorry, what was the question again?
Okay, about the rebel influence in northern Sudan, their influence and how powerful.
No, I think you have something to do also with the international. The
international community. What role
and
do you
South
think
Sudan
they're going
as
to
well.
play?
I think they tried, isn't it? They tried. I think last Monday. I think I think there was a breakthrough that they had a 72 hours a ceasefire, but then it didn't work. It didn't work at all. Then all of a sudden people started hearing gunshots around, and then the fight started intensified really very horribly. But also I heard, like earlier you were asking that whether South Sudan will take the people and stuff like that. I don't think these people, it's not a matter of even these people want to go to South Sudan. They are so even, I think, afraid to go to South Sudan, some of them, because if you see some of them, I think from what I'm going Egypt, they're going other different places in the side of the north. Maybe some few that they're fortunate enough, and then they have their relatives are, the one that working there. In what when Al-Haj was saying, Dr. Al-Haj was explaining here early that JCE, I think JCE probably you might not know what it is, but JCE is like, let's say, like for example, the president in your president is Fulani, I think so, is it?
Yes, he's Fulani. And okay, let me give you a small breakdown. You see, we almost got to this situation that Sudan had, and we are still praying and hoping that we don't balkanize the nation as it goes. We have Buhari as a Fulani, but the new president-elect now, the guy that won the presidency, he's from the south side. Okay, so they have always been a power sharing since the Fourth Republic. Okay, we have had, all of you know this, we have had a series of chaos in the country. We've also had civil war in the country that about 3 million people died. I wasn't born by then. We've had lots of military dictators and all that. But since the Fourth Republic, that's since 1999, we've had a smooth democratical dispensation and also transfer. Now, there have always been an agreement, okay, from Obasanjo. The agreement was that once the South does their 8 years, that's 4 years, that automatically, although it's not in the constitution, but people like myself and other people, we are trying to make it, instituted in the constitution, imputed in the constitution, so that we don't have some people that will come and redictate or tell us what is not. Okay, there's an unwritten gentleman agreement. Okay, since the Fourth Republic, since 1999, that once you finish your power in the north, the power comes to the south after 8 years. Once you do in the south, the power goes to the north after 8 years. Okay, so we had a little bit of complication, which people like myself and other people from our own side, we felt if the power stays in the north for too long, the people of the south will get angry. And believe me, since 1960, since the Declaration of Independence in Nigeria, the South has not been united. Okay, it's just like the South Sudan. We've been having tribal issues and tribal maligning and serious tribal issues in the southern part of the country, as opposed to the north. Okay, the north has this monolithic approach on their political movement. So it's like a one knot, you know, where in each of the sections you have three regions. You have the north. Yeah, in the south you have three regions in the south. In the north you have three regions in the north. But the south is the three regions in the south are very divided via tribal lines. Whereas in the north is a little bit, you know, the unity is because of the religion. Okay, the religion unites them. There are other tribes too, but the religion unites them. Are you getting me? So it's something similar. So this last election, okay, after Buhari 8 years, we had another presidential candidate, Atiku. He's also Fulani. Okay, his family ancestry comes from even Cameroon. Okay, so he was poised to take over from another Fulani, and people like the general perception in the south was that he's going to balkanize the country. He's going to cause a lot of division in the country, and successfully and thanks to Mother Nature and thanks to God and all that, you know, it didn't happen for him. Even his people didn't actually give him the accorded votes that he ought to get. So in the north, you have about 19 states, okay? He got only 7 states. Yeah, 7 to 8 states. Some other states in the north voted for a southern candidate, and that's why the country is still intact, so to speak. But I don't know about the issue in South Sudan.
Who's the president actually now?
The president is Buhari, but he will be leaving in 1 month's time. He will be leaving May 29th. He will be leaving in 1 month's time.
Okay, so
yeah. The new president is from the south now.
Yeah, okay. So in South Sudan, JCE is like Buhari, he's Fulani. So it's like the FCE, like Fulani Council of Elders. So they will be in the parliament. They'll be working with Buhari, and they will be advising Buhari, and they will be the one running the country with Buhari. So this is I was just trying to explain to you because Dr. Haj mentioned something to do with JCE, and I thought like, no, you might not know what is it. So I was trying to explain.
Okay, that's nice. So now,
yeah,
do you think power sharing will solve any problem in Sudan? Power sharing, like what Nigeria is doing, do you think it will solve a problem in the country? In both countries, power sharing.
I don't think so. I don't think so because between the two leaders, what are the name? Hamiti and what is the other name of this? Al-Burhan. Yeah, yeah. Between Hamiti and Burhan, both of them wants to be leader. You see, so both of them wants to be leader. And once upon a time, they were working, you know, under Bashir, especially Hamiti, and then they conspired together to remove Bashir, and then now they are fighting against each other to be in leadership. So for me, I see like your question about the international community, which I answered it earlier, that they try to intervene the regional countries and the surrounding regional countries and the international community, but it didn't work. I think for me, it's just the difficult part is because also there are influence from outside as well, you know, influence from the Arab nations. You know, people are influenced differently, and and then also the influence of Russia, and then also America is over there. So this makes it a little bit complicated here. It's not really easy thing that is a one-way straight and black and white. So it depending on how these outsiders influence, what do they want to gain, and how far they wanted to drive this thing. It can end up like what happened in Syria. You see, when these people fight, they go fight I was saying it earlier, they fight in other people's country. You see Russia and America fighting in Syria, which it doesn't really add up and doesn't make sense. So that what makes it complex. And then in the other one that you asked that, is it? I think how much is the influence of the rebels or something over there? I'm not really sure, but for me, I just see it from how people argued it back and forth, especially in Clubhouse here. You see some people that some Sudanese are with the rebel and some Sudanese with their leader, what is his name again? Why am I forgetting this one's name? Odysseus, if you're not tired of reminding me. Al-Burhan, yeah, Al-Burhan. I was going to call him Buhari. Al-Burhan. Yeah, sorry. So I think given that the fact that 100% of the military of the country, they're with him. But as far as civilians concerned, I'm not really sure. Because civilians are right now busy running afraid because they're getting terrorized from all both sides. Because today, if the two are fighting, you don't know who's hitting you. You don't know who's killing you. So this is the problem. The government might decide that they're not killing people, but then if the rebels are in this side, the rapid rebels or the rapid force, and then they're shooting each other and it's harming these people. Like, for example, Odysseus has mentioned that his relative's house has been shelled, well, it can been bombed or something like that. So in this aspect, you will not know who did that. So that's the problem. So it's very hard, really, especially in the time of fear like this. One person can tell you, anybody can tell you anything out of fear. They can say that they support the government, they can say that they support the rebels. And because if you see one thing that is happening in the videos, the people that are fighting themselves, actually, they're not different from one another. And they're people who are the same black people, They're killing themselves, tearing themselves out in this ideology that is killing them, you see, aggressively just destroying themselves. And then the master idea, which is the superior, is up there sitting, you see. And then at the end of the day, when the dust settle down, then the superior master will come and sit up there, and then the rest of the black people will be down here. So it's just very difficult, really, to tell at the moment for me, unless if Odysseus and Al-Hajj know more. But for me, it's just, I see it is very difficult. Just like if you walk into South Sudan right now and you ask who's this up, do you like the government? Of course, somebody will tell you yes, because out of fear, If you ask them they like the regime, they say yes. And if there's someone you ask them something else, they will tell you something else too, because they want to protect themselves. But within them, they know what they want. They know they don't like what is going on. So I think this is what I can say here. But I just want to thank you really for coming in and asking, being genuine and asking questions and stuff like that. Thank you very much.
May I contribute something for you in this, Didi? And Fariha, I know you didn't speak. We'll give you a chance. I just want to say this power sharing, like I said earlier, I mentioned it's just going to be like a bandage, like a bandage on a big fatal wound. Because like I said, Sudan is a complex country since the time the invaders entered into it and created many implants, which is in the mindset religiously. Also this forced abuse of like what they did in Egypt and they did in North Africa. So this thing is not going to be simple. Yes, power sharing, it will happen, because I feel like the army in Khartoum, and this is not just a feeling, this is something you could look at it from military perspective. The army in Khartoum have already seemed to be in the not in the losing, but in the weaker side, because the people have spread around. This Janjaweed group have spread around, and they have really made sure that they will, show the strength to the army, and they did. Even imagine the Sudanese army, in the ground, are not capable to do a lot of damage, but they are depending on their air force. They're depending on their military air force, and that shows weakness here. And the militia, these Janjaweed, they are spread around, and they're making sure. And these people have planned it, because when you look at the attack actually started from the militia, from Houthi, not from Burhan. Burhan was depending on Egypt to come and rescue, but Egypt then backed up when they saw this situation, because Egypt first acted like, yes, we're there. If any attack, we will be there. And they were doing training. I remember like a couple of months ago, last year, they were doing some military training, combined training, like how they do it with those allies, Khartoum and Egypt, and they start doing first Air Force training and then later infantry training. But it was really not that significant, because that time the rapid force, so those people were already preparing themselves in their own objective and agenda. And they really did not care anymore because they have already disagreed with Burhan. And Burhan felt like these people are, compared to them, they are professional army. These guys are nothing but militia. And how dare militia want to equal themselves with us, we the professional army. So it became the battle of two giants. One sees itself as the professional and the legitimate, and the other sees itself no, because they proved themselves in a battlefield when Khartoum used them to kill a lot of Darfurians. So let's show that we also equal. And they also send them to Yemen. Don't forget Yemen war, that recently now we see Saudi Arabia is making peace treaties. They were sent there to fight for the side of the Saudis against the Houthis. So these people are combatant experience, very experienced combatants. That these people are not simple people who just came up from a kindergarten of military and then they just went there and fought. These people are very, very good at it. So that's why they have proven themselves to be the strongest part. But then in the air, they don't have that defense. But now, according to the intelligence, they have actually now acquired missiles or rockets that can actually target those air force. And this is dangerous. And even in these coming days, if this agreement does not go in the favor of power sharing, I am telling you, Houthi will take Sudan. Because it seems like Houthi right now is in a comfortable zone. He already got enough support from Russia and from the other countries that is hiding, including Haftar too, but Haftar acting like he's not part of these issues. And then he has more militia who are eyeing into Sudan, the capital. So they're looking at Sudan as the center point of power. Once they take it, then they can actually facilitate these goals and this uranium in Darfur, because there is resources there that they're working with Russia. And Russia also made a contract with the army of Sudan before, during the time of this ousted president. I forgot his name now. How can I forget his name? I just remembered it earlier and I forgot. He's the civilian guy, the leader. If you can remind me. If you remember
I
that
was
guy.
going to ask you that who, but then I realized you're looking for the name. That's not helpful, isn't
Yes.
it? Is that helpful?
Yeah, I forgot his name. He's close to Houthi. He's Hamdok.
Hamdok, yeah. Hamdok.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hamdok is the man who was selected, and he's a brilliant guy. Even he's the one who helped out the relationship between Israel and Sudan, and also he helped out into lifting Sudan from out of the terror list, because Sudan was in the terrorist list. America did not trust them during during what's his name, former President Trump. This guy became what's so called given a chance, to help take out this list. But of course they have to pay money. So these guys during that time, the military, I forgot, even I lost my track because I was trying to remember the name. But somehow Hamdok played a big role with Houthi, but Houthi and Burhan did not like him because they don't want the government to be civilian. So they came and took power, shared power. And the end, it came up to the end of this honeymoon that they had, which after Hamdok, they were competing. They have to take power, and even Houthi wanted 10 years. So there is a lot of conflict there. So the simple thing I'll say, now Sudan is under the mercy of these two warlord giants. Let us be honest, they are the two warlord giants. They cannot escape the reality of what's going on in Sudan. So what they're going to do is they're going to power sharing. That's the only solution for ending this bloody conflict in the city of Khartoum, but it's not going to end the domination of these warlords in the country. It will be almost like a what do you call it in when we have this is called in a war, when you have a battle, you come up into it's like a standout something. I forgot the term, but they will be in that position now because all of them are in a stand where anybody can shoot. But what's going to be is like they have to accept, and then these treaties might force some new program, so everybody will have his side. And this is the same thing happened to the South Sudan, and yet that's why we say it's intertwined. South Sudan and Khartoum is very much intertwined because you look at the same situation we're facing, they're facing, even though they don't expose their tribal differences, but there is a tribal differences. And then the dominating people there, if you look at Didi, you mentioned something very important, that there's some people taking side with Hameti, Utanin taking side with Burhan. And those people are taking side because they look at where they belong. The people who are taking side with Hameti, those who mostly feel like they are more closer to Hameti from lineage or tribal or something like that. And then the same with those others who feel like these guys, if they come in, they gain Jubulena, they're going to bring these Darfurians. So there is a lot of this kind of like, tension, racism, and all that stuff that was hidden. Because imagine
I've got a question for you if you finish or if you don't mind.
Yeah, but you know how like this thing is so ironic. Like right now, before you remember, they talk about justice, equality, and freedom. Now today, everybody taking side, which is really ironic. They're supposed not to take side as civilians, but because they fear what Hameti can do, and Hameti is actually a warlord rebel. He is not care, about civilians. And of course, there will be a lot of shift of power. Even those people who call themselves the elitist of that country based on how many years they have governed Sudan, they will not be able to have that privilege anymore because Hameti is going to bring his Shadian, most of his people from that side, into the new power. It's almost like, removing the Ottoman, bringing the Mamalik into power, and that's like the clash of the Mamalik or the Osmaniyin and the other, Al-Mamalik, which is really kind of like bring back the history of how, power shifts so easy. But it's really a conundrum to Sudan. So Sudan, the only thing for them, for the army, is now to submit to agreement. And if they're smart, they can play their role in that moment. But of course, it's exposed card, like it's not something that they can hide their games or their trick or their move. Because now it's about timing and how long. But even this treaty, if they reach to a treaty or power sharing, they will come back to شكل تاني زي اللي حصل مع رياك وسلفا كير, because that's the same way هم ماشيين forward. Because right now people have no voice. It's warlords are talking. So those who talk about equality, justice, well, they need to find their corner now, because either they stand on the same position, the equality and justice, or as they already started being divided into who's supporting the army and who's against the army, they're supporting Hameti, which is really kind of crazy and sad in the same time. But go ahead, Didi.
Yeah, sorry. My question was, I think also you mentioned something to do with we watched the rebels, the relative of Hameti, who are it's like the advancing towards towards Khartoum, but this is his people too. One probably one village or something, I don't know. But what about if the South Sudanese in the north, most of the men decided to turn around, because like if you see it, and they decided that if it's suicide, just they do a suicide mission, and they supported the government, the Sudanese government, and then there is this Sudanese people supporting the Sudanese government, because the Sudanese government now is like they're playing good. They're playing at the hands of the people, saying that, they don't want the people to suffer and stuff like that. And they're trying to be like understanding and stuff. So to the people. So what happened if the remnants of the people who did not leave and then turned out, to defend the land, to defend, the people out of fear? Because also, if you see what the rebels, have some people who are, beating people and stuff like that, until they were telling them, khalas, Ramadan is Ramadan, you just have mercy because of Ramadan. So what if the people of the town decided to defend themselves, and then you think the rebels can withstand them?
Didi, let me tell you something. In this kind of case,
don't be telling me about that. Oh, you're a soldier and stuff
chaos.
like that.
So somebody who have a gun, especially in the side of rebels, they don't have anything to talk about logic or convince, trying to negotiate in a good gesture. What happened is right now, we just pray for those people who are going to be there, and let them not be in the bad side of these people, because right now these people are going to show their force in the country. Like I've seen this before with this Syrian, these people when they captured a town, these ISIS. They were wearing uniform like the Syrian army, everything. Nobody even suspected. Just in week after they have took over, then they begin to bring their own laws. And remember, for these people to prove themselves, they're the powerful people. They have to come and force their laws. Even don't expect that these houses that some civilian evacuated will be returned back to them. This militia will claim it, and it will see a new demographic change, which is that's something is actually given, because right now a lot of these militia don't think they are actually, if you look at them, they're not fighting for national case. They're fighting actually because they promised them something. They promised them when they take Sudan, everything will be changed. They will be the one who lead that country. So when you say lead that country, that means everything that is there belongs to them. And they are militia, and they have always fought for little things. Like they didn't fight, with salaries, with something, given to them as in a matter of like, oh, we're serving the country. Those guys in the army, they are fighting for their life and fighting for their livelihood and fighting for the country. But the militia, they are fighting for domination, taking over and replacing those who rejected them, who called them that they are militia. That's why it's something of power now. Like the Westerners call it's a power clash, or fighting for power, So the only thing now, they got to be a smart politician within the army to play the role of politics. But remember also, Kaman fi haja dangerous here that people don't see. Hamati is not alone. Even Burhan is not alone. Hamati has people like Russia. Hamati have these Dubai or these Emirate countries. Hamati have Haftar. Haftar was actually the most difficult person in Libya, and he got also some of these rebels in Central Africa. But the people who are more influential is Haftar, Putin, the Russian dictator over there, and then you got the Emirates, or those who are doing the money laundering and taking all the gold and making sure they get the money for these guys. So he got some brains to help him out, and then of course Burhan, he got Egypt, but of course Egypt will ask Saudi Arabia to help, but I never see Saudi Arabia played actually a positive or even significant thing to help the Sudanese government or the army. Remember the time when they overthrew Bashir? They never even helped in bringing solution. Instead, they were just playing role of negotiation, mediators to negotiate, but they never actually made an influential impact other than just let them, compromise for the sake of, this violence stop and the bloodshed of the civilians. But other than that, they don't have anything to give. Maybe America and IGAD will play a role, but of course, America is only also for interest. IGAD is also for interest, for their masters. And then you got the African Union, as they said, they're playing the worst role in there. And one thing I want to say, like earlier, I wish the gentleman was here, African Union have already failed since the time of, including Egypt, and those double identity countries like Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco before it was admitted to the African Union, then they protested because some African Union people was against the issue of Polisario. If you heard about the Polisario case, this thing was really, up to this moment, this case is still hung. Nobody can solve it. The people there are suffering. These are the natives of those lands. And that's why even the issue of Tawarika and Libya, when it fell, this thing almost came back to something, but it stopped there. But I can tell you, African Union have already been compromised, or scrutinized from the start, from that time when they have brought Egypt in it, because Egypt is still playing the role almost like a scrutinizer, just playing over there Arab and playing here African. And you could see how Africa have become weakened because they cannot, and this is the reason why these countries are now coming to a conflict, especially starting with Sudan. Separation of South Sudan, that was a sign, and now the beginning is just, this is just the taste of it, of what to come. So, but we hope for the best. I'm only worried about our people there, because our people are actually just living in the fire line. But what can we do? The only thing we have to look forward is, I don't know, the mercy of God, and these people have to come to ceasefire, complete ceasefire, and then try to share power until something else come in. Because in that moment, things can change, you know. Kanumamulu peace agreement, power sharing, it might bring new changes as soon as possible. It can change to a different level.
Yeah, which Al-Haj said if he become a I don't know, a leader in you know, in South Sudan or something, he said that he will actually just get rid of the, you know, the AU, the African Union. Maybe also, I don't know.
That would be interesting. But Al-Haj, if you get rid of the AU or the IGAD, he said.
Well, I think he's okay with African Union, but then he said he'll get rid of EU. I don't know. He's up here. He will answer.
Yeah, I think to all intent and purposes, IGAD doesn't serve anybody's interest. Look at the objectives of IGAD. Read it as it was reconstituted in 1998. It is there to serve global agenda, and that's the services that it is for management of the region, for managing the East African region, for the global powers that be to manage the East African region. And this is not only here. They have made the same, even like in West Africa, I've got ECOWAS, but because ECOWAS, most of the African leaders in the West are more clued on, they actually use ECOWAS to promote the regional interest. Whereas in IGAD doesn't promote anybody's interest, and it interferes. You have to ask yourself, how can an organization that is made for commerce and promotion of global marketing be in control of political affairs? You have to answer that, because it's contradictory. You know, it's contradictory. It should be the political powers that actually control IGAD, but not IGAD controlling political powers. Okay, and I know that some people will say, "Oh, but it is the heads of the states of East African region that sit there and make the decision." But then, if that is the situation, why is it that the Troika and other countries will say, we accept what IGAD has said, we will work with what IGAD says? And what does IGAD say in the case of South Sudan? All of you must accept the RRKs, even when the RRKs is failing here. And then all the international community follows. Can't you see something there is fishy? Why is it that they promote something? Because they don't want to say, we will promote these policies because they will look awkward. But they give it to IGAD and then they say, we support IGAD. So IGAD is a vehicle for promoting other agendas of other people. And I think, to me, East Africa actually doesn't need it. Because we've got the East African community, which has both the commercial and the political. Why is it that East African community is not supported by international community the way IGAD is promoted? Ask yourself these questions. And why could the other countries of IGAD not join East African community, just as the SADC in Southern Africa? And for me, I definitely, if I was given the power in South Sudan, we do not need to be members of IGAD. Full stop. It doesn't serve anybody's purpose. Okay. And with regards to African Union, I think we want African Union reconstituted to look at the interests of Africa rather than just sitting there. Things happening in Africa, and then they are already told by other people to come and act. They should be at the forefront of every action that happens in Africa. They should come out, offer solution. Okay, mediate quickly, offer solution, and if need be, they should be able
to use their security sector and form an army that can intervene in African countries to bring peace to the African people of that particular country that is a problem. But this is all not there. Okay? And when you compare these organizations with others in the world, you can see clearly they are not serving the local interest. Why? Simply because, as some of you have already said, our leaders don't look far, and our leaders, some of them even maybe do not know why this organization even exists. Okay? Because a case like the case of South Sudan, it's not too big for African Union to solve. You know, a case where genocide has been committed openly and nobody does anything. Nobody does anything. Everybody just keeps quiet, and wherever Kiir is gone, Kiir is given red carpet. Really? It looks fishy. And I think it's about time that African people speak for what they want. If an organization doesn't meet its interest, they should be able to say, we can change it. We need to change the articles of memorandum, and we need to change everything in this so that we have a better organization that serves the people. Otherwise, what's the point of having organizations that do not promote us? And this is the point that I'm making. So basically, I want African Union to get up and do what it needs to do for the people of Africa. And if it's not, then it needs to be reconstituted. But as for IGAD, I don't think IGAD is any good for anybody. IGAD is there only to confuse people and to keep people in a muddle like with our ARCIS. Since our ARCIS started with all the failures, what did IGAD do? IGAD said they and the guarantors will do something. What has happened? Nothing has happened. The period for the agreement expired. And then what do? They allow Juba even to extend the agreement. Do you see the joke? It does not help anybody. It's useless. It's pointless. We don't need to have it. But I think the most important thing from all this debate is that we are learning from each other. We're learning from each other, and I think that solves the bigger problem of Africa, not only South Sudan. Because by us discussing these things, we form new ideas, we begin to look at certain things, we do our own research, but ultimately we have to come back to South Sudan and solve the problem of JCE and Kiir. I know that many people might not like what I want, and I don't blame them. It's only my view. And also I don't like other people, the ideas of other people, that I don't have to blame them, but we need to talk. We need to put ourselves on the table and be respectful to each other. Because unless we deal with our main enemy, all of us are not going anywhere. And all of us will perish and allow the unthinkable to happen. Which is that we need to remove that government quickly before it kills, because the conflict we are in is an existential conflict. Either the South people as a whole, or in part, prevail and free themselves from it, or these vampires, this vampiric state called South Sudan, is going to suck all of us dry of our blood to death, and they continue. And guess what? Even if the Jeng were to defeat us and chase us out completely, that country will be taken from them by the Arabs or another person. They will still not succeed. But they can't see that because all of them are short-sighted. Whatever the Jeng are doing, they are going to be victims of it. They are victims of their own making, and they want to victimize us. And that is why I say we need to liberate them and liberate ourselves from the whole of this process. People should not listen. People should not listen to this propaganda promoted by the young, this propaganda promoted that they are strong. They are not strong. They are not. Okay, they are not strong. And the good thing is that they are short-sighted. They are doing policies that will undo them. Believe you me. All the policies that the young are doing will bring them down, and tomorrow they will regret what they are doing in that country. And those ones who don't want to be part of liberating it will themselves regret, and they will be carried away by the sufferings and by the destructions of their own people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Didi, I want to say something quickly just because we have almost reached our time. Before that, I have a question to you guys, but I'll put it later. But we never heard from Fariha. Are you there? Hopefully we could hear your voice. Welcome. Definitely you have put some good points, Al-Hajj. The African Union must be reconstructed again, because this African Union have already been scrutinized completely. And there is no other way for it to even, it doesn't even have a tooth to bite. Nevertheless, even power to influence. Imagine the Arab League is more stronger than the African Union, and the African Union was older than the Arab League, but the Arab League played a role really negative, which is sad. Fariha, are you there? Didi, guys, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear. Maybe I hope she's not sleeping, or she is working probably. Or maybe she's just a bit
Okay, no problem. So yeah, go ahead. Do you want to put something? Because I didn't want to forget. I think I almost forgot it. But the question that I really want to ask is right now, yes, the thing about Kir, from your perspective, now Kir is moderator is like the mediator to these two warlords. Anamar, what is your opinion on that, or what's your thoughts on it? Do you think he will play a role? You know, offer himself as a peacemaker, and then he can even offer peace in South Sudan. He bring a solution to his power sharing. It's really ridiculous, and it makes me sick to my stomach when I see them. They're going in Al Jazeera and all these news making and say, yes, we are there. They are our partners. And the one thing that I was shocked. The shocking of it all, do you know that, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, and this is a question to every person there. Do you know that this oil, can you imagine how much percentage South Sudan takes? They take 40% and the rest taking 60%. Khartoum taking 60%. Khartoum, the same country that they were bombing South Sudanese for years, about 3 million and more, almost 3 million and more, almost close to 4 million, who were massacred by these Antonov plane, Tayarat, RPG, Haunado Kulu. Now they are taking 60%. Port Sudan. And if you look at Port Sudan now, is the place where all these military forces now, even our militaries now, have put their fleet out there. 3 fleets and 1 actually going out there in the Red Sea to look around those other areas where some enemies of the United States is trying to cross by. So it's just really sad. 60% goes to Khartoum, 40% South Sudan. Can you imagine? I don't know what kind of agreement these ridiculous people did, but it's just so bizarre. That's why we don't have anywhere. These guys, if they can just give up 60% like that, I mean, come on. I was shocked when I heard that, and that's something real. I don't know what's your thoughts in this. You know,
okay. I think Al-Hajj will have, something I want to hear. So Al-Hajj really, I will say this. Look, this is really laughable. Really, it's very laughable. I saw a title of him saying that he will go. I even refused to listen to the video because I just read the title and I was content with it. That he will go to Khartoum, but then after when the gunshots stop, when the fighting, the shootings cool down, then that's when he will go and sit down and
No, actually, sorry to cut you. He invited those two warlords to come in. Oh, it's Fadal, Patricia Kev.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Fadal, Patricia. You know, Kev?
Yeah, so veteran, where are you? Equatorial Nationals. Welcome.
يا أنا تعرف أنا ما سرمدا ولا أي حاجة، لكن حصلت لي تمزق في جدوماتي. شفت كلام الكثير قاعدين نتكلم واهل ما بيسمعوا ده عملت منظر كده. انا قلت انا اشيل فوكيشن شويه كده ما نتكلم كتير لانه يا ريت لو كان بيسمع والله الواحد ذاته ما بيحصل له تمزق في جدومات وكده وشنو. لكن انا كويسه الحمد لله. بس تعرف عجبني كلامك يا ايتك، انت قلت سلفا كير دير يمشي هناك عشان يمشي يتكلم عن سيس فاير وبيس وكده. يا جماعه سلفا كير لو مشى في السودان ده الحسن مولي ده، ولا كان مثلا نقول الحرب ده وقف شويه وده فرصه عشان يمشي يتكلم عن بيس او سيس فاير او حاجه بالشكل ده، صدقوني سلفا كير بيجيبوا مشكله في جنوب السودان. انت عارف شمالين ده اساسا في جنوب السودان ده هو تارجت نمبر 1. الكلام ده هسه الناس قاعدين يشوفوا انه قاعد يحصل في شمال السودان وشمالين جارين وكده. الكلام ده جاي في جنوب السودان وجاي. طبعا النفرين دول اللي هو حميتي وبرهان هسه حاليا انتوا لو لاحظتوا في اول اسم شنو ده خطاب بتاع سلفا كير بالضبط كده انتوا لو لاحظتوا ما مفهوم واقف مع حميتي ولا واقف مع برهان. لكن في طعنه كده هو طبعا قالوا في سبيك بتاعه ذات واز لاست ويك في بدايه المشاكل ده، يعني طلع برهان كان بينبح بالليل وبالنهار بيجي بيشهد اكل. ده معنى الكلام ده يعني انت لو الانسان بتفهم انت بتفسر انت بتعرف بتفهم المشكله. يلا الكل حميتي ده طبعا يا هونا قاعدين نسمع وكده عارفين الكبارات بتاعنا في جنوب السودان منو واقف مع حميتي منو واقف مع برهان ده واقف بعيد قاعد يتفرج ده يشوف سلفا كير هيعمل شنو هيقول شنو ولا هيجيب منه. لكن طبعا حميتي ده دامي وده كلب كبير. بس بمناسبه انت عارف الزول ده لو لقى فرصه بالجنجويد بتاعه ده هينتقلوا في جنوب السودان، هينتقلوا لجنوب السودان وده كارثه. بعدين اللي قاعد يحصل في خرطوم ده بيحصل في جنوب السودان اكثر من 2013 اكثر من 2016 ولا 14. والله العظيم ده الكلام الناس هسي طبعا مو شغالين مع مصر ولا اثيوبيا ولا تشاد ولا ده. the main point مو نصر مو البيسكي واتش مو دراعي حكومة جنوب السودان هيشيل سايد منه. مجرد من جنوب السودان كليا انه هو شايل سايد منه صدقوني الحرب ده هينتقل مباشرة الى الجنوب. لو سلفا كير دار ولا رياض مشار دار. طبعا اصلنا عارفين رياض مشار يعني في جانب في ناحية وقاعد يشجع حميتي كويس وده صاحبه شديد. وحتى يهود عارف الجوبا بيستوك وما عارف كارتون جاء عمل بيستوك بتاعه في جوبا وشنو ده. يعني حركيا كده قالوا لها هسه رياض مشار كده وطبعا جه سبورت جمالي كويس لانه الشبه كده سلفا كير اجل رياض مشار في داخل جنوب السودان في حكومه جنوب السودان he considered as a rebel زي هسه حميتي برضه نفس حاجه في اسم شنو ده. فهذه حاجه ممكن بيربطهم. تعرف طبعا هم الناس الخراب اصلا ناس الخراب كويس. فرياض مشار ما واضح كويس. لكن يا جماعه اللابات التهي ده بمناسبه خطير جدا جدا. الناس عندهم لابات تهي وده هيدمر الدولتين ده ولا هيدمر السودان كله هيدمر جنوب السودان كويس. طبعا اسم شنو ده برهان ده السودانيين محترفين بيه لانه قالوا ده جيش الوطن وده كبير الجيش وما اعرف شنو وده يعني هو لاقي سبورت من الناحيه بتاعت ناس بتاعه كويس من السودانيين بالذات. لكن يا ريت انا بتمنى انه دوله جنوب السودان لو فعلا سلفا كير عايز يمشي عشان يصالح الناس دي انا متاكد برهان وحميتي ما هيقعدوا مع بعض وما هيشتغلوا مع بعض. سلفا كير والفول يسال نفسه لما هو كان طلع قال انه هو بيكره رياض مشار وما قدر يشتغل مع رياض مشار. لكن شوف بعد الضغط رياض مشار جوا في الرجيم جوا في الحكومه وشغالين كويس، غصبا عنهم هم شغالين سوا وما معروف عندنا كارتل في شنو قاعد يحصل. ودي نفس حاجه حسنا القرار طلع من برهان وطلع من هميتي. انا ما هقعد مزول في الطاوله وانا ما هناقش مزول ده وانا ما هشتغل مزول ده. ما زال انه شنو الحرب هيستمر. بعد ده كل زول بيشيل سايد وتكين سايد ده يا جماعه يا دوب الحرب ده هيجي جنوبين هيكيف دور تمام كويس. وانتوا لو لاحظتوا في واحد اللي هو سبوك باسم بتاع ناس جنجويد ده قال كلام، قال يا اخي عندنا ناس في جنوب السودان وعندنا ما اعرف عندنا عبد الله وما اعرف اي منو داك وعندنا ناس لغايه في اوغندا. يا جماعه ده كلام خطير جدا. يعني انتوا كان قاعد تلاحظوا يومين ده الناس اللي قاعدين يخاطبوا وناس عندهم ناس في جنوب السودان كويس. اي زمن كويس السلاح اترفد ظلم هناك صدقوني. ستة جنجويد دول عاملين زي الحشرات في الخالة ده كله في غابات ده كله. وانتوا لو لاحظتوا مش جيش بيقول هم ينتصروا الجماعة دول قاعدين يحاربوا لانه زي يدينهم يعني بيحاربوا يدينهم مربوط. لانه الجنجويد دول انتصروا في المواطنين وفي كل هيكات هم موجودين هناك. كميتين قوة قوي شديد. حتى القوة بتاعه ده ذاته كله هسه عندنا في جنوب السودان. الجنوبيين ما عارفين الكلام ده كويس. انتوا كان قاعد تلاحظوا هسه يومين ده انا طبعا بقى ما عندي زمن في كلاب هاوس كتير. انا بس بقيت اسمع بس قاعد نسمع اخبار بتاعت الجزيره كلامهم المهم كان كلامهم صح ولا كلامهم كذب. انا دايما بشيل الاول كلمه طلع. يعني حتى سبوك باسم بتاعنا لما قال كلام ده قال احنا عندنا ناسنا في جوا جنوب السودان كويس. عندنا ناسنا لغايه في يوغندا جوا. بس كده انتوا كده بس انظروا في الحته دي. الكلام ده بقى ما بيشيل قبليه ولا سياسيا ولا ده بقى انتقام. ده بقى ده انا تابع لمنو تابع لي وبدك ان لاحب المحسنين. يعني بجد هسه الناس طبعا قاعدين يهاجروا من خرطوم واغلبيه او مشوا مصر ومشوا جنوب وواحدين طبعا تشاد قفل البودا بتاعه واثيوبيا قفل البودا بتاعه لانه خايفين من مشكله. لكن انا ما اعرف ليبيا طبعا محل خطر. ده طبعا زي ما بقولوا قاعد ده مقبره شنو ده مقبره الجميع فالحكايه صعبه يا إتيكا. الحكايه صعبه. انا ما سياسيه لكن انا يعني باخذ دائما انا بمشي بارشادات زمان انا لقيته من يعني من جدودنا من حبوباتنا وكده قال لك الزول لما يقول كلام اول كلمه طلع من خشمه اول كلمه انت امسك فيه والباقي ده كله خليه. اول كلمه ده تفسره بكل طرق بكل انواع. انت بتلقى انه فعلا في حاجه زول قاصد من بدايه. فبصراحه كده انا اتمنى يعني محبي للشعب بتاعنا محبي للايكواتوريانز محبي لاطفالنا لاجيال اللي جاي ورا. انا اتمنى سلفاكير ما يعمل غلط ده لانه برهان واقف في الكورنر قاعد يعاين بيتفرج. حميدي برضه واقف في الكورنر قاعد يتفرج قاعد يعاين كويس. هم اصلا مصلحتهم في سلفاكير او في جنوب السودان مصلحتهم ثروه بس مصلحتهم قروش. وجماعه اللي يجوا الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان شديد حميدي وبرهان بجنبه ودق بهناك كويس. استفادوا شديد من جنوب السودان. يعني هنا الجنوبيين ذاتهم ما يتفخروا ما خليه يتفخروا يا اخي احنا عندنا الدوله وعندنا الثروه. انتوا ما استفدتوا كويس. جيشنا الحلافي ده البسيط ده جيش القبلي ده هيعمل شنو كويس. بس رئيسكم ده يفتح الباب ده صدقني كويس. بدك الشيء هيتواضح هنا هيتواضح بطريقه انه رئيس وزراء ممنوع وسيد الرئيس ممنوع وبدك الحكايه هيتنقل عندنا هناك كويس. لكن كويس انه الجنوبيين انتوا عارفين كويس انه بلدنا في جبال وغابات وكده انتوا ممكن بتقدروا يعني في ناس ممكن بينفضوا كويس. لكن ديل اساسا دارين يدمروا الجنوب. يعني دمروا الشمال هينتقلوا للجنوب مباشره. يعني الجنوب ده انا ممكن اقول لكم اي بروميس كويس. بكره بدايه تسالوني لا بربنا يطول عمري ما معروف يحصل 200 يا جماعه 85% مشكله الشمال ده ناس كبارات بتاع الجنوبيين ده هينقلوا في الجنوب كويس. هيحولوا دايركت طوالي هيكون بهناك. كان الجنوبيين داري ولا الجنوبيين ما داري كويس. لأنه شفت أمارات ديل والشنو الحياة البسيط جنوبين بدأوا ده هيمشوا هيدمروا حسب ما قاعد يدمروا اسم شنو قاعد يدمروا الشمال. ما قالوا شفت الأمارات والهناك كلها هيسكنوا كدايس عشان هينتقل عندنا. إحنا برضه ما معروف هيسكنوا لوكوليلي ولا وطوط ولا شنو you know. anyway كلامي عجبك شديد. قول إنه مثلا advisory بتاع الرئيس لو فيه خليه يكون زول ذكي ما يخلي سلفاكير يتدخل كويس. ممكن من بيت يخاتم الجزيره يخاتم الCNN يخاتم ديل ودول الجوار وكده وكده كويس. ما يعملوا بطوله هو الراجل وكده وهو كان بالكده يجي السوداني وهسه بقى جنوب السودان وكده هو هيقدر مثلا يوقف الحرب ده كويس. ما يحاول لو هو عنده حب للشعب ما يحاول. لكن لو فعلا هو كمان عنده مصلحه بتاعه خليه يحاول. لانه الجماعه ديل بقوا كلاب. الجماعه ديل بقوا قاعدين زي شفت حيوان شرس صدقني. كان من ناحيه برهان ولا كان من ناحيه حميدي كويس. الزول اللي عنده كرامه ولا الزول اللي عنده حسنه لاهله ما بيكون عنده حسنه عندك كويس. سؤال المهم انا بجي هنا انا كويسه خالص بس معلش انا مشغوله شويه قاعد نقرا دير نطلع اللايسنس بتاع نيفادا عشان دير اشتغل شغل خاص كده. فعشان كده انا ما في كلاب هاوس. وحتى لو انا في عندكم فوق كده انا لو ساكت بيكون انا قاعد اعمل في حاجه او مرات انا بكون في كلاس وكده. فشكرا للفرصه. فشكرا شديد ديدي اتيكا دكتور الحاج. طبعا انتوا يا ناس كبارنا عقولكم كبير وتفكيركم واسع وبتساعدوا. حاولوا ساعدوا يا جماعه you know. انا هسي my worry is this. انا ما خايف انه المشكله بتاع الشمال لهم يحلوهم كشماليين في بعضهم كويس. وبعدين الجنوبيين يعني حكومتنا كان قاعدين يدخلوا خليه يدخل بطريقه كويس. لانه الحكايه فيه نفرين في الصراع والنفرين في الصراع ده قاعدين يعني يعاينوا قاعدين يطابوا. كل زول بيسأل من الحكومة الجنوب السودان منو معي منو ما معي. مجرد متى ظهرت الواضح بتاعك انه انت ما فلان ده اتأكد انت هتكون في فاير. so is what it is. انا بقول شكرا مع السلامة.
شكرا كثير. في حاجة واحدة نقول كلامك ده في 100%. بعدين الكلينيك هسه هو اجتياح لأن الناس هسه في شكل بتاعهم ده هيأثر في الشرق western side of South Sudan especially west بحر الغزال و west إيكواتوريا. لأنه ما تنسى عمتين له حتى علاقة مع ناس Central Africa وعنده علاقة مع ناس western بحر الغزال ميليشيات هناك. So this thing is really a ticking bomb which is called the powder cake على أساس anytime it will explode. وده زي ما ناس قالوا this is going to actually create a proxy war. already مشكلة جنوب السودان ذاته is a proxy war already. زي ما انت قلت هسه قبل شوية انه حتى حمدتي ورياض مشار في like this mutual respect and adoration based on how they look at themselves. Because كانت لاحظت I think أنا ذاته لما كانوا أنا بسي like رياض مشار is somebody also who's fighting to be recognized because Hamati is doing the same. Hamati felt like this guy undermining his authority, his achievement. عشان كده هو قاعد يتحدى هسه البرهان والبرهان من نفسه هو professional. So it's really a difficult moment. وزي ما انت قلت خليه كتير ما يعمل غلط. لكن طبعا الرئيس انه ده ما معروف هيمشي وين. لكن اتأكد هو رسله ناس إيجاد طبعا لأنه يطلع بعيد. لكن سؤال ده قال له إنه غلط كده. كانوا قال إنه يلا الناس ما فهموا كلامه ده. يتأكد ده تلقى بقوم هناك. دورنا ما أعرف كان بقوم في جوبا لأنه قالوا ده يجيبهم في جوبا. So I wonder كانوا جابهم في جوبا هيحصل نفس الحركة اللي كان حصل في وقت 2016 ده. ناس بيجوا طلقات من هناك. ما ده ذاته بيجيب الجيش السوداني وناس حميتي كله الجيش بتاعه بيجوا يدمروا جوبا نهائي. So وقت ده ذاته بيكون something unique. كل أيوة
زول ما قاعد يتكلم يعني أديس زول ما قاعد يتكلم وما قاعد يتكلم. وكان قال كان سألوه سؤال
ما كلامته إنه
لو سألوه سؤال
غلط لناس ده.
لو كان سألوه سؤال هو بيقول يا أخي the minister of finance will answer the foreign affairs minister will answer. هو بس قاعد يقول كده ما قاعد ينسى ياجا.
أزماني إذا أنت شفت في ناس في لما يجيبون في BBC ولا الجزيرة كان ياخدوا ترانسليشن تحت ليه؟ أنت فهمت الكلام ده؟ أنا ما أعرف منين هيترانسليت. كان كنت ترانسليشن حتى لو وصل. So just imagine this thing is going to be dangerous.
ده قصة تانية عجيبة. وبس سكن وإنه هاقو ده يتكتر.
خواجد كمان حقارين ناس تروي كده قلت لك يعني في سبتايتل حتى في الكلام بتاعه ده عشان كده الناس عندهم حاجه في اذان عشان يجي يترجم زول كده يتكلم انجليزي لكن انجليزي بتاعه ماشي روتان so لازم يقول لازم كده repeat again so that's the way how they're gonna work but anyway let's move on we coming to our final conclusion anyway so go ahead
لكن انت كنت سألتني سؤال عنه I think انت كنت ما عارف شنو
يعني أنا كنت قاعد أسأل عن كير how do you see your opinion on his going to negotiate لأنه قال له هيجيبهم في جوبا he invite them to come to جوبا زي الأمر اتفاقية جوبا ذاك هيجيبهم في جوبا طبعا قال this is the safer place عشان هم they will do you offer this for them you know so حمدتي ما رد لحد هسه ما أعرف إنه رد اليوم I did not follow but برهان قال okay he's ready
Okay.
You know, and برهان رد بتاعه بيوري إنه هو في مركز تضعف. Let me tell you this. لما نزول لأنه حمدتي already عارف what he's doing. حمدتي زي ما أنا قلت هو نشر جيشه في كل مكانات ديل. يعني ضعف الجيش السوداني. ناس الجيش السوداني قاعد يستخدم طيارات. يعني ناس أنا كنت متوقع الجيش السوداني professionally I know لكن هم يعني اتفاجئوا بحمدتي قدر يوزع يعني الاركان بالجيش بتاعه ده زي يعني زي عمليه في عمليه حصل كان في ايامها في فيتنام لو اي زول في military in our experience will learn about the Tet offensive. The Tet offensive كان the most difficult لكن United States قدر end this thing in a week you know لانه عمل damage لحد السفاره الامريكيه ضربوه في سايغون at that time. But imagine this incident caused a lot of Americans to die. Military. ضربوا مطار تاع جيش تاع أمريكان، ضربوا معسكرات تاع Marines، ضربوا معسكرات تاع Army و Navy. يعني الناس وزعوا حالهم everywhere في جوا التاون بتاع you know Saigon لدرجة لما أمريكان اتفاجئوا. That's when actually it changed the whole مسار تاع الحرب. Made this group to decide إنه أمريكا يطلع من الحرب ده. That's why people will say, okay, we lost this war. Let's get out because that was the most scariest moment. It was televised live, the way how this fight was going on. So I think Hamidi عمل the same tactic. وطبعا Hamidi ده he's experienced military based on the battle. You know, yes, بيكون عنده knowledge كمان من ناس تاني. بعدين ما تنسى he had Russia behind him. ونفس التactic ده Russia كان also behind this tactic during Vietnam War. لما هم استخدموا the same tactic عشان يعمل challenge في أمريكا during the Cold War وفعلا خلى أمريكا نما give up. So they're doing the same tactic to برهان because برهان طبعا قالوا عنده مصر لكن مصر did not back him up at the end لما جاء في the reality مصر قبضوا الجيش بتاعهم قال لا إحنا ما في حرب ده. Imagine they jumped out so we're not in this part. يا هو ناس حمدتي رسل الجيش ده back وحسب مصر knew that حمدتي is serious. And this is actually a warning, like military standard. This is a warning to the army بتاع المصريين. معناته هنقبضوكم وهنبهدلكم وهنحطكم في التلفزيون. وطبعا الناس كمان عندهم experience of it. بهو ناس زيت ناس ISIS هم ما فاضين. So مصر هنا ما داري lose this side. already عنده مشكلة مع إرهابيين جوا. So إذا عملوا ده بيكون جريمة كبيرة. So حمدتي عشان كده هو طوالي respond quickly. مش حمدتي برهان أساس إنه إحنا مستعدين نتفاوض. وأول كان عمل قال لا لكن ناس حمدتي بكل الناس قاعدين يحقروا إنه ده الميليشيات جنجويد لكن the guy really proved himself as a warrior even though I don't give him any credit لأنه هو he's a barbarian, he's a killer, he's a murderer لكن the way he did it really outsmarted the army بتاع خرطوم. عشان كده خرطوم بقى يستخدم طيارات وده ضعف هنا. فهسه خرطوم هو in the position of negotiation. وحمدتي أنا متأكد جاب برنامج جديد وبرنامج ده يمكن ذاته هيشيلوا نص خرطوم هيقولوا هيمسك مكان ده وده يمسك مكان ده ويتأكد this is what gonna happen. لو هو given طبعا still he has the power to say no to eliminate this guy أو يقبل كده. So they're the only choices. The one who beats Russia into more game in this. Putin, the Putin has already get the fight for Ukraine, also get the fight, and so Putin also can't know part of it, like part of it. This is actually one of the Cold War game. كانت لاحظت راجعت حروبات القديم نفس الشيء عملوه أمريكان عملوا في أفغانستان ورشا عملوا في كوبا وفي بلد اسمه شنو ده فيتنام وفي South Korea and North Korea. So this tactic is not new. This tactic is actually being repeated. It's just that ناس ما بيعرف history الحاجات ده they will say, oh, this thing is like, how did it happen? But it's something very open and clear. So yeah, but go ahead, Didi, put your final thoughts, and then after that, brother Dr. Al-Hajj, and then Patricia طبعا كانوا عنده chance تاني لكن كان ما في مشكلة. But thank you guys for coming in and speaking. We appreciate you very much. Al-Hajj كمان كنت معنا all day. It's really great. It was an honor to be with you and talking in this discussion today. Thank you. So Didi, تفضلي. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you answer yourself. You asked me a question, I think, and you answered it all. So so
okay. All right.
You couldn't let me talk.
Wow. All right. So what about this? انت بتشوف الشكل ده بيجي وين ده بس
No, it's okay. Let's just conclude it. I think
في
now for me
تخوف.
it's morning now. I'm tired now. So I've been here
في
since
تخوف
yesterday.
بس لأنه أقول لك
So
في تخوف هسه قال الناس بيدخلوا في جهة western side of South Sudan. Do you think this thing could affect Equatoria? Starting from western side of the country because هم جايين داخلين في بحر القزار. Do you think it will happen there? ولا أنت بتظن حاجة ده مستحيل لأنه
I think they're not
Equatoria ما عنده
stopping
علاقة
according to what they say. They're not. They're just passing through, and then they're going through Raja. That's Malta, Salaman Dandarade. So they're passing through Raja, and they're going direct to Khartoum because they have a mission to do. I don't think they will waste their energy wrestling someone else. It's like if you.
Let me tell you, Didi, sorry.
Just let me. But you don't allow me to talk. That's the thing here. You ask me questions and you answer them all. So it's like when you're in the wrestling, okay, you get in the ring, and then instead of wrestling people, before you get in the ring, you start wrestling people out here. By the time you get in there, you're tired, you can't do anything, and you wasted your bullet, your bullets, and then also the cool bitam pijua Khartoum is it might not be that easy because also they will face resistance. So they need to save all this energy, all these bullets and stuff before they go in, because they're coming to rescue the other people inside. So maybe if they cause some damages, maybe atrocities there, if people challenge them, or maybe yani a little bit kida, if they are kind of like those people that like to, cause atrocities on their way and stuff like that. But so far, I don't think, because they have a mission going ahead, and their mission is to gain power at the moment in Khartoum. So, but also at the same time, I cannot really be 100% to say to back up and say that they cannot do anything. But all I know that their mission is they just wanted to pass through. They're going through, and yes, like Patricia said, and you said earlier, that these people have their people all over, even in Juba and stuff like that. But this is planning. You plan ahead of time. That's a mission. If you're gonna fight somebody and in a combat, you're not gonna wait until that person, especially if you're ambitious, and you have a plan. You're not gonna wait until when you're gonna meet in a battlefield. You draw the line first. You find your place. A comfortable place where you can be, and then before the war starts. So it took him, months and months of practicing. So securing himself in there, and he was even in Khartoum before, isn't it? So I think that what makes it easy for him, But also the other part is South Sudan is going to be in trouble. Really, the leaders of South Sudan, then the regime, basically, if, for example, Hemeti didn't win and Burhan is in power, and then he danced a lot with Hemeti, then he's going to really suffer some consequences. And that's what they're going to face. And then if he's with Burhan, like what you said, and then the other way around, it's still going to be a consequence with them. It's really something that is not easy. So I think this is what I can say here. So then probably we can come back to the series and why we are talking about the series and stuff like that, and bringing it to close.
Yeah,
Yes,
as you say, 1 and 2 either Hemiti تعرف Hemiti ما بقدر تروح Sudan ولا برهان because citizens are the first and the last decision في the citizens, you know. اثنين أفرندر من cause crime بتاع خالص يا جماعة. So جماعة دي أساسا يا هميتي قتل برهان يا برهان قتل هميتي، ده أول حاجة. كويس؟ قال مثلا هميتي مثلا you know to stand aside and watch برهان to take over to rule the country. ما أظن هميتي عشان كده أنا كنت قالي مشكلة ده ما بينتهي بسهولة إلا كان مثلا international world interfere عمل arrest both of them. You know? International community can dakalu shunushi ligoma fi hal, both of them must be arrested so that Sudanese citizen or not be choose munia beruluma for a period of time. Like asana gad nashuf da himiti ki biyo huwa to ziyada كويس وطبعا يهو جيش طبعا بس يعني في زمن عمر البشير جيش كتير كان قاعدين يتجندوا لكن زمان جه حصل المشاكل بتاعه منه جه طلع عمر البشير وكده كتير من جيش الماضي في الزمن ده والناس ذاتهم بقى ما عندهم رغبه you know they don't have interest to join the army you know يعني بيقولوا هنا يا الوطن وهنا لكن ده for nothing تعرف يمكن بمناسبة أنا بيك رول يتعنوا أو كسب ناس من تشاد ناس من جزء من دارفور وشمالين في جوا هناك وفي مثلا أقول في حتى الجنوبيين يا جماعة تكون حتى لاحظوا كلام ده كويس حتى وجوده مثلا في اتجاه ويست بركزال هناك ولا كان في غابات الجنوب السودان في اتجاه الثاني لغاية بس هم بيجي في ويسترن إكواتوريا وكده هي ما هجري ما إيزي كويس همتي عنده علاقة قوي جدا وبريتو كان لاحظت إذا كلامت أتيكا راشا دايما بيحب يلعب دور في الناحية بتاع زول زي الناس زي ناس همتي ده لأنه همتي ده لاحظته قال همتي أسرع عمل كنترول للذهب بتاع السودان كويس المصري ده البليونير ده ذهب ويورانيوم ذهب ويورانيوم so ده براو power to him كويس ذهب ويورانيوم وإيتو كان لاحظوا زمان كان راشا بيسابورت السودان زمان ده قروا دقوا ريبور سنة في غابة هناك مع أنتونوف وكله ده لأنه كانوا مستفيدين برضه من عمر البشير كويس لأنه ربنا بس أنقذ جنوب السودان ده ينفصل لكن لو كان جنوب السودان ده ما ينفصل صدقني كويس راشا أساسا كان فانتم كله في بتاع لكن أسرهم اللي يقول نقطة ضعف هميتي ده فتح له باب راشا هيدي strong support لهميتي ده طبعا السودانيين أو ناس تمون دي ناس كبار تمون ما هي لازم كويس فهسه برهان is looking for refuge برهان did look for help كويس كانوا اللي من جنوب السودان اتأكد هميتي برهان وراشا بجانب بيدمروا جنوب السودان ده كانوا حتى زي الناس دي اللي دخلوا في ويست بركزال بطريقة تشاد ولا كان بطريقة مالي والوين ده ناس دخلوا كيف كويس المفروض ده أول خطوة جنوب السودان يطلع قرار إنه ناس ما يخشوا في حدودنا ما يخشوا ذات عندنا كويس عشان السودان بيكون في سيف سايد لكن ناس هسه قاعدين يخشوا قاعدين وشفت كلام اللي قالوا الناس جايين من مالي من تشاد من وين ده جايين يلقوا طريقة بتجاوز بركزال هنا عشان يلقوا ويسقطوا هميتي كويس شوفوا الكارثة دي يعني دي كارثة كبيرة جدا كويس وهسه حاليا كلامكم ده في ناس جنجويد ناس دعم السرير في ناس جوا في حكومة المدن في ناس جوا هناك شغالين وقاعدين يستفيدوا من الثروات حقنا ويستفيدوا من هنا ده وكده كويس الميتين له تارجت اساسا فاحنا بس لو نبغى نفكر جمال النفرين ده ما هيحكموا اجل دولة السودان ده كويس لأنه القرار هيكون للشعب كان من ناحية هميتي قتل شعب كان من ناحية برهان قتل شعب the only solution اللي كان مثلا EU ناس international goal ولا يعطي بيجان تفكير عشان بيشيلونا زي في ICC لكن قال نفرين بيسيبون زي عشان بيجي في التيبل مون بيناقش مون هينزلوا سلاح تحت وهيرجعوا يشتغلوا سوا. I don't think so. لأنه أصلاً زي ما بيقولوا مزاق السودان بيقولوا قال هلا خلى جد عليه والعداية ده صعب. ما في زول تاني داير تتنازل. همتي داير كده برهان سيبوا له سلطة وبرهان داير همتي كده سيبوا له سلطة. وما همينهم الشعب أصلاً. ليه؟ لأنه هم بتعمل الثروات. كويس؟ الثروات دارين يغنوا. كويس؟ وفي دول تحت دارين برضه دارين يغنوا من ورا الناس زي. كل زول بيتيك زول بتاعه عشان شنو؟ يلا زول قوي عشان شنو؟ عشان يغنى ويستفيد والدولة تستفيد وكده. كويس؟ you know؟ نفرين دول بقى كارثة لشمال السودان وحتى لجنوب السودان. كويس؟ يعني حتى لو هسه في استحقار كان قاعدين يقولوا الشماليين ده ذاته قاعدين يقولوا قال جنوب السودان ده لو رئيس متعلم وزول مثقف وزول ده لا اقل كان هيثبت لنا. لكن قال ده زول بس ترتور ساكن. شفتها؟ ده بس قال بس بذرة شنو كده ما اعرف قال بينهم مش يقولوا هنا يعني في حاجات يا جماعه في حاجات. كويس؟ يعني بالصدفه كده يوم انا لقيت نفسي انا دخلت في واتساب بتاع جروبات بكام بيتكلموا كلام تعالى لجنوب السودان. كويس؟ عشان انتوا ذاتوا الشماليين مره ديانين بجنوب السودان ينفصل لانهم كانوا مستخدمين الجنوبيين. كويس؟ ممكن يستخدم جنوبيين في هروبات يعني زي مثلا هسه حرب الجيجا بين كان مصر واثيوبيا. كويس؟ بسبب السد النهضه ده عشان جنوبيين ينفصلوا. طبعا الشماليين بيحبوا نفوس بدوا لهسوا او الاطراحات وترتيبات وكده. كويس؟ كانوا بيستخدموا الجنوبيين يعني حتى الجنوب ده خلاص ينفصل الكلام ده ما عجبهم. كويس؟ جنوب ينفصل ده ما عجب شماليين. فكده والله لازم يلعبوه كده. هم بيلعبوه بطريقه لغايه ما يدخلوا الجنوبيين في المشكله دي. المشكله الحاليه ده بس ادوا كده اسبوعين شهور قدام. لو الناس برا جنوب السودان ده ما لعبوها صح هيجيبوها في جنوب السودان. وناس ده خلاص اصل ناس ذاته لو قال مثلا الجيش حقنا مش هناك عشان يحبشهم يقولوا مثلا اطلعوا من تيريتوري ده محل تابع لجنوب السودان. ده المشكله ذاته هنا بيحصل. كويس؟ وسيبك من الجو هناك ده. كويس؟ حميدي ده صارح بالمناسبه صارح شديد. زول ده صارح انتوا لو لاحظتوا زول ده القوه اللي عنده يدمر شمال السودان ويدمر جنوب السودان. كويس؟ لكن قال لي دي قوه للجيش والله لازم يتعرفوا بريد استراتيجيك بتاعهم. انتوا لو لاحظتوا مو بقى بيخش في نص مواطنين لانه الجيش بقى قاعد يستخدم الجيش. الجيش قاعد يستخدم ضرب بالسلاح بالطياره. كده هم هيخشوا في نص مواطنين والمواطنين هيكونوا ضحايا. كويس؟ يتعرف خروج المواطنين ناس قاعدين يطلعوا ناس قاعدين يطلعوا ده. في ناس اللي عارفين الحكايه قاعدين يقولوا لاهله مطلق لانه بجد كده ده خرطوم ده هيتنظف بالطيران بس هينظفوه نظافه جد يا جماعه. كويس؟ لانه شفت الجنجويد ده ولا كانوا ناس جماعه ده مصريين قاعدين يخشوا في ناس مواطنين وفي بيوت. كويس؟ اصل المواطنين بقى كارثه للجيش. الجيش ما قادر يطرد ناس ذات. بتعرف؟ فكان قفلوا راسهم قال خلاص لما يصل الخناق هنا ده فده هيدمروا بس. كويس؟ دي بس حاجه لنا خايفين. كويس؟ بعدين هنا ده لما خلصوا هنا ده طبعا الجنجويد لو غلبهم خلاص هنا في شمال السودان هيجروا الجنوب. كويس؟ تشاد ذاته خايف. تشاد قفل الحدود بتاعه. تشاد خايف. هيجروا دارفور هيجروا جنوب هيجروا وين ما بالك جيش برضه هيلاحقهم. والجيش أنا كمان كان دقز بهناك داير يسوي ما بال أطلعوا من هنا وكده يا دوب الكارثة جانا. anyway أنا بس هيجي يسلي وانتوا أخواني تلتحدوا ده انت تتكلموا الناس انت كتير قفوا الروم يا جماعة الناس يشاركوا الراية عشان يقدر يساعد لقدام. أرواح قاعدين نفقد أرواح بالمناسبة أرواح كتير. يعني الواحد ما يقول أنا مرتاح أنا برا أنا في دول برا. عندك جيرانك هناك عندك صاحبتك هناك، عندك صاحب هناك، عندك أخت، عندك عيال أخت، عندك حبوبة، عندك منو. إحنا يعني همنا لديل همنا ليهم شديد. ما تري مساكين لا ماسك سلاح، لا طاير للطيارة الحربية، لا ده لا ده لا ده. لكن هنا دي يجي قالوا في راس بيته كويس. فدي المشكلة. أوكي المهم أنا أسمع قال تقدر قفلوا أنا إنه أبو جفوا أبو ولا أبو. المهم كونتينيو في أي حاجة أنا بقدر بساعد. نازل في ترتر جنوب السودان no way out 6 ميت في آخر زرارة للجنوبين هنا. السلام.
يا كلام صح. شكرا باتريشيا. I think إنه فعلا we are ending and is about, I think time is gonna run off soon on the StreamYard and here, so I think we might bring it to conclusion. So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, أنا gas meter.
Yeah, Odysseus, are you guys there? So I think we can bring it to the last conclusion now. I don't know, I think I'll hide you see. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I was asking even if you can hear me, because I think like we're running out of time.
عندنا 37 minutes. هنقفل
Yeah.
لكن طبعا brother Riak want to ask questions, so I'll bring him up, and then from there طبعا
I don't want to run out of the time. Usually when we ending
No, we're not gonna run out.
37.
I'm
No,
watching
you do that. You do that always when we're running out of time, and then you start bringing
But
more
can you
people,
trust
and
me?
then
Let's
no, I
not-
can't do that. Last time we lost the room.
Okay, then do it. Like Anna counted the hours. If you don't believe it, then just go ahead. Anna Hagibas Gutelek. I have the timer.
But the thing here, people
if
don't
not,
come
then
up
go
at the
ahead.
last minute when people closing. That's the problem.
Ma Anna Gafalta Gutelek bas.
I
question
closed it,
down
but
and
you
that's it.
opened it. I closed it. You saw me close it, and you opened it. When people decide, people closing, and then because of time. So yeah.
So sorry, Didi.
No, it's all right.
I was actually working.
Oh yeah, it's okay. I
just,
apologize.
I just have a little break. The question that I have, you can actually add into your conclusion. I was reading something actually. Is a warning actually from World Health Organizations. Okay, they are saying that biological acid brewing in Sudan as fighters overtake Central Public Health Lab. In that health lab, I think there are I think, what do you call them? Is like, I don't know why they actually control it. And that's why I want you to add into your conclusion. What do you think that would be? Rapid Support Force, they are actually controlling that lab, and that lab contain a lot of things that can be used as biological weapons. If these people actually lose control and Buran actually took over the country, do you think they can actually use that biological weapon somewhere else, like within Sudan or actually neighboring countries, like in South Sudan or anything like that? That's the question that I have. I don't know if you have gone through this or you read it. Because when they take it over, the lab that are, I think the technician that are controlling the lab, they overthrew them. So I look at this like it's not actually calculated. The people that took over the lab like that must be professional. They actually have something to do with the controlling of the lab itself. That's what I come here to actually ask. You guys can add it onto your conclusion, including Dr. Elijah. Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Yeah, sorry, Nimere, I missed out on the question. Sorry.
You didn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear it. Sorry. It was telling me that I have to reconnect or something. So I that's why I missed it. sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, let me just read it here. It is let me just read it here. The World Health Organization warned Tuesday of an extremely dangerous situation as one of the warring groups in Sudan overran the National Public Health Laboratory in Khartoum. The occupiers had kicked out all the technicians from the lab. The World Health Organization Nima Said Habib said at a press conference, destabilizing facility housing various pathogen samples, including polio, cholera. So, and that's the question that I ask. What would you think would happen now they take over the National Public Lab? If they are overthrown and Iran actually take over the power of the country, and they are actually in control of this National Public Health Laboratory that contain things that can be used in biological warfare, what do you think they can do with it? I'm just trying to see actually how you look at it. Do you think it's normal they kicked out the technicians that are actually running the lab? Is it accidental? They don't know what they are doing, or do you think they know what they are doing? That is my question. Could they actually use these biological agents in different countries? I don't know. That's why I actually asked. Did you get the question clear?
Yes, I did. Thank you for repeating it. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
I think your question is actually vital. It's very, very important question that we wouldn't want to miss out, really. Yeah. So it's this is, I saw you open. You wanted to answer or something?
Oh, go ahead. I'll answer later.
Yeah, I think for me, I think I'll just give I'll just give what I have. I'll just say that this is really technical. It's not that it's not really that accidental. They happen to find themselves over there because it's by taking charge of the laboratory over there is also another weapon. You see, they can use it when in the last minute they can use it against towards against when they're in the weaker side. They can use it against their weakness, and then spreading some disease or something like that. This is what I can think, but I think somebody else can come and weigh in. But I think it's really interesting, really, what you brought up. So I will just leave it here.
Yeah, this thing I've heard about it since maybe now 5 days before it came to press. But one thing I tell you is this thing is actually a serious thing. But it's not to the extent of people how they understand it. One thing about it is that they worry about Hemeti because the people around him might take advantage of these labs. Especially right now, they don't even know if Hemeti is in the side of these radical, Muslims, or is he like in the side of trying to really stand with the people? Plus, because there is already a suspicion and also accusation that Hemeti is actually sponsored by these radical Muslims. And the same thing with also the army of Khartoum, the army of, what's his name, Burhan. Also, they have this Akhwan al-Muslimin al-Kayzan. So the Kayzan have divided themselves into two, one with Burhan and one with Hemeti. And these people have so much connection with the other groups that the American have already suspected, especially in the war on terror, going to those places where Middle Eastern countries, even up to this moment, ISIL is not completely eliminated. They still have roots in these conflict areas. And also, these could be something to be put very in high alert. So this is why they are very much concerned. It might seem insignificant to others, but this thing could play. And also, don't forget, Russia could also help this thing to be a center of where biological warfare can start there. Going on the targets, especially you got these places in the Gulf area where U.S. military are stationed in those territories. and they can actually infect them with this. You have seen already what corona did. Even some people say it's just a normal disease. It's not. It's actually a biological, disease that was actually yet cannot find. People know the resource come from China, but China denies. But this thing has already been tested that this is not something naturally just like that, because this thing did really damage a lot of people. So what I'm saying here is this germ warfare could be possible. And remember, let us not undermine, especially in a situation like that, don't underestimate anything. When people put suspicion on, especially those who, the World Health, or what do you call it, World Health Organization, they have already seen the effect of germ warfare. It started even in West Africa during that time when you remember the Ebola. And now you got this disease of what you call now the corona, and now this one. Because if you said polio and all these things, that means they're worried that this thing can be modified with what others don't know what's going to happen. So it's in Sudan, Taban is not a country that is, backward in considered to the knowledge they have. But they're worried about the radical to fall in their hand. If they fall in their hand, that means we have to be very, very careful. Hello, are you there, guys? Hello?
Yes,
yes,
we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, brother Nimir. I don't know if it's satisfactory, but yeah, let us. I won't take it lightly. This thing is report that is coming in is real, like for what is happening, because people are scared of these things could just go into something else. Because don't look at Sudan as just some simple thing. That's why a lot of people now are very focused, extremely focused on how to end this conflict of Sudan. It can spread around Egypt, even the other countries in Middle East. Already you have seen Syria, the ripple effect of Syria with those neighboring countries. And you already got Djibouti is a center for the Africa Command. You got Port Sudan is one of the important areas strategically. You got Egypt, the Suez Canal. So this can affect those territories. And also back in the other side of the West, you could look at this Chadian area. You got South Sudan, which is not even look like significant, but it could be like you said, a cross border, where they did with Syria and Iran during Lebanon fighting Israel. So it could be a possibility there if they lose control. So yeah, anything can be possible. But we just pray that these people come to their senses and not go down. And that shows also that South Sudan now, how vulnerable we are, like really vulnerable. That means this country is not in preparation to even defend itself, or even do something in case to influence out to suppress any situation like that. Because you could see South Sudan is just getting shackled for Korgosh, and instead of focusing on building, and this is what's happening right now. So I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is what I actually want to add, and I can actually draw myself down. So it's a concern, because this world actually, you can use anything to destabilize when you choose, especially these powerful world countries. You guys, everyone in the world actually saw what happened with the COVID-19. So the entire world actually was come to a standstill. So even the controlling of a lab like that can also be used by people, or actually by organization, to break out something and say that it was actually taken out from this lab. You never know. So now they have it, and how about if they hand over important pathogen actually to other bad entities and actually go spread it somewhere else. So that's why I actually brought it up. I believe your analogy of the situation in Sudan actually is right on point. A lot of people are dismissing the Janjaweed, or actually Rapid Support Force. I'm not a military person, but if you control so many military bases within capital city of a country, I think you cannot be dismissed. So I think we will just look and see and hope all the innocent people actually get out safe. The good thing about it, there is no targeting of ethnic group like what had happened actually in Wajir Sudan. That is the good thing. So they are just fighting. If anyone actually caught between fire, so it happened actually in wars, which is a good part. So I will stop here. Thank you so much for bringing me up to ask the question. So I will drop myself and listen on there. And yeah, the room is really educational. It's good actually. I attended.
Thank you, Brother Mary. And you remind me of something. Did you see, guys, have you noticed that Labour group at Tanina Lekanga, the fight Hukumata Sudan, did not interfere? That's a question itself. We don't have to speak on it today. Like just you think about it. Why Bagi group del ma dakhalu fi shakla btanas Hamiti u Burhan? There is a reason for it. And we will talk about it next time. But it's very, very interesting to see how the reaction of these people is so cold to the extent. And this thing is also a lesson for us in the future of what's going on with these countries. But yeah, I'll leave it here. But I will welcome Mr. Al-Hajj and then also CJ. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, أنا كان درا سالوني ميري. ناس منو يأخذ control of the chemical lab تا اسمه شو ده الغالي ما معروف مين الناس بتفيكو. هل ده ناس هميتي ولا ده ناس برهان؟
ده ناس هميتي.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, لأنه هميتي هسه مسك half of the capital يعني الكابيتال تاع خرطوم ده هسه مجهجه. الجيش السوداني فقط سيطرة. لكن هم ما عاوزين يأدمت. هم بس عندهم المطار العسكري ده يا قاعدين يضربوا مناطق ده عشان كده بتشوف هم عندهم مشاة. Infantry is weak. They have been spread thin.
So إذا هميتي in control جماعة طبعا هيمشي يدمروا الحتة دي هيتأثر طبعا أكيد هيتأثر. كده ده هيأثر. فإذا oh my goodness أنا لقوا في article هنا في زول كتب عن الكلام ده فأنا ما أعرف إن هذا من اتجاه هميتي ولا من اتجاه دل. Oh my goodness. So painful, so sad.
لكن شنو أنا بقول لك international community now they want to control the situation لأنه هسه في this is almost like a clash of two powers. You know مثلا في shadow powers behind them. Like زي ما قلت لك Hameti has a power behind him. So Hameti طبعا is smart. He's not gonna just go out of his way بس بعوارة كده لأنه خلاص felt he's powerful. He's still obedient. لأنه زول ما تنسى هو قاعد تحت عمر بشير for years. يتعلم تحت عمر بشير. Every order بيجي من عمر بشير بيfollow وبينفذه. So هسه الناس اللي وراه ده كان هم seeing the thing for the interest بتاعهم is okay let's make this kind of peace and see what لأنه حس حاجة ده كانوا ما انتبهوا. This can also like في واحد تاني حتى قال من الرشن ده it can create a World War II I mean World War III لأنه شنو حاجة ده ما زي ده بس حاجة بسيط لأنه أنت كان لاحظت حروبات بيبدأ already Ukraine ناس كان فكر ده World War III لكن right now Africa لأنه Russia عنده desire to come into Africa so وبعدين إرهابيين ديل كمان عندهم desire so في a lot of يعني shadows playing behind the back. هسه بس بقى الشطارة بتاع الأمة الإفريقية اللي بيقولوا شنو community Africa. I think community Africa is not that smart to also add to this issue بتاع هنا ده الترويكا and this international لأنه Russia really want to revenge and then China who عاوز يلعب دور تاع reasonable يعني everybody into interest there. يلا ما تنسى الراديكال اللي عندهم interest. So this thing is actually يعني it's like أنا قلت لك ticking bomb بس only one thing اللي بيصبر الناس هم يجوا بحكمة لأنه بعدين كلنا هنطلع victim ما في زول مننا هيطلع منه بريء يعني بيطلع منه كده normal. So it's best way to keep this هنا يلا يلعبوا دور ده بقى شنو سياسة بتاع منو بيجي بيتمكن بمعنى تاني اتفاقية ده بيلعب دور. So I hope they make أنا ذاته دايرهم يعملوا اتفاقية because يتعملوا اتفاقية it give a little bit يعني ease the pressure you know. So but لكن الناس ما يقلقوا لأنه these people they know what they're doing إلا كانوا بقى عملوا حالهم هم temperamental يعني ناس عندهم أعصاب أنت بتلقى هسه شكله بقوم بطال عشان كده هسه في ايز لما هم يعني انت شفت لما السيز فاير هم عملوه ده حتى في شكله لكن they never went to the full scale اللي هم بدوا في البدايه because they have somebody talking behind the back لانهم قاعدين يسمعوا كلام بتاع نازا ما كان كده كان نازا برجلوا بعضهم يعني في نوع بتاع
I just want to remind you that it's 16 minutes only to make it to 10 hours.
Let's go. Okay, sorry.
And that's what I've been saying. 16 minutes only to 10 hours.
Yeah, get a go.
Anna, stop. I'm not going to say much.
It's already, yeah. Go ahead, Didi. Close the room.
Okay. I just want to thank all of you for very fruitful discussions. Hopefully that you will continue on the same path to enlighten ourselves and enlighten the listeners down there. These problems are complex. We just hope for better solutions for humanity as a whole, for ourselves included in that humanity and the greater good. So I wish you all the best and hopefully we meet in another room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alhaj. I think the rest of the time we should give CJ. CJ haven't spoken at all and he came in. So it's 46. So yeah, I don't know what you think.
Yeah, if CJ you're able to speak in the case that you add.
Let me see how to do this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clear.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just make it late. I'm able to speak from my area. All right, excuse me for that, just close the door. I mean, you can, just proceed, and I'll follow you some other time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Didi, conclude and I'm done. I have said enough my words, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think I don't even have much to say now because all of the things that we wanted to say, we said in the beginning. It's a very long episode, it was a series, like I said earlier, that is supposed to be a little bit of couple of series, but then we decided to close it in. It's really very educational, like what Nimeri was saying, but I think it's sadly whenever we open the room and then either people dropping in and going and stuff, people like Mahala Alfagu drama and just repeating, fighting, munu, the same thing. But unfortunately, when people missing out on the things like this, like why the wars are happening and who are behind the wars, and people just want to fight about like the little things, like for example, munugal kida and stuff like that, but they don't know where these problems are coming, and these problems have been addressed here. All these issues, these wars, this fighting, the conflict that is going on in Khartoum and ongoing one in Wajnub Sudan and on Africa, and then how it had reflected in the other nations of the other surrounding nations of Africa, and what they have responded and what they have said and stuff like that. These all have connection with itself. That was very important. I was expecting a lot, but I would just really appreciate the knowledge that people have shared here and stuff like that. And I also wanted to thank you, Alhaj, so much for coming in and contributing. And I think I wouldn't really say much so that we can save the contents. And I just wanted to thank everybody that came. It's not that I wanted to hurry people, but then it's like, what good it is really when you have something so good and then you just lose it. And that's why I was just hurrying. So, and the other time the other one is I'm tired, I'm coughing, and my chest is hurting from coughing, and I've been here for more than 12 hours or 13 hours. So I hope that you guys will be understanding really for my reason of just wanting the off-top really. So I just want to thank you guys and the people who will come and listen. And I hope we meet next time again. And my wish is just that when we open room like this, I think come and participate. It's your opinion, is your ideas. It matters. it matters in this time that, you know, we're living in. You're making changes in history, you know, you're giving your ideas in history to help. Come and listen too. You never know where you will help, you see. Don't look at into, oh, just because another separatist or another kid and stuff like that, okay, colors, anazalan and stuff like that, or I don't want to be here because they're talking about separation. But you never know how this will help you one day, and how this can help you even to debate your ideas in the future. And you don't never know even how these people will be important to you, or you could be important to us even one day, the other way around. So I just want to thank you guys, and that's all. People on Facebook, I just want to apologize for you so much. I cough, but bear with me, please, Yama. Sorry. I'm not really feeling okay. I'm being sick. I've been sick. I have a lot of problems. On top of it, I'm going through so much pain, to the extent that I don't even know how I'm existing sitting here, that you're tired, you feel like fainting. And then on top of it, you're coughing, and then you had to be here. I was here since yesterday, 4 o'clock, to today, I think, is it coming to 3 o'clock in the morning sitting here? And that's why, and we are running out of time. But I just want to thank you guys so much for your patience to listen to this long recording. But I know that there is a special knowledge that you guys will get on it, and understanding that you guys will receive, and that it will be beneficial to you. I just want to thank you guys for being here. You know, those who have been here with us, we are blessed to have you here. Know that, and your time is so precious to us. Thank you for giving us your you know, thank you for your kindness and your time, and we meet again next time. And those who are gonna listen, please show up next time. If you have the time, come and attend with us or participate. Thank you very much, you guys.